My girlfriend's mother gave birth to twins, they are mine. Xiguan City. In a 30-square-meter rental house, Wang Ming sat on the sofa and took another sip of 42-proof liquor. Honey, please meet me once, I'll go find you, okay? Go away. I told you not to call me again, if you do that again, I'll block you. We can't even be friends anymore. Boss, give me a 500 yuan raise next month, I can treat you to Haishang Lao. Don't make promises to me anymore, you've met 7 times, and every time you treat me to a 10 yuan bowl of spicy hot pot. I've had enough. Meng, listen to me. Bullshit. It's been 4 years, if not 3,000 times, at least 2,000 times, I don't owe you anything. Don't bother me anymore, you're a complete waste. Fuck your mother. Wang Ming was so angry that he cursed under the influence of alcohol. Waste is waste, and great waste. Zhu Meng hung up the phone. She didn't expect Wang Ming's curse to come true. Wang Ming called Zhu Meng again, but got a busy tone. Opened the social app and sent Zhu Meng a message, see you again. A red exclamation mark made Wang Ming stunned on the spot. My girlfriend blocked me. 2 lines of tears flowed down my cheeks. Half a month after being unilaterally broken up, I cried silently. Zhu Meng. Why the hell did you do this to me? What's wrong with spicy hot pot? What's wrong with 7 times? You don't know how to appreciate the blessing you have. R. Wang Ming slammed his fist on the table and drank half a tank of white wine. The spiciness of the white wine and the pain in his heart made him cough violently. Cough. Wang Ming, who usually doesn't have the habit of drinking, has been drinking to relieve his sorrow every day these days. Half a month ago, his ex-girlfriend Zhu Meng proposed to break up. The two had just graduated from college for half a year and had been dating since freshman year. Wang Ming's parents died early, and he grew up in his uncle's house in the countryside. He worked part-time in college and spent some spare money on Zhu Meng. In the past 6 months, he has been working, earning 4,000 yuan a month. After renting and daily expenses, the rest of the money is basically spent on Zhu Meng. It's true that there is not much left, but he has tried his best to treat her well. But his efforts are not as good as others' casual teasing. Zhu Meng, who has entered society, has seen through the rules of social operation. Money is the king. Others often invite her to big restaurants and high-end entertainment venues. She is unwilling to marry the ordinary Wang Ming in the future. She has a good figure and good looks. She can cry in the donkey, and she will never smile foolishly on the back seat of a bicycle. Besides, she may not cry when sitting in the donkey. Maybe her future partner is a Prince Charming. Wang Ming's eyes noticed the key on the table. It was the spare key that Zhu Meng left with her, and she forgot to take it back. Picking up the key, with a clear purpose, if you don't see me, then I'll go find you. He went downstairs under the influence of alcohol. His ex-girlfriend's home was in this city, and he commuted there every day during college. Wang Ming took out his mobile phone, located a taxi, and the destination was Jade Court A district. Sitting in the online taxi, Wang Ming's consciousness was a little fuzzy, and his head was full of Zhu Meng's resolute words in the past half-month. The scenes of the two people getting along and the sweet past flashed one by one. The lights outside the car window flashed quickly. Yes, in today's society where there are more cars than people, I can't afford a car, and it's no wonder that Zhu Meng looks down on me more and more. It's just that I was born in a poor family. The design major I studied is now a sunset industry, and it's difficult to find a job that matches my major. When he arrived at Jade Court A district, Wang Ming staggered out of the car. Jade Court is a mid to high-end community with strict gate guards. Zhu Meng's key has an access card. Wang Ming successfully entered the community. The neighborhood was quiet at midnight, and the street lights emitted a dim light, stretching his shadow very long. He tried hard to wake himself up and walked to Building 2, where there was only 1 unit. After clocking in, he walked straight into the lobby. When he arrived at the door of 1101, his fingers were a little out of control due to the effect of alcohol, and he finally inserted the key into the lock. After opening the door, a familiar and unfamiliar breath hit him, and the room was pitch black. Wang Ming became more and more confused, his steps were already unstable, and he stumbled in the dark, first hitting the wall with a dull sound. Then he hit the corner of the table again. He felt no pain and continued to stagger towards the bedroom. He opened the door of a bedroom and mumbled, "Zhu Meng, I've tried hard. Give me some time, I will buy a car to take you for a ride, Wang Ming said and threw himself on the bed. The woman on the bed was frightened by the sudden pounce and screamed, and sat up instinctively. She found that the person who rushed over just hugged her tightly and did not make any further moves. She thought that her daughter was drunk and walked into the wrong room. She was wearing an eye mask at this time. The neighbors upstairs started decorating early in the morning these days. She also wore earplugs on purpose and did not hear Wang Ming's drunken words just now. Stinky girl, you must have drunk a lot to come back so late. The woman on the bed did not take off her eye mask, but just complained softly and fell on the pillow to continue sleeping. Wang Ming's hand was around her waist, and his breathing was a little rapid after drinking, and the smell of alcohol sprayed on the back of the woman's neck. The woman turned her back to Wang Ming, and Wang Ming's arms were getting tighter and tighter, and her consciousness became more and more unclear. He tried to control his sleepiness and kissed the back of the woman's neck at the last moment of his awakening. We broke up, no one kisses, no one hugs, hey. The woman complained. She was suddenly awakened from her deep sleep, her head was also fuzzy, she didn't notice anything wrong, she just sighed secretly in her heart and let her daughter hug her waist. The woman's fragrance was obviously different from Zhu Ming's, and Wang Ming was already drunk and didn't have the brainpower to think about it. He was the first to snore, and the woman's earplugs were too low quality, so only a faint snoring could be heard. They fell asleep like this. The sun rose, and the sunlight shone through the white gauze curtains. Today, there was no sound of electric picks from upstairs, and it was particularly quiet. It was almost 9 o'clock before the woman woke up slowly. Girl, get up. She touched the arm in front of her, and the hand was a little big. Why do I feel that, daughter, is not right? She reached behind her with her hand. No. This is. Chapter 2 Mother with 100% purity. This touch. It's solid muscle. She woke up instantly. She suddenly took off the blindfold, turned her head, and saw that the person hugging her was Wang Ming, who was still asleep. Wang Ming. The woman screamed in fear, pushed Wang Ming away, then sat up quickly and grabbed the quilt tightly to protect her body. Wang Ming was awakened by the sharp cry and the strong push, and opened his eyes dazedly. The woman in front of him made his mind blank, and the headache caused by the hangover made him unable to react for a while. Auntie. Wang Ming couldn't believe the scene in front of him and rubbed his eyes hard. When he opened his eyes again, it was still Aunt Zhu, who was shocked and panicked. Why are you in my bed? Wang Ming. You bastard. Zhu Shuqing's voice trembled, and her eyes were about to fly out of her sockets. Wang Ming finally came to his senses. He looked around and recalled what happened last night. Sorry, Auntie, I went to the wrong room. Wang Ming explained stammeringly, full of embarrassment and guilt. The woman's breathing became a little calmer, and she looked at Wang Ming's face, which was still flushed with hangover. Wang Ming was quite handsome. Apart from anything else, she would not suffer any loss if he hugged her all night. After all, she was 37 years old. It's just that this man was her daughter's ex-boyfriend. And they had just broken up for half a month. He actually slept in the same bed with her for a night. If this got out, how could she face people in the future, and how could she face Zhu Mengmeng? Auntie, I really went to the wrong room. I wanted to find Zhu Mengmeng. Wang Ming's tone was still a little flustered. Walked into the wrong room. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Do you know you're trespassing? Wang Ming got up from the bed in a panic. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he was a little unstable because of the hangover and almost fell down again. He quickly held the head of the bed and said anxiously, Auntie, it's really a misunderstanding. I drank too much and my mind is not clear. Ding ding. Binding the obsession system successfully. Hello, master, let's grow together, I will help you achieve a chic life. Wang Ming's body shook. What? This voice seems to come from his own mind. Master, you can try to communicate with me with your consciousness. Hello. Hey. That's right, smart. Me. Split personality. Because of Zhu Mengmeng's stimulation. What's a woman? With me, women will be like clothes in the future. Old or young, clean or sick, crazy or simple, as long as they are beautiful and sexy, we work together and get them all. Wait a minute. I'll slowly. I don't have split personality. Just bound, you can't accept it at once, you will slowly get used to me. System initial gift package distribution. Reward package is already in your existing items. Get out of my mind. Master, don't get excited, you will slowly fall in love with me. I will automatically trigger the task. When the task is completed, a reward package will be issued to you. Current task, date Zhu Shuqing for 3 days, and you need to spend more than an hour every day to complete the progress of the day. When the obsession of the task object reaches 100, there will be additional rewards, and the obsession value can also be exchanged for system currency consumption. I am going to sleep, please explore the system interface by yourself, remember. Be bold to complete the task, bye. Ding ding. Hey. I'm asking you a question, Wang Ming. How did you get in? Wang Ming was distracted by the conversation with the system just now and didn't notice Zhu Shuqing's question. Zhu Shuqing repeated it again. I have the key. What a mistake. How did I break into Zhu Mengmeng's mother's room? But when I think about it, it's really fucking exciting. Zhu Shuqing is not Zhu Mengmeng's biological mother. Zhu Mengmeng was adopted by Zhu Shuqing in an orphanage when she was 5 years old. Zhu Shuqing is a single mother who has never been married. She is more beautiful than Zhu Mengmeng. At the age of 37, her face is not wrinkled at all and full of collagen. She has a mature figure and full of charm. Speaking of which, did she sleep so soundly last night? Didn't she notice it? This can't just be blamed on myself. Wang Ming looked at Zhu Shuqing in panic and took out the key eagerly. Auntie, look, this is the key that Zhu Mengmeng left with me. I really didn't lie. I drank too much last night and my head was dizzy. I don't know how I slept in your bed. I really didn't have any other ideas. Look how honest I was tonight. Honest ass. Zhu Shuqing recalled that Wang Ming hugged her last night, and her face couldn't help but flushed with shyness. She quickly turned her face away, embarrassed to let Wang Ming see her appearance at the moment, and deliberately covered her fair skin at the collar with her hands. Forget it, I'll just treat it as a misunderstanding, you hurry out. Wang Ming bowed, hey, I'll leave now. No, the system just said that the binding object is auntie. A strange interface flashed in Wang Ming's consciousness. As soon as his consciousness moved, the interface slowly opened. When the complete interface appeared in front of him, Wang Ming was stunned. This so-called system is actually real. Check the left side of the interface, it shows the binding status, and there is only one person currently bound. Zhu Shuqing. Age, 37. Appearance, 93. Body, 94. Purity, 100. Infatuation, 5. Current task, date the bound person for 3 days 1 hour each day. Oh my god, this task is too exaggerated, I have to date my ex-girlfriend's mother? This is as difficult as the monkey making trouble in heaven. Wang Ming clicked on the existing items again, and the system initial gift package was displayed in the existing items column. Click to open the gift package. The interface pops up a prompt, get a Hammer Sports car exchange coupon. Get a orange laptop computer exchange coupon, and get a bunch of fragrant flowers. Wang Ming was stunned. The Hammer Sports car is a domestic luxury car brand of Dacia, and the cheapest one costs 1 million Dacia coins. Orange laptops also cost 20,000 to 30,000. He carefully checked the car exchange voucher introduction, which said it could be exchanged at any 4S store, and the same was true for the laptop introduction. He clicked on the flower again, and the pop-up introduction showed that the object receiving the flower could increase the obsession by 30 points. Wang Ming thought, this obsession is the degree of liking. Being frightened by his own system, after a long time, he finally separated his consciousness from the system and shook his head violently. Zhu Shuqing saw that Wang Ming did not move for a long time, and urged him in a tender voice, are you still not leaving? Do you want to stay overnight? That's what I mean. Chapter 3 Why is his coat on your bed? What did you say? Zhu Shuqing was shaking with anger. Auntie, you're so beautiful when you're angry. You bastard. Zhu Shuqing covered her chest with her hands. She was so angry that she was breathing heavily, her beautiful eyes wide open. The system allows you to be bolder. If you want to complete the task, you must be shameless. Zhu Mengmeng? You threw away our relationship for a better life and called me a loser. I can also date your mother for a system task. He took a deep breath, looked directly into Zhu Shuqing's eyes, and said seriously, Auntie, actually. Actually, I want to say, thank you for the warmth of this night. I have given up on Zhu Mengmeng and will not bother her anymore. I don't care about your business, but you have to get out right now. Zhu Mengmeng may be back at any moment. How am I going to explain if she sees you in my bedroom? Zhu Shuqing seemed a little anxious. Auntie, can I make a date with you? Your scent makes me sleep peacefully. When Zhu Shuqing heard Wang Ming's words, the expression on her face changed from anxiety to anger and disbelief. Wang Ming, are you crazy? Do you know what you are talking about? I'm your ex-girlfriend's mother. You should put away these messed up thoughts. This is ridiculous. It's not ridiculous at all. You've always been single. The only time you had a relationship during college that lasted less than 2 weeks was when your boyfriend broke up with you because you didn't allow kissing. You have been single all this time, don't you long for love? Wang Ming gritted his teeth, completely tore off his face and continued. Who can tell about things like love? Meng Meng and I are over it. You are mature, beautiful, and charming in front of me. I can't control my feelings. Can you give me a chance? Yes, that's right, you have to be thick-skinned like the system says. No. You can't be shameless. Zhu Shuqing was so angry that she got out of bed and stood on the ground, pointing at the door and shouting. I treat you like a child. How could you have such an outrageous idea? Get out of here right now. It seems that being so direct doesn't work. Should we try a step-by-step approach? Thinking of the sweet flowers that came in the system gift package, he consciously entered the system. Click remove. A bouquet of roses appeared in Wang Ming's hands. I'm not a kid, don't think I'll go out with you just because I do a magic trick. Zhu Shuqing crossed her arms across her chest and stared at Wang Ming, showing no interest in the flowers that suddenly appeared. Because Wang Ming worked part-time to pay for his studies, he did heavy work during the winter and summer vacations during college, and his muscles are quite big. The muscles exposed outside the vest at this time made Zhu Shuqing unable to bear to look at it. She murmured to herself that she should have noticed last night how strong the arms holding her were. Wang Ming took a few steps forward and handed the flower to Zhu Shuqing. As long as she accepted it, her infatuation level would increase by 30 points. At that time, the success rate of agreeing to a date with yourself will be greatly increased. Zhu Shuqing took 2 steps back and found that she was still wearing shorts and a vest. Wang Ming could see her plump legs and full upper body. You little brat, I don't want your flowers. I'm old enough to have seen all kinds of magic. As she spoke, she quickly grabbed the blanket on the bed to cover herself. There was nothing wrong with her pajamas. Girls outside wore much more revealing clothes than this. It was just that she was too conservative. Wang Ming smiled and said, You also said that it would be hard to explain if Zhu Mengmeng came back and saw me in your room. Just accept the flowers and I'll leave. Okay, I'll take it. Zhu Shuqing stretched out one hand to hold the bouquet, and one side of the blanket covering herself slipped off. Wang Ming subconsciously looked at her fair shoulders. Zhu Shuqing found that Wang Ming was fascinated by her, so she quickly covered her face again, blushing. You go out. By auntie, I'll date you. Wang Ming threw Zhu Mengmeng's key on the bed and walked out of the bedroom. The system interface shows that Zhu Shuqing's obsession level has reached 35. Zhu Shuqing in the bedroom smelled the bouquet of roses and looked at Wang Ming, who was walking towards the entrance outside the bedroom. This boy, he is not really in love with me. This flower smells so good, his muscles are so big. Oh my. You old pervert. What are you thinking? This is too much, this is my daughter's ex-boyfriend. Zhu Shuqing shook her head frantically, trying to calm herself down. Wang Ming had just changed his shoes in the entrance hall when the door opened and Zhu Mengmeng walked in. He looked up suddenly and their eyes met. There were several holes in Zhu Mengmeng's black stockings, and she had just returned home in the morning, so Wang Ming felt a pang of pain in his heart. This bitch, if your socks are torn, just throw them away. You have to wear them back so that I can see them and then stab my heart. Zhu Mengmeng's eyes widened, her face full of anger. Wang Ming? Why are you in my house? Wang Ming's heart tightened and his brain started working rapidly. Before he could speak, Zhu Shuqing walked out of the bedroom and said, He's here to give you the key. Yes. I'll give the key to your mom. I'm leaving now. Stop. Zhu Mengmeng shouted angrily. She glared at Wang Ming fiercely. You've gone too far. I told you not to bother me again. Do you have any shame? You actually came to my house. Wang Mingfeng frowned and gritted his teeth, saying, Zhu Mengmeng, I will never bother you again, and you remember not to look for me again. From now on, you are you and I am me. Oh, I'm looking for you. Go and dream your spring and autumn turtle dream, get out of here. Wang Ming slammed the door and left. This bitch was ungrateful and spoke viciously. I felt a little guilty about sleeping with her mother for a night and wanting to date her aunt. At the moment, there is nothing to worry about, just make the appointment. Mom, don't open the door for him next time he comes. Zhu Mengmeng took off her shoes and yawned. Zhu Shuqing calmed down and pretended to be calm as she walked to the living room. The keys have been returned. He can't enter the community, and he said he won't bother you anymore. This guy is weird. He was crying his eyes out yesterday, but why is he so cool today? Zhu Mengmeng was a little confused. Zhu Shuqing knew in her heart that Wang Ming's target was going to be her. She saw that Zhu Mengmeng's stockings had 2 big holes in them and frowned. Girl, how come your socks are so damaged? Why didn't you come back last night? Did you go to the nightclub again? Although you are an adult, you still have to abide by the house rules. You must be home before 11 o'clock at night. I'm doing this for your own good. Zhu Shuqing scolded in a tender voice. Zhu Mengmeng felt guilty and lowered her voice. Oh, Mom, there were a lot of company social events. The company held a celebration party, and I drank too much and slept at a colleague's house. It's a girl. How did your stockings get torn? Did you stay overnight at your new boyfriend's house? Although Zhu Shuqing has never experienced sexual intercourse, she knows everything at her age. Zhu Mengmeng didn't seem to notice the tear in the stockings on the side of her calf, and murmured in confusion, Hey, I drank too much yesterday and didn't notice it. It's really harmful. Mom, I must have had too much fun singing at KTV last night and accidentally scratched it. She ran into Zhu Shuqing's bedroom laughing, Mom, lend me a pair of your stockings, mine are all worn out. Zhu Mengmeng opened Zhu Shuqing's wardrobe and found a pair of black stockings with lace. Take off your socks and put them on. She noticed a bunch of roses on the bed, frowned and shouted towards the living room, Mom, what's the matter with these flowers? Hey! Isn't this Wang Ming's coat? Why is it on your bed? Chapter 4, 1.83 million received. When Zhu Shuqing heard Zhu Mengmeng's shout, her heart skipped a beat. This guy did it on purpose. How could he leave his coat on the bed? She pretended to be calm as she walked into the bedroom. Oh, the flowers were given to you by Wang Ming. As for Wang Ming's coat, he took it off when he was looking for the key just now. Zhu Mengmeng nodded, frowned and complained, he might as well have had more good food with the money. He only knew to send flowers after breaking up. You said, how come Wang Ming suddenly becomes a different person? Yesterday he seemed to be unable to leave me, but today he is so resolute. Zhu Shuqing didn't dare to look at Zhu Mengmeng, and pretended to tidy up the closet and said, maybe he has figured it out. Isn't it good that he is no longer bothering me? Zhu Mengmeng turned around in front of the mirror and was very satisfied with her mother's stockings. Humph, anyway, I won't have anything to do with him anymore. But Mom, are you worried about something? It seems like you're a little uneasy. Zhu Shuqing's face flushed, and she hastily explained. What can I worry about? I'm just worried that you're busy with work. In the future, try to go out for social events as little as possible. Those kinds of occasions are too complicated. Zhu Mengmeng stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, I know. Mom loves me the most. I'm going to work now. Zhu Shuqing watched her daughter leave and the door slammed shut. She took a deep breath and sat gently on the bed. Turning to look at the roses. This kid, isn't he really going to date me? Wang Ming found a breakfast shop in the shops of Feitsui Huating, bought a few buns, and took a taxi to the company. The clock in time was just right. I had been studying the system the whole morning and had no intention of working seriously. The system contains bound objects, current tasks, and a system mall. All the products in the system mall, whether they exist in reality or not, can be purchased here. When the infatuation value of each bound object reaches 100, it can be exchanged for 1000 system coins to purchase items. A large or medium-sized car in the mall only costs 100 system coins, and a villa only requires 2000 system coins. One Australian dragon only requires 1 system coin. Wang Ming was impressed by the system and said he would move out of his rental house soon. Zhu Mengmeng, just wait, you will regret it. Wang Ming was immersed in the system interface when the sound of high heels stomping on the ground came closer and closer. Wang Ming's consciousness immediately left the system and he subconsciously turned around to look. The female boss, Jiang Yao, has already walked up to him. She lifted her butt and sat on her desk. Wang Ming, I've been observing you for the whole morning and you haven't been working hard at all. The order in your hand is not urgent, but you need to pay attention to your work attitude. Wang Ming quickly moved his eyes away from Jiang Yao's hip skirt and plump legs, and swallowed unconsciously. I understand, boss. I will work hard. Jiang Yao is 33 years old, divorced and has a child. I just agreed to give myself a 500 yuan salary increase. She stood up and smiled charmingly at Wang Ming. Something happened at home, right? You've been absent-minded recently. Do you want me to give you a few days off? Wang Ming stood up politely. How about giving me 2 days off? I'll take 4 days off and come back to work next Monday. Okay, don't be distracted after you've dealt with your personal matters. Go ahead. Jiang Yao said, twisting her waist and walking towards her office. Wang Ming sighed inwardly. This female boss was nice to him, but if everything in his system was true, he would have to say goodbye to her. With Hummer cars, who would still go to work? I picked up my coat, walked out of the office, and went straight to the Hanyu 4S store. Take the redemption voucher out of the system and go to the front desk. Hey, help me check, can this exchange voucher be used? Wang Ming handed over the paper voucher. The receptionist, who had not thought of receiving Wang Ming seriously because he was dressed in a plain way, stood up immediately after seeing the exchange voucher, bowed respectfully and said with a flattering smile. Sir, of course it can be used. It is valid throughout the country. Do you want to exchange it today? Yes, let's change it today. Xiaolingzi, please receive me. Hey! Here you come. A woman in an OL uniform ran over. Although it is an exchange coupon, customers will also receive a bonus when they take the car. Generally, customers who have such exchange coupons are either philanthropists or high-ranking officials. The reception consultant named Xiaoling took Wang Ming to the VIP lounge, poured him a cup of tea and brought him a plate of snacks. Wang Ming's heart started pounding when he realized that his system was real. In this kind of 4S store, I never dare to imagine that I will be able to come in and pick up a car one day. This sudden change seemed unreal, and his hands were shaking as he picked up the teacup. If you drive a Hummer to the university town and put a bottle of mineral water on the front of the car, beautiful women will knock on the window. Oh my god, I'm going to drive a Hummer too. Wang Ming calmed himself down. Now that he had picked up the car, he had no money to fill up the gas tank. It would be better to sell it first and use the money to pursue Zhu Mingmeng's mother. In the future, it will not be easy to buy a bull with system coins. Sir, are you going to pick it up today? I saw your exchange coupon, it's for the 2.3 million model of the Huracan. Currently, the only model available is black. If you need another color or customized accessories, you will have to wait 2 months. Can you recycle it? I want to sell my car to you. The reception consultant was shocked and asked hurriedly, are you saying that you want to sell us a new car that has not been registered and has not been driven on the road? Yes, how much it can be sold for? Wang Ming said firmly. Sir, are you really going to sell it? Although it's a new car that hasn't been on the road yet, I can only give you 80% of the original purchase price. Deal, sign the contract. Wang Ming had already suppressed his excitement, but when he heard that 80% of the products were recovered, his heart started beating wildly again. Don't blame yourself for being a loser. Growing up in the countryside, how could you have ever seen so much money? 80% of 2.3 million Dashir coins is more than 1.8 million. My salary is only 4,000 yuan. Even if it has increased by 500 yuan, I still need to save it for more than 30 years without eating, drinking or spending. The reception consultant was also very excited. He could get a commission of 100,000 yuan by buying back the new car before it was even driven away. This kind of opportunity only comes once in many years. She hurried to find the manager. Wang Ming ate some snacks and waited for more than 10 minutes. Then he saw the reception consultant and a man in a suit hurriedly walking towards him. The man sat opposite Wang Ming, nodded and smiled. Hello, sir, this is the repurchase contract, please take a look. If there are no problems, the voucher will be ours. You can write your card number on the contract and the money will be directly transferred to your card. He placed the contract, pen and ink pad on the round glass table. Wang Ming picked up the contract, read it carefully twice, signed his name without hesitation and pressed his fingerprints. Please transfer the money, Wang Ming said to the two of them. Hey! Arrange it right away. The man stood up and walked towards a glass house with one of the contracts. Sir, do you have a girlfriend? The reception consultant who had been standing asked with a smile. We broke up. Sir, you are so handsome, you will definitely meet someone better soon. Can you add your contact information? Wang Ming smiled. Life is indeed easy for rich people. Women will come to them on their own. Wang Ming opened his QR code and the reception consultant scanned it, then smiled flatteringly. Sir, I can introduce our new cars to you in private. Please make an appointment if you have time. Wang Ming shook the phone in his hand. Contact Weishin. Beep. A text message alert sound. Open the message. Daxia Citizen Bank, card number 622151556XXXX, 1,830,000.00 received. Wang Ming tried to transfer 100,000 yuan to their Weishin app and the recharge was successful. The original deposit in my bank card was less than 3,000 yuan, and the deposit was real. Chapter 5, A Little Love. Wang Ming left the Hanyu for S store and successfully exchanged his orange laptop. I went to Dazhong Auto for S store again and picked up a Class A family car worth 200,000 renminbi. We drove to Area A of Feitsue Huerting with a temporary license plate. Call Zhu Shuqing. Wang Ming, are you okay? I told you I would date you. You are crazy. I am Zhu Mingming's mother, how can I date you? Child, you just broke up. Auntie doesn't blame you. If it's still about this kind of thing, don't call me again. Zhu Shuqing sat at the desk in the living room, looked at the roses in the vase on the table, and a blush appeared on her face. She was no longer so resistant to Wang Ming, but she still couldn't get over the awkwardness in her heart. Wang Ming also didn't expect that when the infatuation level reached 35, his tone would become softer. It seems that the system tasks are not too difficult. Auntie, no. Shuqing, I want to give you a gift. I'm at the gate of your community. If you don't come down, I'll give the things to Zhu Mengmeng to pass on to you, and you can do whatever you want. Wang Ming hung up the phone after saying this. Zhu Shuqing pursed her lips and slowly put down her phone. This kid, why is he acting so recklessly? What would I do if Meng Meng knew that Wang Ming wanted to pursue me? She put down the work in her hands, stood up and paced back and forth in the living room. No, this kid must be upset. We must comfort him. If he continues like this, he might have mental problems. She put on a white knitted coat, put on high heels and went downstairs. As I walked out of the community, my heart was pounding. She was worried that Wang Ming was really hurt by the breakup, but she was also confused and a little nervous about the young man's inexplicable pursuit. It's strange. I was obviously disgusted when I just woke up, but why did I feel a little moved after receiving the flowers? When Zhu Shuqing arrived at the gate of the community, she saw at a glance a brand new A-class family sedan with a temporary license plate. Wang Ming was leaning against the car door, the sunlight shining on him, making him exude a youthful aura that she envied. Zhu Shuqing walked forward and said in a serious tone, Wang Ming, how can you threaten me? Go back quickly and stop doing these stupid things. Wang Ming raised his lips and showed a confident smile. He opened the passenger door and said, Shuqing, get in the car. Zhu Shuqing was puzzled. Wang Ming came from a humble background and his salary was not high, so why would he buy a new car? You won the lottery. Come on in the car, let's go have lunch and talk while we eat. How could I possibly agree to go have lunch with Wang Ming and it would not really become a date? Zhu Shuqing shook her head fiercely. Child, I still have work to do. When I'm done, I'll talk you through it. Zhu Mengmeng has changed, but she is still my daughter. You are so handsome and work hard. You will find someone better. Wang Ming looked at Zhu Shuqing, who was wearing a purple inner lining, a white sweater on the outside, a floral knee-length skirt and white high heels. She had a hot body, a pretty face and was very charming. Now, if you look closely, you will find that she is many times more charming than Zhu Mengmeng, and she is still a virgin. Wang Ming put away his scrutinizing gaze and said seriously, It's just a meal, don't resist so much, Just think of it as a way to comfort me by breaking up with your daughter. Zhu Shuqing still shook her head firmly, with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. I really can't go, this is not as simple as having a meal. I am your aunt and the mother of your ex-girlfriend. What is going on? It would have a very bad impact if it got out. Don't embarrass me anymore. If you continue like this, I will think you are deliberately taking revenge on Meng Meng. You should know that I used to have a very good impression of you. To be precise, my original impression of him was just okay, but my favorable impression of him increased dramatically after I received Wang Ming's flowers. Wang Ming tilted his head slightly, with a sly smile on his face. We didn't do anything shameful, we just had a meal and chatted. Besides, we are in this era now, isn't a relationship with a big age gap more exciting? Zhu Shuqing's face turned red again, and she bit her lip. What's so exciting about this? Don't talk nonsense. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. I really have work to deal with, and time doesn't allow it. Wang Ming looked at his watch and said, it's still early, let's go have a simple meal, it won't take long. I promise not to delay your work. I have something in my heart that I want to tell you. Just think of it as me complaining. As he spoke, he took Zhu Shuqing's arm and gently pushed her to the passenger seat. Zhu Shuqing staggered into the passenger seat. Wang Ming, how could you do this? I said I won't go with you. Bang, the dull sound of a car door closing that is unique to Dazhong cars. Wang Ming walked to the other side of the car, sat in the driver's seat and locked the door. Zhu Shuqing looked at Wang Ming's expectant eyes, and the defenses in her heart gradually loosened. She knew that her attitude towards Wang Ming had changed unconsciously, and she didn't understand why. Although she felt a little conflicted, she only refused verbally, but was looking forward to the dinner in her heart. Okay, just this time, and it won't happen again. And we have to finish this quickly. I really can't stay outside for too long. Zhu Shuqing compromised. She opened an online store for customized kyeonsams. I work from home every day, and I do everything from design to clothing by myself. When Wang Ming heard that Zhu Shuqing agreed to his request, a smile appeared on his face, and he pressed the start button to start the car. On their way to the restaurant, the car was filled with the scent of a mature woman's perfume. The smell was elegant and charming, which made Wang Ming a little intoxicated. He secretly glanced at Zhu Shuqing beside him. She was looking out the car window with a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Your perfume smells nice. Zhu Shuqing blushed slightly when she heard Wang Ming's words. She coughed lightly and said, really? This is a perfume I often use. Well, it suits you very well, just like you are, elegant and charming. Zhu Shuqing turned around and rolled her eyes at Wang Ming. Don't say such things anymore, kid. Although she said this to Wang Ming, her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. During the rest of the journey, the two chatted about some unimportant topics related to their work, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. 15 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a Western restaurant. Wang Ming got out, walked around to the passenger seat and opened the door for Zhu Shuqing. Zhu Shuqing got out of the car gracefully, straightened her clothes, and walked into the restaurant with Wang Ming. The environment in the restaurant made Zhu Shuqing's eyes light up. It was obviously a high-end restaurant. The soft lighting and soothing music make people feel very relaxed. Wang Ming took Zhu Shuqing to a seat by the window and handed her the menu. Shuqing, take a look at what you want to eat. Just order whatever you want. It's my treat today. Zhu Shuqing took the menu and looked at it. Meng Meng said that your monthly salary is 4,000 yuan. This place is too expensive for you. I'll treat you. She is so gentle and considerate. Why has no one wanted such a woman after living for 37 years? Wang Ming looked at Zhu Shuqing, who was flipping through the menu, and said seriously, I think I really like you. Chapter 6, Loosening of Psychological Barriers. When Zhu Shuqing heard Wang Ming's confession, her hands trembled slightly and the menu almost slipped out of her hands. She raised her head, her eyes met Wang Ming's, and a blush quickly spread across her cheeks. You, don't say that. Zhu Shuqing's voice trembled with shyness in her eyes. What happened between us is too absurd. I'm serious. Wang Ming looked serious. He stretched out his hand and gently held Zhu Shuqing's hand. Zhu Shuqing pulled her hand back as if she had been electrocuted. Wang Ming, you, stop messing around. If you do this again, I'll leave. Wang Ming shook his head slightly. Okay, I won't touch you. In fact, age is not a problem. Besides, you have never touched a man, you are darling. You have the charm and gentleness of a mature woman, which young girls don't have. I know you don't want to focus on a man, so you just need to spend some time with me. You seem to know me well. Zhu Mengmeng and I have been dating for nearly 4 years. Of course I know everything about you. Even if age isn't a problem, I'm still Mengmeng's mother. And you're just upset. You won't think about it anymore in a few days. Excuse me, are you guys able to order food? When Zhu Shuqing saw the waiter coming to the table, she smoothed her hair awkwardly. She handed the menu to Wang Ming. I'll just have mashed potatoes and a salad. Wang Ming took the menu and flipped through the pages. This. You want one of each of these, the waiter wrote them down one by one. We don't want these. Bring us the rest, and a plate of shredded pork with spicy peppers. Sir, this is a Western restaurant. We don't have shredded pork with spicy peppers. Wang Ming smiled and said, why don't you just cut the steak into strips, put it on the iron plate and add some shredded hot peppers? Well, sir. Zhu Shuqing awkwardly put her elbows on the table to cover her face. Seeing the waiter walk away, she frowned. Can you finish all this food? Wang Ming disagreed. If you can't finish it, pack it up. Otherwise, you still have to cook for Zhu Mengmeng in the evening. I'm afraid you will be tired. I feel sorry for you. Zhu Shuqing was speechless. This guy was getting more and more outrageous. Wang Ming curled his lips. What were we talking about just now? Age is not a problem. As for Zhu Mengmeng, we have broken up. You raised her, not her, so she has no right to control you. Zhu Shuqing was about to retort when Wang Ming picked up the package from the ground and placed it on the table. This is an orange computer, the latest model, with good configuration. I heard from Zhu Mengmeng that you haven't changed your computer for many years. You have so many design and drawing software, it must be very slow to use. Use this one from now on. Zhu Shuqing was stunned. Orange computer. She had always wanted to buy one, but couldn't bear to part with it. Where did you get the money from? Did you really win the lottery? Zhu Shuqing became more and more confused. Wang Ming took out the key to Dazhong's car and said, you've been driving your little car for more than 10 years. I'm giving you this car. I've already signed the notarization of the transfer. You can handle the transfer yourself at any time. Zhu Shuqing just felt confused. Wang Ming pursued me inexplicably and suddenly bought me a car and a computer. Child, take it back quickly. How can I take such an expensive thing from you? No matter where your money comes from, you should save it. This is not how money should be spent. Too kind. Originally, the system task was just a date, but Wang Ming had already made up his mind to pursue the gentle and considerate Zhu Shuqing. My money is clean. Besides, not only will I give you a car and a computer, I will also help you pay off your loan. What? Zhu Shuqing widened her eyes. She looked at Wang Ming, who looked serious and didn't seem to be joking, and found it more and more unbelievable. Zhu Shuqing used to earn a lot, but as Zhu Mengmeng grew up, expenses became higher and higher, so the new house they bought a few years ago was purchased with a loan. He lived a frugal life and spent most of his earnings on Zhu Mengmeng and the mortgage. Now that Zhu Mengmeng can make money on her own, she would ask him for money from time to time. Wang Ming knew all this, and he took out a bank card. From what I understand, you still have 20 years left on your mortgage, and your monthly payment is about 5,000. There is 1.2 million in this card, and the password is your birthday. 1,200,000. For my birthday. Zhu Shuqing was stunned. Both pieces of information shocked him. 1,200,000 is enough for Wang Ming to find a good girl to marry, and she even knows his birthday. Have you forgotten, auntie? Zhu Mengmeng and I went to your house to celebrate your birthday. I didn't investigate you secretly. Zhu Shuqing remembered, she nodded, and then looked at the bank card on the table. You are not serious, and, is there really 1.2 million in this card? Of course. Wang Ming looked at the bank card without feeling any pain. He bought a car for 200,000 yuan, deposited 1.2 million yuan in the card given to Zhu Shuqing, and bought some gifts totaling tens of thousands of yuan. I still have 360,000 left. Moreover, once Zhu Shuqing's obsession level is raised to 1,000 system coins can be redeemed. It's enough to buy things worth 3 million Dashir coins in the system mall. Zhu Shuqing looked at her bank card, car keys and laptop, and her brows furrowed more and more. Wang Ming placed his hand on the back of her hand again. Zhu Shuqing wanted to pull her hand back, but failed because Wang Ming was holding it too tightly. She bit her lip and said, "Listen to me, you are still young. I can't accept these things from you. If the other person was not Wang Ming, my heart would probably have fallen." Wang Ming looked at the system panel and saw that Zhu Shuqing's obsession level had increased from 35 to 50. The task list shows. Current task, date the bound object Zhu Shuqing for 3 days. Current progress, first day of dating. Dating duration, 19 minutes 60 minutes. Wang Ming held Zhu Shuqing's hand tightly. "Auntie, please accept these gifts first. As long as you go on 3 dates with me, I will stop bothering you. You gave me all this stuff just to go on 3 dates with me. That's right." Wang Ming was very firm in his words. Zhu Shuqing's eyes became moist. She had never thought that a young man would express his love to her so firmly and sincerely. She was touched but also extremely conflicted. I almost became his mother-in-law. But he was too sincere. The gifts given to her were all real money. Zhu Mengmeng had been with him for more than 3 years and had never received a gift worth more than 2,000 yuan. Is it true love? At this time, 10 waiters came over, each holding a tray. Only then did Zhu Shuqing realize that they were still holding hands. She quickly pulled her hand back, her face flushed. Wang Ming smiled and nodded at the waiter. "Pour me a drink." "Sir, you are still drunk. There are still 2 minutes. By the time it wakes up, I'll be asleep." "Why should it wake up? Western food has many broken rules." The waiter smiled awkwardly. "Okay sir, I'll pour you 2 some wine right away." All the waiters put the dishes on the table. There was no more space, so they had to move another table. After everyone left, Zhu Shuqing raised her head and looked into Wang Ming's sincere eyes, and the defenses in her heart loosened again. Then let's start by being friends. Give me some time, okay? You fell in love too suddenly. I can't face Zhu Mengmeng. It's done. As long as you break through the psychological barriers, the opportunity will come. Chapter 7, A Willful and Materialistic Daughter. After Wang Ming and Zhu Shuqing had their meal, they drove back to Area A of Feitsui Huating. Arriving at the gate of the community, Wang Ming got out of the car and gentlemanly opened the passenger door for Zhu Shuqing. Zhu Shuqing got out of the car lightly, carrying the carefully packed leftover dishes. She raised her head slightly, with a hint of gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you for lunch today. I'll take the notebook, but I really can't take the money and the car." Wang Ming stared at her quietly for a few seconds. Without any further ado, he gently placed the car keys and bank cards on the front hood of the car. He turned around resolutely, without even looking back, and said, "Looking forward to seeing you next time." Zhu Shuqing looked at Wang Ming's back and sighed. "I have declined many times at the dinner table, but Wang Ming is determined. There was no parking space at the entrance of the community, so I had to pick up my bank card and car keys and get in the car. I registered the owner's license plate and drove into the community." After returning home, Zhu Shuqing placed the packed dishes on the dining table and slumped down on the sofa. She had no mind for work at all, and her mind was full of Wang Ming's ambiguous confession. He knows his birthday, that his computer is old, that his car is 10 years old, and that he is under pressure from his mortgage. These details made her feel warm. Although her daughter was adopted, she had devoted all her love to her, but she didn't care about these things at all. Wang Ming is a good man. Bang! The door suddenly opened, interrupting Zhu Shuqing's thoughts. She turned her head and saw that it was Zhu Mengmeng. "Mom, I'm back." Zhu Mengmeng walked in with a smile on her face. "Huh? Aren't you going to work this afternoon? It's not time yet. I just made a lunch appointment with someone and I happened to be near our community, so I came back." Zhu Mengmeng walked towards the living room, her eyes glancing at several bags and 2 bottles of packaged red wine on the dining table. "Hey, Mom, did you order takeout today?" Zhu Shuqing forced a smile and said, "It's not takeout, it's, someone sent it to me." Zhu Mengmeng looked at her in confusion. "Someone else gave it to me? Who?" she said as she opened the package. "A friend. By the way, Mengmeng, how is your work these days?" Zhu Mengmeng curled her lips and said, "That's it. I work so hard but still don't have much money. Mom, can you lend me some money first? I want to buy a new bag. Zhu Shuqing looked at her daughter, feeling helpless. You are already so old, don't spend money recklessly. Do you think your dowry will all depend on me? Zhu Mengmeng grumbled in dissatisfaction. Lend me some, it's not like I won't pay you back. Wow. They are all Western food. Why are there so many? It's a pity that I'm full. I'll save it for dinner. Okay, I'll leave them all to you. Zhu Shuqing sighed. Her daughter was lazy, greedy, and loved to spend money. After all, she was not her biological daughter and was not like her at all. Zhu Mengmeng suddenly saw the orange laptop and a pile of cosmetic bags placed on the sofa. Did you buy a new computer? It's an orange one, it must have cost a lot of money. Zhu Mengmeng picked up the computer and put it down again, staring at the cosmetics packaging with her eyes wide open. Dior eye cream. Wow, this lipstick is so expensive too. Zhu Shuqing was a little flustered. These were all given to me by others. Zhu Mengmeng stopped what she was doing and looked up at Zhu Shuqing, her eyes full of suspicion. Did someone give it to you? Could it be that you have a boyfriend? Zhu Shuqing's face suddenly turned red. What nonsense are you talking about? It's just a gift from a friend. How can it be a boyfriend? Zhu Mengmeng narrowed her eyes and looked Zhu Shuqing up and down. Mom, please don't lie to me. You look like you are hiding something from me. Tell me quickly, who sent it? Zhu Mengmeng saw the car keys again, and her eyes widened. You said you don't have a boyfriend, how can you spare money to buy a car? Wow, the car is given away for free, the person chasing you must be a big boss. I told you, you are so beautiful, you will surely charm many people. Zhu Shuqing was a little embarrassed and hurriedly explained, Meng, it's not what you think. It's just a friend. Seeing that my computer is old and my car has been driven for a long time, he gave these to me. We are just ordinary friends. Zhu Mengmeng crossed her arms, looking incredulous. Ordinary friends? How can ordinary friends give you computers and cars as gifts? This eye cream and lipstick cost tens of thousands. Mom, don't be stubborn. I have no objection to you finding a partner. You have been alone for so many years, it's time for someone to take care of you. By the way, what does he do? No matter how old he is, as long as he is not an old man, but since he is so rich, it doesn't matter if he is an old man. Zhu Shuqing really wanted to send her back to their welfare home. She took a deep breath and said, don't guess. I'll return the car. Zhu Mengmeng refused to give in, and moved closer to Zhu Shuqing, grinning. Mom, just tell me. Maybe that person really likes you, so don't keep rejecting them. Look at this gift, if it wasn't from the heart, would I give it to you? You'll hurt others' feelings when you go back. Oh? You also think he is very thoughtful? Zhu Shuqing asked seriously. Zhu Mengmeng nodded vigorously. Of course, I'm telling you, don't let your Prince Charming go. You're already 37. It's time to bloom. But, our identities are, no, there's also a huge age difference. We can't possibly have a conversation. Zhu Mengmeng's eyes lit up. It doesn't matter if he's older. He'll be more caring when he's older. Mom, just try to get in touch with him. Besides, he's rich. Zhu Shuqing glanced at Zhu Mengmeng in a reproachful manner. You kid, you only care about money. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to borrow money to buy a bag? What kind of bag do you plan to buy? When Zhu Mengmeng heard this topic, she immediately became excited. I want to buy a famous brand, that brand is very popular, many celebrities are carrying it recently. But it's a little expensive, so I want you to lend me some money. Mom, just lend it to me, and I promise to pay you back as soon as possible. Zhu Shuqing shook her head and said, after you started working, you have borrowed tens of thousands of dollars from me, and have you ever paid me back a single cent? Meng, it's not that I don't want to lend it to you. You know the situation at home. I have to pay the mortgage every month, and the living expenses are not small. Can't you save money? When you earn more in the future, you can buy whatever you want. Zhu Mengmeng was a little unhappy. You are so stingy. Other mothers buy this and that for their daughters. Can't you be nicer to me? It's just a bag. It's not a big deal. Zhu Shuqing looked at her daughter's willful behavior and felt a little disappointed. Okay, I'll transfer your money to Wei Xin later. 10,000 is enough, right? Zhu Mengmeng sat on the sofa angrily. Humph, 10,000 is not enough to buy a zipper, 50,000 is needed. What? Zhu Shuqing was furious. At this time, the cell phone rang. Zhu Shuqing put away her anger, took out the cell phone from her bag and looked at the incoming call. It was Wang Ming calling. Chapter 8 Heartbeat. Zhu Shuqing felt flustered and subconsciously glanced at Zhu Mengmeng. She hesitated for a moment before swiping to answer the call. Hello, Shuqing. Wang Ming's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. It just occurred to me that some of the functions on that car might be a little complicated to operate. I sent you an operation guide on Weixin. If you don't understand, I will find a time to explain it to you in person. Zhu Shuqing's face turned slightly red and she glanced at Zhu Mengmeng, who was trying to eavesdrop with her ears perked up. She tried to make her tone sound calm. No, I can't have the car, I will find time to return it to you. And the money will be returned to you, I really can't accept such a valuable thing. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment, and then Wang Ming's voice came again. Don't rush to refuse. Just think of it as me lending it to you. Pay off the mortgage in one lump sum. I don't have to pay interest on the money I lend to you, right? When you are willing to accept my feelings, it will not be too late to make a decision. Zhu Mengmeng's eyes rolled around, and she moved closer to Zhu Shuqing, trying to hear their voice on the other end of the phone clearly. She suddenly snatched Zhu Shuqing's phone and said loudly, Hey, future dad, I'm your daughter, don't worry, there's no problem with me. You are so generous and thoughtful. It would be foolish for my mother not to accept your proposal. Don't worry, I will help you persuade my mother. Zhu Shuqing's breathing stopped suddenly, her eyes widened, and she tried to snatch the phone back, but Zhu Mengmeng dodged it nimbly. Wang Ming was slightly shocked when he heard Zhu Mengmeng's voice on the other end of the phone, and then said, Mengmeng, thank you. I'll remember what you said. Zhu Mengmeng laughed and said, Don't worry, leave it to me. Before she could finish her words, Wang Ming hung up the phone. Zhu Shuqing was angry and anxious, and quickly snatched back the phone. Mengmeng, how could you do this? Who told you to steal my phone? Zhu Mengmeng stuck out her tongue and said, I'm helping you. She frowned slightly and muttered, Strange, why does your voice sound so much like Wang Ming? Minus points. Zhu Shuqing felt very nervous. Didn't her daughter hear it? That's right, she would never have thought that her ex-boyfriend would pursue her mother. Fortunately, she didn't notice the name on the caller ID. Seeing that Zhu Mengmeng didn't realize that it was Wang Ming on the other end of the phone, Zhu Shuqing breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Mengmeng pulled her arm and shook it gently. Mom, you just said that he gave you money. You have money, so just lend it to me. How much did he give you? There was a hint of fatigue in Zhu Shuqing's eyes. The money is not mine, how can I lend it to you? I can only give you 10,000 yuan. If you don't want it, forget it. Seeing Zhu Shuqing's firm attitude and dissatisfied tone, Zhu Mengmeng. Okay, I want it. Turn me over in a moment. I'll go back to my room and take a nap for 10 minutes. Oh, you're so stingy. When Zhu Shuqing heard Zhu Mengmeng say this, her heart ached. It's simply a bottomless pit. Wang Ming really met the wrong person. He must have been exploited a lot during the more than 3 years he and Zhu Mengmeng were together. Maybe I can compensate him. She opened Weixin and clicked on Wang Ming's chat box, which showed a vehicle operating instruction and a love emoticon. Zhu Shuqing's face turned red with embarrassment and her heart began to beat violently. On the other side, Wang Ming returned to the apartment platform. Before he could open the door, the landlady called him from behind. Wang Ming, the rent has to be paid. Wang Ming turned around. Wearing a leopard print skirt and a lace top, the landlady in her 40s still has charm. My eyes are wide open. Don't you have a girlfriend? My girlfriend is not as pretty as you. You little brat. Are you trying to seduce me? I'm telling you, don't seduce me. I won't waive your rent just because you're handsome. The landlady's name is Repaying. Her husband is a company executive and often travels on business. The entire 3-story apartment on the open-air terrace belongs to them. They live in a small 2-story house next to an apartment building. Repaying has nothing to do every day and loves to play mahjong. Wang Ming smiled and said, What's the point of waiving the rent? I won't give you a penny less. I was thinking of moving out, but since you're pretty I wanted to take a closer look at you. Can you give me a bigger room? Is there any room available on the second floor? Jiafang looked at him seductively and bit her lower lip deliberately. You're such a sweet talker. The second floor is full of large apartments, and the lowest rent is 2,500 yuan. Wang Ming took out his mobile phone, searched for Jiafang's profile picture, and transferred 20,000 yuan to her immediately. This will be considered as 1/4's rent. The rest will be used to find someone to help me move. Choose a house in Deepening Hall for me. Jiafang frowned, took out her cell phone and saw that Wang Ming really transferred 20,000 yuan to her. She was stunned. The most expensive house on the second floor was only 4,000 yuan, and it was only 12,000 yuan a quarter. This gave her 8,000 yuan more. Why would she need to look for a mover so old? When this kid first rented a house, he specifically asked for the cheapest one. It really feels like a long time since we last met. You can't look down on him. Okay, pack up, I'll call someone to help you move anytime. Wang Ming enjoyed this feeling of not being short of money so much that he was feeling very proud of himself. The system panel popped up and kept flashing. This was followed by a series of emotionless electronic sounds. Love system recognizes the object. Recognize the inner emptiness of the other party, and bind after deep communication. Task will be triggered automatically after binding. The electronic sound disappeared and Wang Ming was stunned. Let me bind myself to the landlady? In-depth communication. How do we communicate? More contact and more talking? What did you say? Jiafang asked in confusion when she saw Wang Ming mumbling in a low voice. Wang Ming shook his head quickly. It's okay. I mean, I want to stay here longer and see you more. Jiafang blushed and smiled. I remember you were a very honest person. How come you have become so slick? I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free. I'm a very good cook. Let's make an appointment later. After she finished speaking, she winked at Wang Ming seductively, then turned and walked away with graceful steps. Definitely. Wang Ming saw Jiafang walking towards the 2-story house, opened the door and went into their house. He looked at his cramped space of 30 square meters with 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom and let out a deep breath. Happiness comes too suddenly and everything changes. My personality is changing, and women's attitude towards me is changing. He fell on the sofa and checked his bank card balance, which was still 342,000. Open the system interface, and there is only one person currently bound. Looking at Zhu Shuqing's information panel. Current task progress, 3-day date 1-3. The infatuation level has reached 75. The introduction of the infatuation value states that when it exceeds 60, an irreversible affection will arise. As love increases, so does love. When you reach the 90s, you will have a special love for it. Once the infatuation reaches the full amount of 100, one will be totally devoted and loyal until death. It's only been 1 date, and Zhu Shuqing's infatuation level has reached 75. This means that she is a little attracted to me. Looks like we need to make a last-ditch effort. Continue the date. Exchange for 1,000 system coins. Chapter 9 Responsible. Wang Ming tidied up the room in the afternoon. Living alone, I don't have much stuff, so I can pack all my bags in less than an hour and notify the landlady at any time to find someone to help me move. He fell into bed and took an afternoon nap. Zhu Shuqing went to the bank and after verification at the service window, she found that the couple card Wang Ming gave her was actually his notarized card. No signature or reservation required, just pick it up whenever you need it. There really is 1.2 million in it. How much do you want to withdraw? You don't need to make an appointment, you can withdraw all of it. Zhu Shuqing had a psychological struggle, thinking about what Wang Ming said. The loan interest is indeed too high. I will use it temporarily and pay it back to Wang Ming slowly later. This way I can save hundreds of thousands of dollars. I want to apply for early repayment of the loan. Half an hour later, Zhu Shuqing walked out of the bank looking relaxed. She walked to the parking space, sat in the driver's seat, and looked at the large and medium-sized dashboard. The latest product was more advanced than that of 10 years ago. The car display is larger than a tablet. Wang Ming really likes himself so much. No matter what, I should thank you for lending me so much money. Thinking of this, Zhu Shuqing called Wang Ming. Wang Ming, who was taking an afternoon nap, was woken up. Without opening his eyes, he fumbled for his cell phone and put it directly to his ear. Hello? Who is this? Are you sleeping? Then go back to sleep and we'll talk later. Wang Ming came to his senses when he heard Zhu Shuqing's voice. He looked at the screen and saw that it was indeed her. I just woke up, so it's convenient to talk now. I used your money, thank you. I want to treat you to a meal. Are you free tomorrow at noon? Available. Wang Ming agreed without any hesitation. Okay, I'll send you the address, see you tomorrow. After Zhu Shuqing hung up the phone, she slowly loosened her hands that were tightly pinching her thighs due to nervousness. What the hell? I'm dating my daughter's ex-boyfriend. She shook her head vigorously and tried to convince herself, we are just friends. I am just thanking my friends for their concern for me. It's nothing. On the other side, Wang Ming sat up from the sofa and woke up. Will he be so proactive when his infatuation reaches 75? I was still thinking about how to have a second date, but she called me on her own initiative. As long as you work harder and complete the task, you will receive the task reward, and getting 1,000 system coins is just around the corner. Wang Ming went to eat a bowl of beef rice in the evening which he had been craving for a long time. It's just $20, nothing to me now. Only in the past half month since breaking up with Zhu Mengmeng did I feel willing to spend more on food and drink, but I didn't eat well every day. Most of the money was spent on buying alcohol to relieve my sorrow. No need to skimp nowadays. There are still more than 300,000, and completing the tasks can exchange them for items worth millions. Wang Ming slept soundly at night, fantasizing about buying back the Hanyu and taking Zhu Shuqing for a ride. Zhu Shuqing tossed and turned until midnight and couldn't fall asleep at all. She was moved by Wang Ming's sincerity and thoughtfulness, and it seemed that he was trying hard to fall in love with her. But as the mother of his ex-girlfriend, I still think it's too absurd. I must talk it out by tomorrow at noon, otherwise I might really fall. No. Why did I sleep with Wang Ming's coat in my arms? The next morning, Wang Ming sent a message to Jiafang, saying that she could help him move at any time. He went to a mall in the city center and bought a pair of limited edition sneakers and a well-fitting suit. There is no time to customize it, I have to wear it today to make sure I appear in front of Zhu Shuqing in my best image. After walking around the mall again, he saw that the appointment time was almost up, so he got into a taxi with his gifts. When I arrived at the restaurant, I saw the eye-catching Zhu Shuqing as soon as I walked in. She sat on the edge of the bed, wearing a light blue dress, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and light makeup on her face, looking fresh and beautiful. Wang Ming was stunned. He felt that at this moment Zhu Shuqing was like a fairy walking out of a painting. That's right, she is so beautiful, of course she'll be even more beautiful with makeup. You look so beautiful today. Wang Ming came to the table and praised with some stuttering. Zhu Shuqing blushed slightly, thank you. Have you been waiting for a long time? Wang Ming sat down and said embarrassedly. No, I just got here too. I don't usually put on makeup, so I'm a little slow. Wang Ming stared at Zhu Shuqing blankly for a few more times and said, please, don't wear makeup anymore. It looks ugly, doesn't it? Your eyebrows are drawn crooked, right? And the lipstick color is too tender. Zhu Shuqing found that Wang Ming was staring at her face, so she covered her face with her hands and said embarrassedly. No, you look better with makeup on. I don't even have the appetite to eat. I'm satisfied just looking at you. Zhu Shuqing's heart skipped a beat. What the hell? This boy was so good at flirting. He was handsome, had big muscles, and was so sweet. It was over. She seemed to like him more and more. I clearly want to make myself clear this time, but why? I can't say it. Seeing Zhu Shuqing's shy look, Wang Ming smiled knowingly. He picked up the bag, put it on the table, pushed it forward, and sent it to Zhu Shuqing. I visited many counters and smelled many samples. This scent is the same as yours. Do you think it's yours? Zhu Shuqing opened the bag and was stunned. It was Xiong Red Encounter perfume. Although the scent is the same as her own perfume, hers is Pink Encounter, while the one Wang Ming gave her is the premium version, which requires 10,000 jasmine flowers and the most expensive agarwood to make. Go to each counter and smell each sample until you find the luxurious version of your perfume. She was numb and her psychological defenses collapsed. Wang Ming. Zhu Shuqing pursed her lips, her eyebrows trembling. You lent me so much money, and gave me a car and a computer. This perfume is too expensive. You are the most valuable, it's just an object. Wang Ming said seriously. The system shows that Zhu Shuqing's obsession level has reached 83. Don't say that. We really can't. Zhu Shuqing's eyes turned red and she tried hard to control her emotions. Due to her work, she has very little time to interact with men. After raising her adopted daughter Zhu Mengmeng to adulthood, she found that she had become an older woman and no longer thought about men. Now such a young man is so attentive to me, but there is a wall between us. Seeing Zhu Shuqing's expression, Wang Ming took a deep breath and mustered up his courage to say, I like you and I want to take care of you. Zhu Mengmeng is your daughter, not your mother. You are the only one who should take care of her. She has no right to interfere with us. Besides, she was the one who dumped me. Zhu Shuqing's heartbeat quickened, but she did not lose her mind and controlled her emotions. I have a feeling that you seem to be deliberately seeking revenge on Meng Meng, so you are chasing me, right? Wang Ming sneered, then turned more serious. She has been removed from my heart. From now on, she is her and I am me. She is not worthy of my revenge, and she is not worthy of wasting my time. He recalled the night he slept with Zhu Shuqing in his arms, and continued meaningfully. I just feel safe sleeping with you in my arms. Besides, you've never slept in the same bed with a man, so I should be responsible. Chapter 10 Landlady. Don't mention what happened that day anymore. It's so embarrassing. It was just a misunderstanding. What's there to be responsible for? Zhu Shuqing awkwardly picked up the lemonade and took a sip, deliberately avoiding looking out the window. I don't like to be indecisive. I expressed my feelings, and you rejected me, right? Wang Ming spoke without giving Zhu Shuqing any room. Wang Ming, I really don't know what to do. Zhu Shuqing's voice trembled a little. I have a crush on you, but I can't face Meng Meng. She paused, looked at Wang Ming, and said seriously, give me some time, please. This is too sudden. Even if we don't have this relationship, it can't be so fast. Wang Ming felt that what Zhu Shuqing said made sense, so he gave her a few more days. After all, there would be a reward for completing the task. There is no rush to withdraw your obsession. At this rate, you won't have to wait long. He nodded, okay, whether you agree to me or not, I will stick to you. Zhu Shuqing sighed, then thought of something. How did you get here? Take a taxi. You'll give me the car, or you can take a taxi yourself. Yes. Zhu Shuqing had no choice but to take out the car keys and hand them over. I'll give it back to you. You should have your own car when you enter society. Wang Ming didn't take the key. No, it's fine to take a taxi. It's so comfortable. I heard from Zhu Mengmeng that you like driving and you are a good driver. When you said I like driving, and I'm a good driver, why did you smile evilly? Zhu Shuqing blushed. You are a good driver, and mine is not bad either. We can learn from each other's strengths. Zhu Shuqing's face flushed. What nonsense are you talking about, you little brat? Seeing that Wang Ming refused to take the keys, she took out her own car keys and said, otherwise, you can drive my old car. Although it's a bit old, it's well maintained and has plenty of power. Like you. Wang Ming smiled. If you do this again, I will ignore you. Zhu Shuqing pretended to be angry. Wang Ming took the key gently and said softly, let's exchange cars. Does that count as exchanging tokens of love? As Zhu Shuqing listened to Wang Ming's words, she became even more embarrassed. She cleared her throat and tried to calm herself down, not wanting to respond to Wang Ming's teasing words. At this time, the waiter pushed the food cart up. The island cuisine was exquisitely presented, but it seemed to have no fragrance. Zhu Shuqing sat up straighter, pointed at the dishes on the table and said, I ordered double the food I like, try it, it's really delicious. You can order some more, you're welcome. Wang Ming looked at the food, smiled and waved his hand, this is enough. If you order more, Zhu Mengmeng will eat it. Let her eat what you packed yesterday. Zhu Shuqing smiled gently, said nothing, and looked at the watch on her wrist. Wang Ming noticed her movements and asked with concern, are you in a hurry? Zhu Shuqing nodded, well, a customer's clothes need to be shipped before tonight, so time is a bit tight. After hearing this, Wang Ming opened the system and found that only 16 minutes had passed since the appointment. He said quickly, I'll drive you back in a bit, so you can rest your mind in the car and get back to work. Zhu Shuqing shook her head, looking worried. Meng Meng went home yesterday at noon. If she comes back today and happens to see us together, how are we going to explain it? Wang Ming spread his hands nonchalantly. Why explain anything? Just say I'm her future father. Zhu Shuqing couldn't hold back any longer after hearing this, and she raised her eyebrows and scolded. You said to give me some time. I haven't promised you yet. If you keep talking nonsense, I will really leave. Wang Ming saw that she was really angry, so he quickly apologized with a smile. Okay, I won't say anything. At lunch today, Zhu Shuqing was not as embarrassed as she was yesterday, and her impression of Wang Ming increased. After the two finished their meal, Wang Ming's system showed that the task progress was 40 minutes. 20 minutes left. If it is not completed now, Zhu Mengmeng will have no chance to date Zhu Shuqing when she goes home in the evening. Wang Ming opened the task reminder. The total duration of the appointment can be accumulated from multiple appointments, but it must be completed on the same day, and the invalid time of the previous day will be cleared the next day. Since it can be accumulated, there is no need to be too anxious. You can make an appointment with Zhu Shuqing for another 20 minutes in the afternoon. As the two walked out of the restaurant, Wang Ming suddenly remembered that he had not yet picked up the car that Zhu Shuqing had given him, so he had to go to Feitsui Huating. I still want to go back with you. Your car is in the community. Zhu Shuqing frowned and nodded. Why don't you come in the afternoon? If you come in the afternoon, you can still go upstairs. Go upstairs. At the end of the dinner, Zhu Shuqing's obsession level reached 85. This isn't even 90 yet. If it reaches 90, wouldn't it take the initiative to pull itself home? See you this afternoon, be careful on the road. Okay, bye. Zhu Shuqing waved and walked towards the parking space. Wang Ming returned to the rental house, opened the door, and found the house empty. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Jiafang, which is the new room. Where is the key? Less than 2 minutes after the message was sent, Jiafang replied, Room 206, at the very back of the platform. Come to my house to get the key. Wang Ming put his cell phone in his pocket and turned to walk towards the second floor of Jiafang's detached house. After pressing the doorbell, the door slowly opened automatically and Wang Ming stepped into the yard. The front door opened and Jiafang appeared at the door. She was wearing tight yoga pants and a tank top, showing off her curvy figure. Wang Ming walked to the front door and was attracted unconsciously, looking at it intently. Seeing this, Jiafang couldn't help but laugh, with the corners of her mouth raised, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Come in. Wang Ming was slightly startled, and asked awkwardly, Is it appropriate for me to go in? Jiafang raised her eyebrows and said cheerfully, Since you're here, come in and have a drink of water before you leave. The two walked into their house. The decoration is in Western style and very exquisite, and the furnishings inside the house are somewhat like those of a nouveau riche. Your house is really big. Jiafang smiled and said, Please sit down. I'll pour you a glass of water. Wang Ming sat on the sofa. Jiafang went to the kitchen to pour 2 glasses of water, and came over to hand Wang Ming 1 glass. Try it. This is my newly brewed flower tea. Wang Ming took the water and took a sip. It tastes good. Where's the key? Give it to me. I'm going back. Jiafang acted as if nothing had happened. She sat on the sofa opposite Wang Ming, leaning forward slightly, holding her chin with both hands, and looked at Wang Ming with a smile on her face. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Come and talk to me. Wang Ming looked at the beautiful woman and remembered the system prompt that he could bind the object after in-depth communication. However, his main task now was Zhu Shuqing. He was about to succeed, so he had no time to study how to bind her. I'm too tired from shopping in the mall in the morning and need a good sleep. I have to go to Zhu Shuqing's place in the afternoon. I have an appointment this afternoon. I'll come and chat with you later, okay? Jiafang curled her lips. Hey, who are you dating? You're so concerned about it. Didn't you say you broke up? Wang Ming hesitated for a moment. Well, my current partner hasn't confirmed the relationship yet, but it should be soon. Jiafang's eyes widened slightly, then she returned to her coquettish look. How old is your new girlfriend? 37 years old. Chapter 11. The new mission is crazy. 37. Jiafang's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? The person you are talking about is not me, right? Jiafang giggled. She put down her hand that was covering her mouth and looked at Wang Ming. But, I'm already 40 years old. You look so handsome today. You look more handsome than many grooms in this suit. But I can't agree to your request. I have a husband. Who said that to you? The person I'm pursuing now is really 37 years old. Wang Ming said seriously. Jiafang stood up, walked to the sofa where Wang Ming was, slowly sat down, crossed her legs, leaned back slightly, and showed her graceful figure without reservation. She said with a seductive look. Okay, then chat with your auntie. I want to get to know your new girlfriend. Do you like older girls? As she spoke, she bit her lips lightly, with temptation in her eyes. Seeing that Wang Ming's expression was somewhat moved, Jiafang increased her intensity, put her hands on his shoulders, leaned forward slightly, and her plump body, set off by the yoga vest, was almost sticking to Wang Ming. She blew gently into Wang Ming's ear and whispered, "What? Are you afraid that your aunt will eat you?" Then she laughed softly. Bite. Binding successful. Bound to, Jiafang. Age, 40. Appearance, 85. Height, 92. Purity, 60. Infatuation, 40. Wang Ming was surprised that the infatuation level was 40 right after binding. I looked carefully at the information of the binding object to find out what purity means. Zhu Shuqing S is 100 and Jiafang S is 60. Consciousness control, click on purity to view. There is a small mark, click it and a detailed introduction will appear. If the bound object has relationships with different people, its purity will be reduced by 10 points excluding the system owner. So, Jiafang has had relationships with 4 men. No wonder she's so flirty. Is her husband the 4th one, or the 1st one? Judging from the situation, he could be the one in the middle. Seeing that Wang Ming hadn't spoken for a long time, Jiafang gently patted his shoulder and asked, "What are you thinking about? I'll come and chat with you some other day. I really have something to do today." Wang Ming turned his attention back to Jiafang. Jiafang stood up with a smile, "I won't tease you anymore, but I'll really invite you to my house one day to taste my cooking." As she spoke, she walked to a cabinet, opened the drawer, took out a bunch of keys, took one of them off, and returned to the sofa and handed it to Wang Ming. Wang Ming stood up, took the key and put his original key on the table. "When is the next day? Please decide." "Well, my husband will be off tomorrow, how about the day after tomorrow?" Wang Ming smiled knowingly, "Do you have to choose a time when your husband isn't at home to treat me to a meal?" Jiafang raised an eyebrow, "There are some delicious foods that I don't want him to eat. I just want you to taste them." Wang Ming's heart skipped a beat. "Okay, I love steamed buns, don't be stingy. Big white steamed buns. Eat as much as you want." Wang Ming raised his eyebrows, "It's a deal." Jiafang sent Wang Ming out, looked at his back with a vague look, and bit her lower lip lightly. Wang Ming walked out of the courtyard and the system popped up a task prompt. Binding object Jiafang triggers the task. The task is divided into 2 parts, and you will get rewards if you complete both. 1. Eat at the other person's mother-in-law's house. 2. Climb a mountain with the other person's daughter. Wang Ming was stunned when he saw the content of the task. Going to her mother-in-law's house for dinner? Jiafang's daughter? Isn't she studying in this city and has a boyfriend? This is much more difficult than Zhu Shuqing's. Ding ding. Owner. You came out. Tell me about this mission. Are you kidding me? Do you want me to die? Listening to the emotional and cheerful sound that popped up from the system, Wang Ming asked. The task was not issued by me, it was randomly triggered after binding the object. I have developed some products, you can buy them in the mall. How can I buy if I don't have system coins? So you need to get the object's obsession level to 100 as soon as possible so that it can be exchanged for system coins. Complete the task as soon as possible. Although the reward is random, it will definitely be generous. I will continue to sleep. Goodbye, Master. You look like Ultraman. No, Ultraman always appears for a long time. This mission is simply ruthless. Back to 206, looking at the brand new home, 100 square meters. 2 bedrooms and a separate kitchen. Jiafang had packed everything for herself, and the package she sealed herself had not been opened. The rest were all put away, so the money was not wasted, she should have hired someone to help sort it out. He threw the keys casually on the coffee table, slumped down on the sofa, staring at the ceiling, his mind still thinking about the 2 weird tasks issued by the system. What is the appropriate identity to go to Jiafang's grandmother's house for dinner? I went hiking with her daughter, but she had a boyfriend. What was wrong with me? Let us not think about the task triggered by Jiafang for now. Now it's Zhu Shuqing. I have helped her pay off her loan, and I only have over 300,000 yuan left. He stood up and walked to the refrigerator. Jiafang had actually filled his refrigerator with red wine and liquor. This woman, her purpose is too clear. There wasn't even a bottle of Coke, but I saw there were still a few bottles of wolfberry tea. He took out a bottle and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Don't worry, I will definitely use it on you. Wang Ming smiled knowingly. After washing up, I set the alarm for 2 in the afternoon and fell asleep on the big bed. I was woken up by the alarm clock at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I picked up my phone and saw that Zhu Shuqing had sent me several messages. Come and get the car. You can stay upstairs for a while. Call me when I get there. Wang Ming arrived at the gate of Faitsuei Huerting community and called Zhu Shuqing. After a while, Zhu Shuqing walked out of the community. Wang Ming's attention was attracted by her, and Zhu Shuqing changed her clothes. She was no longer wearing the dress she wore before, but a white tube top, paired with a slim black miniskirt, and a pair of exquisite white high heels on her feet. Her hair had also been restyled, with a few strands hanging on both sides of her cheeks. She had obviously dressed up carefully again. After Zhu Shuqing walked up to Wang Ming noticed that her makeup was different. He raised his eyebrows slightly and a teasing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You said you were busy today, how come you still have time to put on some beautiful makeup? Zhu Shuqing's cheeks flushed instantly, and her eyes were a little evasive. I just happened to have time, and I didn't dress up specially to see you, I just wanted to change clothes. Wang Ming looked at her shy and cute appearance, smiled and shook his head, and stopped teasing her. The two went upstairs together, and the familiar fragrance in the house filled their faces, no longer strange. Zhu Shuqing led Wang Ming to the sofa, turned and walked into the bedroom, and came out after a while with a coat in her hand. She handed the coat to Wang Ming and said, "My car is downstairs." Wang Ming took the coat and smelled a strong fragrance. He looked up and asked in confusion, "Why is this coat full of your perfume? Did you sleep with it in your arms?" Chapter 12 Function Enhancement. When Zhu Shuqing heard this, her face turned even redder. She had indeed unconsciously slept with the coat in her arms. Now that Wang Ming said this, she immediately panicked. No, don't talk nonsense, I just put it on the side of the bed." Wang Ming looked at her and found her like this very interesting. "Aren't you very busy? Go to work and I'll watch you." Zhu Shuqing frowned slightly. "What's so good about work?" Wang Ming looked at her affectionately and said seriously, "I'm not watching your work, I'm watching you." Zhu Shuqing's heart beat faster because of such straightforward words. She hadn't been in a relationship for more than 10 years, and at this moment she felt as awkward as a little girl. She scolded, "How can Zhu Mengmeng bear to let you go if you are so capable?" Wang Ming took a deep breath, a trace of relief flashed across his face. "Luckily she dumped me, otherwise how could she have discovered your good qualities?" Zhu Shuqing's face was already red to her ears. She didn't dare to look at Wang Ming again and muttered softly, "I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore." She turned around deliberately, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and a sweet feeling surged in her heart. Wang Ming suddenly stood up and gently hugged Zhu Shuqing from behind, his arms gently around her waist. Zhu Shuqing was startled by this sudden action. She broke free in panic and turned around and shouted angrily at Wang Ming, "What are you doing? This is too much." Wang Ming was shocked and stammered, "You obviously have a crush on me." Zhu Shuqing blushed and quickly retorted, "Who said that? I'm just grateful to you, and I told you to give me some time to think about it. How could you do this? You're so disappointing to me." Wang Ming felt helpless when he saw Zhu Shuqing was really angry, and muttered to himself, "Why is she still so resistant even though her infatuation level is already 85? Yes, she has always been traditional in relationships. After all, her only relationship lasted only half a month because she didn't allow the other person to kiss her." Seeing Wang Ming didn't say anything, Zhu Shuqing thought that Wang Ming was intimidated by her, so she continued to say seriously, "If you do this again in the future, I will ignore you and return the money to you as soon as possible." Wang Ming pretended to be disappointed and sighed, "Since you don't like me, I won't bother you anymore. I don't want your money. I'll drive your car away. Just keep it as a souvenir." After saying that, he took small steps towards the door, deliberately slowing down his pace of leaving. Zhu Shuqing was suddenly panicked. She didn't expect Wang Ming to be so decisive. After struggling for just a few seconds, she suddenly called out to Wang Ming, "Wait a minute, it's just too sudden. Can you give me some more time? If we are in a relationship, I will definitely let you hug me." Wang Ming turned around with a gentle smile on his face. "Can I watch you work? 20 minutes will be enough." Zhu Shuqing nodded shyly. "Okay, but don't touch me." Wang Ming quickly nodded in agreement. Zhu Shuqing returned to her desk and opened the new computer Wang Ming gave her. "Thank you. Now the software is not stuck at all." Wang Ming did not respond, but just stared at Zhu Shuqing intently. Zhu Shuqing operated the digital tablet, sometimes modifying the design pattern, and sometimes picking up the needle and thread to carefully sew the cheongsam. Wang Ming just looked at her infatuatedly and thought she was extremely beautiful. When I looked at her from the perspective of an elder before, I only thought that she had outstanding temperament. Now, when I look at her carefully as a peer, I only think that she is stunningly beautiful, and she would not be inferior even if she became a star. Before I knew it, an hour had passed. Zhu Shuqing put down the work in her hands and couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Is it so beautiful? I don't think you have been so focused on Meng Meng before." Wang Ming said affectionately, "Of course, she is not as pretty as you." Zhu Shuqing blushed and urged, "Hurry up and leave. It will be evening soon. What if Meng Meng comes back early?" Wang Ming asked expectantly, "Can we continue the date tomorrow?" Zhu Shuqing was stunned for a moment, then nodded gently, "We can go for a stroll by the lake tomorrow." Wang Ming's eyes lit up and he said happily, "Okay, tomorrow at noon, we'll have lunch together and then go to the lake." Zhu Shuqing sent Wang Ming out, closed the door, leaned against the wall of the entrance, and took a deep breath. What the hell? How come, it's getting more and more? Meng Meng, don't blame me. Wang Ming found Zhu Shuqing's car and drove back to his home. As Zhu Shuqing said, although it is a bit old, its performance is still very good. The throttle and gear shifting are very smooth, and the interior of the car also has the scent of Zhu Shuqing. Go back home and open the system panel to check. Zhu Shuqing's obsession level has reached 87. The more than 1 million is not wasted. The task can be completed tomorrow and the reward for completing the task will arrive soon. Recalling the last time the system's consciousness appeared, it told me that there were new products being developed. Open the system mall and take a look. There is actually a new column for function enhancement in the product classification within the mall. After clicking to enter, Wang Ming was shocked by the products in front of him. Kidney strengthening, 100 system coins. Muscle strengthening, 100 system coins. Vision enhancement, 100 system coins. Bone strengthening, 100 system coins. There is a whole page of enhanced products. Click on the introduction. Each enhancement will increase the original level by 1/10, but only one enhancement can be made per week. My kidneys are already very strong. If I strengthen them by 1/10 a week, my strength will double in less than 2 months. At the moment, Zhu Shuqing's obsession level is about to reach 90, just a dozen points away from 100. You can get system coins immediately. Zhu Meng Meng, you are destined not to receive my blessing, so let Zhu Shuqing experience my lessons. The phone rang. It was the boss calling. How are things at home? Can you come to work on Monday? Wang Ming thought for a moment and said, "Boss, I want to resign." Jiang Yao on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment before she slowly spoke, "Please help me get through this month. I have received a lot of orders this month. I am already recruiting people, and the HR department has interviewed many people in the past few days. When we have enough staff, I will definitely not keep you. I will give you an extra 1,000 yuan this month." Wang Ming thought about it and felt that Jiang Yao was quite kind to him, unlike some bosses who treated their employees like beasts of burden. "Okay, I'll wait until you recruit enough people before leaving. Well, see you on Monday." As soon as I hung up the phone, a message box from the landlord Jiafang popped up on the phone screen. Wang Ming opened it and saw that there were some photos sent by Jiafang. In the pictures, Jiafang is wearing different clothes and various hats. Wang Ming, help me find out which hat is suitable for me. Chapter 13. Zhu Meng Meng wants to see Dad. Wang Ming looked at the photos sent by Jiafang and had to admit that although Jiafang was 40 years old, her figure and appearance were still very good. Now he hates Zhu Mengmeng so much that he even thinks the landlord is prettier than her. He looked at each picture carefully. This didn't seem like he was asking her to help choose a hat. This is sharing photos with yourself. This woman is really fierce. Wait. Wang Ming replied. If you can't see clearly, I'll help you choose in person if there's a chance. Jiafang replied immediately. Okay, how about coming to my house for dinner on Monday? Do you have to go to work? Or at 6 o'clock in the evening? Okay, I'll take the Jinju and Red Bull you gave me. See you there. Carat Omega. Jiafang sent a winking emoticon. If we don't take action, it will be against the will of heaven. How can you refuse food that is right in your mouth? Wang Ming then remembered the system task and continued to send messages. Is your mother-in-law's house far from here? Wang Ming thought that if he could learn about the general situation of Jiafang's mother-in-law's home, he might be able to get some ideas for completing the task of having dinner at her mother-in-law's home. After all, the mission didn't say that I had to go with Jiafang. If you want to show your care for the elderly, it is not difficult to bring some gifts and have a meal at their home. It's not far, only 3 kilometers away. Why are you asking this? It's okay. I just want to care about you. Are you preparing to apologize for the truth being exposed? This hasn't even started yet. OQ. Jiafang sent another shy emoticon. See you on Monday. After Wang Ming replied to the message, he opened the food delivery platform. There are still more than 300,000 yuan left, and the system task will be completed soon, so you can spend it as much as you want. Ordered hot pot ingredients worth $300. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhu Mengmeng was lying in her bedroom and was about to fall asleep. There was a knock on the door. Zhu Mengmeng got out of bed, turned on the light, and opened the door. Mom? Why aren't you asleep yet? You always go to bed early. Zhu Shuqing walked into the room with an embarrassed expression. I can't sleep, and I have something to tell you. Zhu Mengmeng looked confused, but when she noticed her mother's shy face, she understood instantly. Is it about men? Zhu Shuqing nodded slightly, then sat in Zhu Mengmeng's dressing chair. She put her hands on her knees, clenched her teeth on her lips, and didn't say a word for a long time. Zhu Mengmeng laughed. Mom, don't be shy, tell me. Is it the man who gave you the car? Zhu Shuqing nodded, pursed her lips and then spoke. I'm attracted to him. Not only did he give me many expensive gifts and helped me pay off all my loans, but I want to be obsessed with him because of these things. The main thing is, he really cares about me and likes me very much. What? Paid off the loan? You mean the mortgage? Oh my god, are you that rich? He just took over $1 million. And a car, a computer, cosmetics, so many gifts. Why are you still hesitating? She's already so proactive. You're already 37. If you miss this opportunity, you may never meet someone as good as this again. Zhu Mengmeng became more and more excited as she spoke. Zhu Shuqing's expression became increasingly awkward. There's a big age difference between us, a full 15 years. Zhu Mengmeng frowned slightly, then relaxed. 15 years old, so he's in his early 50s, that's not bad. He's so rich, 15 years old isn't too old. I'm a little tempted, why don't you introduce him to me? Zhu Shuqing's expression suddenly became serious. How do you know about money? She said harshly, then turned shyly. What I said is that I am 15 years older than him. What? Same age as me? Zhu Mengmeng was stunned. His expression froze. Her lips trembled. Mom, you are awesome. This is a rich guy. You are really, either you don't make a move, or when you do, it's a big move. Still hesitating? You're rich. You're young. You're incredibly happy, day or night. What are you talking about? How disrespectful. Zhu Shuqing became more and more embarrassed. She controlled her emotions and continued seriously, our relationship is complicated. He is, anyway, you will hate him, I am afraid that you will hate me in the future. Zhu Mengmeng laughed out loud. I'm afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, what are you afraid of? How could I hate such a rich and young father? Just love him boldly. With your help, I can have more pocket money. Zhu Shuqing was helpless with Zhu Mengmeng's idea. She talked about money all the time and only had money in her eyes. Are you serious? You can accept anyone no matter who it is. Of course, what he gave you, if not 2 million, is close to it. Don't hesitate, Mom, talk to him. He's a young man in his 20s, and you won't lose anything even if it's just for fun. Zhu Shuqing's speechless mother opened the door for Wu Yu, and Wu Yu arrived home. This is what you said, Meng Meng. If I really talk to him, don't forget what I said today. Zhu Meng Meng pouted, looking forward to meeting my young father. Good night. Good night, dear mummy. Zhu Shuqing got up and went back to her bedroom. I couldn't fall asleep at all, so I picked up my phone, clicked on Wang Ming's profile picture and went back. It goes back and forth like this. She mustered up the courage and sent a love emoji. You must be very sad today. Tomorrow, you can hold my hand. No response received. Wang Ming was in the bar at this time, hugging one with his left hand and another with his right hand. His buddy Zhang Jian had gotten used to Wang Ming's generosity that evening. Brother, if Zhu Meng Meng knew you were rich, she would regret it to death. Zhang Jian also has a beauty on each side. Wang Ming laughed, she will feel the thunderbolt from the blue soon. Don't tell my girlfriend that I came to the bar. She sent me a message asking where I was, and I said I went to your house. One of the two beauties beside Zhang Jian laughed and said, handsome guy, your girlfriend is so strict, why don't you change her, hee hee. Wang Ming turned on his phone and found that Zhang Jian's girlfriend was asking whether Zhang Jian was with her. Need I say more? Of course, but I can't tell anyone about this in the bar. The message was sent 2 hours ago. Wang Ming said worriedly, I didn't see the message Sun Li sent me. Should she be okay? Zhang Jian waved his hand, it's okay, just go back, I can just tell a lie tomorrow. Only then did Wang Ming see the message Zhu Shuqing sent him. Can we hold hands tomorrow? When he opened the system panel, he found that Zhu Shuqing's favorability had risen to 90. It turns out that even if you don't cultivate feelings together, your infatuation level will increase as the partner's feelings change. Since holding hands is allowed, doesn't this mean the relationship is confirmed? He replied to Zhu Shuqing excitedly, can I call you baby now? At this time, Zhu Shuqing was tossing and turning. When she saw Wang Ming's message, she felt sweet and laughed out loud in her bed. Of course, dear. Wang Ming tapped on the 26 keys at a very fast speed. See you tomorrow, baby. Chapter 14 I Want to Follow You. Early in the morning, Wang Ming woke up. He reached out for the phone beside the pillow and unlocked the screen. In addition to a message from Zhu Shuqing, he saw more than a dozen missed calls from Li Zhixuan. When I opened the social media app Weixin, it was filled with Li Zhixuan's barrage of questions. Where is Zhang Jian? Did Zhang Jian take you out to fool around? Why don't you answer the phone? Wang Ming. Tell Zhang Jian to wait for me. Wang Ming glanced at the time the messages were sent, and found that they were all sent in the late night. Zhang Jian was Wang Ming's roommate in college. After graduation, Zhang Jian and his girlfriend Li Zhixuan stayed in Xiguan City to work hard. They rented a small house of 50 square meters and lived together. It is obvious that Zhang Jian did not go home last night. He must have had too much fun with the two beauties in the bar and completely let himself go. Wang Ming sighed secretly in his heart. This time, it was not Zhang Jian who took him out to play. Instead, he was the one who treated everyone. If Li Zhixuan knew about this, she would definitely point at her own nose and curse at me. Wang Ming quickly called Li Zhixuan back. As soon as the call was connected, Li Zhixuan's angry voice came from the receiver like thunder. Wang Ming. Where's Zhang Jian? Aren't you two together? Zixuan, listen to me first. His phone was out of battery. I have the habit of turning my phone to silent mode before I go to bed, so I didn't receive your call. Li Zhixuan pressed on, where is he? Did he sleep at your place last night? Yeah, we drank a little too much last night, so he slept right at my place. Don't worry, both of us have normal sexual orientations. Li Zhixuan interrupted him impatiently, who asked you this? I'm asking where he is now and asking him to talk to me. Wang Ming's brain worked quickly, and he thought for 2 seconds, he must have gone to work, and he didn't have time to charge his phone. Li Zhixuan snorted, okay, you'd better not lie to me, or you're all dead. Wang Ming hung up the phone, breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately called Zhang Jian, but the phone was turned off when the receiver came through. Brother, you must make up for this lie and don't let it implicate me. He put the matter between Zhang Jian and Li Zhixuan out of his mind and looked through the messages on his phone again. Zhu Shuqing's chat dialogue box showed, "I'll pick you up at noon." Wang Ming was delighted. Today was the last day of his date with Zhu Shuqing. As long as he completed it successfully, the system reward would come. At first I just wanted to complete the task of 3 dates, but I fell in love with this mature woman more and more. He stood up and walked to the window, drawing open the curtains. The bright sunshine instantly poured into the spacious living room, making him feel warm and refreshed. Thinking back to the north-facing house I used to live in, which didn't let in much warm light, now the living room is large and bright. If I continue like this, I will be close to my goal of buying a house. No, buying a house is not the point. You should buy a large apartment or a big villa. Everything changed so fast. A few days ago, I was just a poor worker struggling to make a living. Wang Ming opened the mobile banking app and checked his account balance, which was still 230,000 renminbi. Yesterday, Zhang Jian spent a lot of money at the bar, drinking all kinds of good wine. After washing up and having breakfast, I watched TV on the sofa in the living room. The new building, Qianxi Garden, of Hengtai in our city has been completed and the model house is now open for viewing. The price of the building announced by the sales office is starting at 100,000 per square meter. The south-facing river view flats are priced between 150,000 and 200,000 yuan per square meter, and may become one of the new top 10 luxury homes in our city. Watching the news on TV, Wang Ming spat. 200,000 per square meter. Even if you work hard for a lifetime, you can't save enough to buy a bathroom. Is there no one to clean up the market? Wang Ming never forgot that he was once a slave, and secretly felt unfair about it. Time passed quickly and it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. According to the agreement, Zhu Shuqing will arrive in 10 minutes. There were shouts and loud knocks on the door from the 3rd floor of the apartment building. Wang Ming pushed open the door and stepped onto the platform. The female voice on the 3rd floor sounded familiar. The apartment building is arranged in a U-shaped corridor and has an open-air terrace. He looked up hard, but the corridor floor on the 3rd floor blocked his view, but the sound seemed to come from near the house where he used to live. The woman's voice became louder and louder. "Wang Ming! Come out! I know you are at home. Don't hide in there and keep silent." Wang Ming's body trembled violently. It was Li Zhixuan's voice. The situation was not good. After thinking about it carefully, I realized that I went home and slept last night. What does it have to do with me if Zhang Jian didn't go home? The door of a room on the 3rd floor was opened, and a woman shouted to Li Zhixuan, "Stop knocking. This family has moved out." Wang Ming originally planned to go back to their house to hide from Li Zhixuan, but he thought that Zhu Shuqing would be here soon. If Li Zhixuan found him, it would be bad and cause unnecessary trouble. He walked quickly towards the 3rd floor. Li Zhixuan. Li Zhixuan heard someone calling her at the stairs. She turned around and saw that it was Wang Ming. She immediately pouted her lips, put her hands on her hips and went up to him to question. "Zhang Jian didn't go to work at all. Give me an explanation." Wang Ming was helpless. "I am the host of the legal channel. I am giving you the law. Do you want me to give you the law? Why should I know where he goes? You don't even know, so how can I know? Okay, fine. Just help him lie to me. I have to break up with him." Wang Ming realized that he had added fuel to the fire, so he quickly put away his indifferent expression and said, "Oh, it's just a small matter. Is it necessary to break up?" He's getting more and more outrageous now. I didn't say anything when he came back in the early hours of the morning every day, but now he's spending the night outside and even lost contact with me. Li Zhixuan became more and more angry as she spoke. She had fair skin and her looks were at least 80 points good, but just like the most delicious food, you would get tired of it if you ate too much of it. Zhang Jian had long since stopped liking to touch her. Wang Ming saw that Li Zhixuan's face was almost purple with anger, so he quickly comforted her, "Don't be angry, he will be fine. How can such a big person be lost?" Li Zhixuan stamped her feet. "It would be better if it was lost. I'm so mad. If it gets lost, I can just change it." Wang Ming was a little amused and confused by Li Zhixuan's angry look. He was thinking about how to continue comforting her when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. I took out my cell phone and took a look, and saw that Zhu Shuqing had already arrived. Wang Ming felt nervous. If Li Zhixuan continued with this attitude, she might cause some trouble. "Zishuan, calm down first. Why don't you go home and wait for news from Zhang Jian? Maybe he'll contact you once he's finished charging his phone. As Wang Ming spoke, he tried to lead Li Zixuan to the stairs so that she could leave as soon as possible. I'm not going back. If you don't help me find him today, I will follow you forever. Li Zixuan put her hands on her waist, her attitude very firm. Chapter 15 Jealousy. Wang Ming secretly groaned. Li Zixuan was really difficult to deal with. She just wouldn't give in at this critical moment. Zhu Shuqing has already arrived. If Zhu Shuqing talks nonsense, her favorable impression of me will definitely drop sharply. However, the system said that once the degree of infatuation reaches 60, the affection is irreversible, and now Zhu Shuqing's degree of infatuation with herself has reached 90. There was a crisp sound of high heels stepping on the stairs, and Zhu Shuqing walked up the stairs to the third floor with graceful steps. In her mind, she still thought that Wang Ming still lived on the third floor. Wang Ming quickly leaned over to Li Zixuan and whispered, "Don't talk nonsense." When Zhu Shuqing saw Wang Ming standing on the corridor, she immediately smiled gently and called him sweetly, "Dear." Li Zixuan looked in the direction of the voice, then turned around and looked around, her face full of confusion. Who was he calling? Zhu Shuqing approached the two of them, and when she saw Li Zixuan, she couldn't help but frown and asked Wang Ming softly, "What is this?" Wang Ming quickly introduced, "This is my brother's wife." Li Zixuan snorted and said unhappily, "Who is his wife?" "We are just boyfriend and girlfriend. Maybe we will just be strangers in the future." After Zhu Shuqing understood the situation, her frown relaxed and she nodded gently, "Oh, I see." Li Zixuan looked Zhu Shuqing up and down. She was wearing a light pink dress, paired with long flesh-colored stockings, and a pair of black and milky white high heels. Although she had light makeup on, she was incredibly beautiful, and her temperament was like that of a star. "Wang Ming, who did she call dear just now?" Li Zixuan asked in surprise. Wang Ming smiled and explained, "This is my girlfriend." Zhu Shuqing's face flushed slightly. Li Zixuan seemed to be frozen in time, her eyes wide open, and after a long while she spoke in disbelief, "This beautiful auntie is your girlfriend?" Wang Ming nodded quickly, then said dissatisfiedly, "Why call me auntie? Call me sister-in-law from now on." Li Zixuan still looked incredulous and looked at Zhu Shuqing carefully again. Zhu Shuqing smiled politely and extended her hand generously, "Hello." Li Zixuan then slowly stretched out her hand and gently shook hands with Zhu Shuqing, all the while in a daze. Wang Ming pushed Li Zixuan toward the stairs and said, "Go back quickly. Zhang Jian will contact you when he turns on his phone." Li Zixuan didn't want to leave so easily, but when such a beautiful aunt with outstanding temperament suddenly appeared, she felt embarrassed to be a light bulb. Helplessly, she walked downstairs. As she walked, she looked up at Wang Ming and said loudly, "You'd better not lie to me, auntie. Take good care of your boyfriend. He is not very honest." Wang Ming was so angry that he really wanted to kick her down the stairs, and he had to say this before leaving. Li Zixuan went downstairs. Zhu Shuqing slowly approached Wang Ming, glanced at him with her beautiful eyes, and asked with a hint of jealousy, "Did you go out to have fun?" Wang Ming pretended to be righteous and said, "No." Zhu Shuqing snorted and continued to ask, "When you called me baby in Weishan last night, you were actually holding another baby, right? You're already jealous on the first day of your relationship." As Wang Ming spoke, he reached out to hug Zhu Shuqing. Zhu Shuqing hurriedly dodged and said coquettishly, "I said we can only hold hands, why are you messing around again?" Wang Ming put his hand down helplessly, "Okay." He took Zhu Shuqing's hand. The moment the two hands touched, Zhu Shuqing's body shook violently. Wang Ming was a little shocked. At this moment, Zhu Shuqing was as shy as a little girl. She was already 37 years old. She was really a rare treasure. Zhu Shuqing felt a little uncomfortable, and Wang Ming's hands clenched tighter and tighter. Zhu Shuqing pursed her lips slightly, then muttered softly, "You haven't told me yet, did you go out drinking and partying last night? My brother always treated me to meals before. Now that I have the spending power, I must treat him back." Zhu Shuqing said unhappily, "So it's a flower wine?" she said, trying to pull her hand away. Wang Ming held it tightly and refused to let go. "No." Wang Ming said perfunctorily as he pulled Zhu Shuqing away. The two walked to the first floor and came to the car parked downstairs. After getting in the car, Zhu Shuqing started the car and slowly drove away from the apartment building. Jiafang, who was standing at the gate of the courtyard on the second floor of a detached house, happened to see two people getting into a car downstairs in the apartment building. She frowned and murmured, "His girlfriend seems to have an extraordinary temperament, and she doesn't seem to be a young person." Jiafang took out her cell phone and took a picture of herself. "Actually, I'm not bad either." Wang Ming and Zhu Shuqing arrived at the restaurant, ordered their food, and started eating quickly. "Last night, I told Meng Meng that I wanted to fall in love," Zhu Shuqing said shyly while eating. Wang Ming was not surprised, and asked calmly, "Are you talking about me?" Zhu Shuqing shook her head. "How can I say that? It's been less than a month since you broke up and I'm already together with you." Wang Ming put down his chopsticks and said seriously, "What do you mean by being together? We are doing it openly and above board." He paused and continued, "Besides, when I called you that day, she said she would fully support us being together. Although she didn't realize it was me, she agreed." Zhu Shuqing sighed, "This girl just thinks you are rich. I told her about this last night and she said she really wanted to meet you as her father." Wang Ming laughed out loud, "Har har. I really want her to call me daddy. She used to call me daddy." Zhu Shuqing stopped talking here and looked at Wang Ming fiercely. Then he turned his head and looked away, pretending to be angry. Wang Ming realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly explained, "Well, she and I are done. From now on, when she calls me dad, she will be calling me a junior." Zhu Shuqing lowered her beautiful eyes, unwilling to pay attention to Wang Ming. Seeing that she was really angry, Wang Ming stood up, walked to the opposite side, sat next to her, and held her hand. "There are very few people like you who have a blank love history. You already know about my relationship with Meng Meng. Don't be angry." Zhu Shuqing turned around and glared at Wang Ming, "Don't mention your romantic past anymore." She shook her hand, but failed to shake off Lu Ming's hand. Wang Ming scratched the back of his head with his other hand and smiled awkwardly, "I didn't mention it on purpose, I just said it out of the blue." Zhu Shuqing was still angry, but she didn't try to shake him off forcefully. Wang Ming patted her hand gently and said flatteringly, "Eat quickly, we still have to go to the lake later." Zhu Shuqing turned her head and looked at Wang Ming, snorted and said, "If you do it again, I won't forgive you easily." Wang Ming nodded quickly, of course, let's eat quickly." I checked the system panel and saw the appointment progress, 41 minutes 60 minutes. Chapter 16, Enemies on a Narrow Road. "I'll go for a walk later, the task time is just right." The two drove to Swan Lake Park. They walked hand in hand along the lakeside path. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves onto the path, creating patches of mottled light and shadows. Zhu Shuqing said softly as they walked, "I never thought that I would be with you. Now it feels like a dream." Wang Ming looked ahead and breathed a sigh of relief. "Yeah, I feel like it's a dream too. Falling in love with Zhu Shuqing was like a dream, and my system was even more like a dream. But it's all real." The lake was sparkling, and several small boats were floating leisurely in the middle of the lake. Wang Mingling looked at the boats on the lake and suggested, "How about we go boating?" Zhu Shuqing nodded and smiled, "Okay." The two rented a small boat and slowly sailed to the center of the lake. Wang Ming was responsible for rowing, while Zhu Shuqing sat at the bow and enjoyed the surrounding lake scenery. As the breeze blew, Zhu Shuqing's hair fluttered gently, as beautiful as a fairy in a painting. The system gave Zhu Shuqing a beauty score of 93, which feels a bit low. It should be at least 99 if not the full score. Zhu Shuqing watched a group of lake geese gliding on the water and imagined her future life with Wang Ming. Wang Ming, who was rowing at the stern, was distracted by Zhu Shuqing and was paddling randomly with the oar in his hand. Suddenly, there was a sound of an engine from behind the ship. Wang Ming just turned his head to look. Before they could see clearly, a small oil-powered boat came rushing over and hit their boat hard with a bang. The huge impact force caused the boat to flip over to one side and lose balance in an instant, and both people were thrown into the lake. Fortunately, they were all wearing life jackets and were not in danger. After Zhu Shuqing fell into the water, he quickly surfaced and instinctively choked on 2 mouthfuls of lake water. Her hair was wet and stuck to her face, and her eyes were full of fear. Wang Ming spat out the lake water in his mouth not far away. He calmed himself down a bit, and swam towards Zhu Shuqing with all his strength. When he got to her side, he asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Zhu Shuqing shook her head, her voice trembling a little, it's okay, I was just startled. Wang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're okay. He put his arms around Zhu Shuqing and swam with her towards a small boat not far away. After sending Zhu Shuqing on board, Wang Ming also climbed up with difficulty. He looked at Zhu Shuqing carefully, and after making sure that she was really fine, he looked angrily towards the ship that caused the accident. The oil boat was turning around and then slowly heading towards their ship. A man stood at the steering wheel at the bow, and he shouted with a guilty look on his face, "Are you okay? I'm really sorry, I didn't control the speed and direction well just now." At this time, a woman came out from the awning, walked to the bow, and whispered to the man, "I told you not to drive so fast, now something's wrong." Zhu Shuqing was stunned for a moment. Wang Ming also widened his eyes, his face full of shock. The woman on the boat turned out to be Zhu Mengmeng. Zhu Shuqing felt her mind went blank, she was completely at a loss, and her breathing stopped. Zhu Mengmeng turned her head to look at their ship. She was stunned at first, thinking she had seen it wrong. She rubbed her eyes violently with her hands. Looking carefully again, yes, it was really my mother and Wang Ming. She opened her mouth in disbelief and cried out, "Mom." Zhu Shuqing was still there. Wang Ming calmed himself down and paddled closer to Zhu Mengmeng's boat. After the two boats approached, Zhu Shuqing slowly spoke, "Meng Meng." Zhu Mengmeng was shocked, "Mom, why are you with Wang Ming?" She racked her brains but couldn't figure out how the two of them got together, let alone imagine that they were in love. Wang Ming turned his head to look at Zhu Shuqing, and saw her shaking her head slightly and giving him a look. Wang Ming understood what she meant and decided to take care of her feelings without making it clear. He explained to Zhu Mengmeng, "Our company is planning to enter the clothing category. Coincidentally, your mother was invited to be a freelance designer for our company. My boss asked me to come out and discuss the work content and remuneration with the designer face to face. Your mother saw that I was in a bad mood after the breakup, so she suggested that we go boating to relax and talk about work." Zhu Mengmeng thought for a moment and then questioned. "My mother never takes jobs outside, and you're just a part-time worker, so why would it be your turn to be in charge of the work?" The man on the oiler boat said, "Meng Meng, is this your mother?" Zhu Mengmeng nodded. The man quickly waved to Zhu Shuqing on the boat, and said politely, "Auntie, hello, I'm so sorry that this is the first time we meet." "I'm really sorry." Zhu Shuqing looked indifferent and replied, "It's okay." She calmed herself down a bit and said to Zhu Mengmeng, "This is what happened. I am now in a cooperative relationship with Wang Ming's company." Zhu Mengmeng frowned and nodded reluctantly. Wang Ming looked at the man at the bow, his eyes full of anger. Although he and Zhu Mengmeng no longer have any relationship, he still gets angry when he sees this man. Judging from his clothes, he seemed to be in good condition. The man on the boat continued to greet her warmly, "Auntie, come on board our boat." Wang Ming said angrily, "Our clothes are all wet. Do you have new clothes on the boat? Or a dryer? Can you dry them for us?" Zhu Mengmeng also said angrily, "I get annoyed when I see you. Mom, let's find someone else to take over next time. Don't pay attention to this guy. Our family has drawn a clear line with him." Zhu Shuqing pinched her thigh tightly, afraid of revealing a flaw, and just nodded slightly. Zhu Mengmeng was adamant, "Mom, get on my boat and let him row back by himself. He's so poor. He has to paddle a boat when he rents one." Zhu Shuqing was about to explain that she also liked rowing, but Wang Ming spoke up first. "Zhu Mengmeng, you are not my biological child after all, you are sarcastic and vain. I'm surprised that you can't learn any of Zhu Shuqing's advantages. You should learn them, right? You really don't deserve to be her daughter." The man on the oiler boat yelled at Wang Ming, "How dare you say that about my girlfriend? Are you looking for death?" Zhu Mengmeng also shouted loudly, "You don't deserve it. You don't even deserve to live. Mom, come up quickly, I don't want to see this guy again." Zhu Shuqing hesitated. Wang Ming turned around and looked at her. After the two looked at each other, Zhu Shuqing spoke decisively. "I'm not going. I want to go ashore with Wang Ming. We have something to discuss." Zhu Mengmeng had no choice but to remind her, "Then remember, Mom, stay away from him in the future, and it's better not to make money from their company." The man waved his hand and said, "Next time we meet, I will definitely prepare a gift to make amends for you. Goodbye, Auntie." Wang Ming said disdainfully, "Get lost, who wants your stuff?" Zhu Mengmeng was so angry that she gnashed her teeth and wanted to push Wang Ming into the lake. She said viciously, "What do you care about our family affairs?" Wang Ming took a deep breath and smiled sinisterly. "Oh, sorry, it's really too early to start tutoring now." He rowed the boat and gradually sailed away into the distance. Chapter 17 Shocking News. Zhu Mengmeng looked at the boat and muttered, "Why do I feel like something is wrong?" The man beside him also watched the boat going away and sighed. "Auntie is so beautiful." Zhu Mengmeng raised her foot and stomped hard on his instep. "Why are you swallowing your saliva?" Wang Ming and Zhu Shuqing returned to the shore, returned the boat to the owner, and walked onto the shore. Zhu Shuqing still had a look of fear on her face. "Oh my, I'm so scared. How could it be such a coincidence?" Wang Ming said meaningfully, "This matter will have to be discussed sooner or later. You need to think about it more." Zhu Shuqing sighed helplessly. "It's better to delay it for one day." Both of their clothes were soaked, and Wang Ming noticed that Zhu Shuqing's lining was becoming more and more obvious. Seeing Wang Ming staring at her clothes, Zhu Shuqing's cheeks flushed with shame. She covered herself with her hands in panic and said coquettishly, "What are you looking at? Our clothes are all wet, let's go to the hotel and take a shower." Zhu Shuqing became even more shy after hearing this, and angrily scolded, "We just confirmed our relationship, and we're going to a hotel. Are you crazy?" Wang Ming smiled and said, "What's so shameful about going to a hotel? What's on your mind? This place is close to the business district. I mean, let's go buy some clothes and then open 2 rooms to do the laundry." "Open 2 rooms, okay then." Zhu Shuqing nodded with a red face. The two came to the parking lot, picked up the car and went to a nearby shopping mall. Zhu Shuqing was about to open the door and get out of the car, but Wang Ming reached out to stop her and said gently, "Just wait in the car, I'll be back soon." "What size do you wear? Tell me your measurements." Zhu Shuqing lowered her head and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, 93, 63, 90. "I have gained some weight recently. My waist circumference is probably 64, and my hip circumference is about 91, too." Wang Ming couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Zhu Shuqing's head was almost lowered to her chest, she was so embarrassed. "I'll buy it if I see." Wang Ming walked into the mall and started shopping. After communicating with the store owner, the service staff praised the 93 centimeters bust and said she had a super hot body. Most celebrities don't have such measurements. She didn't need to say it, the system gave Zhu Shuqing's figure score of 94. I picked out several pieces of clothing for Zhu Shuqing and bought myself a set of clothes. Just as I was about to leave the mall, the phone rang. At this time, Wang Ming had a lot of bags in his hands. He put the package in one hand on the ground, took out his mobile phone and saw that it was Li Zhixuan. "Haven't you contacted Zhang Jian yet? This is really worrying." She herself felt that he was a bit too much, let alone her girlfriend. "Zhixuan." Li Zhixuan on the other end of the phone burst into tears. "Zhang Jian is dead." The package in Wang Ming's other hand slipped and fell to the ground. He stood there in astonishment, unable to recover for a long time. After a long while, he spoke slowly in disbelief. "Zhang Jian? Dead?" Li Zhixuan cried and said, "Yes, he died last night. I just came out of the morgue." Wang Ming's mouth trembled as he spoke. "Stop joking." Li Zhixuan cried more and more and more and collapsed. "How can I dare to joke about this kind of thing? Can you come over? I have never experienced this kind of thing. I really don't know what to do." Wang Ming tried to calm himself down, took a deep breath and asked, "Where are you?" "I'll be there right away. Guanlin Crematorium." Wang Ming hung up the phone, calmed himself down, picked up the package on the ground and walked out of the mall. Along the way, he was in a daze. Li Zhixuan's sad tone and crying did not sound like a joke. How could this happen? He is the only good brother I have in Xiguan City. My other 2 roommates during college were not in this city. Returning to the parking space, Wang Ming opened the car door, placed the clothes he bought for Zhu Shuqing on the seat, and said solemnly, "Honey, I have something urgent to do. Please drive back first." Zhu Shuqing saw that Wang Ming looked upset and asked with concern, "What happened?" "My brother is in trouble, I have to go there quickly." Zhu Shuqing nodded. From Wang Ming's expression, she could tell that it must be a serious matter. "Contact by phone." Wang Ming said, then closed the passenger door, walked out of the mall parking area, and went to the street to hail a taxi. Zhu Shuqing looked at several bags, all of which were filled with expensive clothes. She became more and more curious. How did Wang Ming suddenly become rich? Since you are already boyfriend and girlfriend, you have the right to know about this matter and you must find an opportunity to understand it better. Wang Ming got into a taxi, and the system panel showed that the progress of his third date with Zhu Shuqing was 56 minutes. Just 4 minutes left. However, Zhang Jian's matter is more important, and the dating time can be accumulated on the same day, so there is no rush. Master, drive faster. It's already 80 miles per hour. That's over the speed limit. Just get out of the city. Wang Ming was extremely anxious in the taxi. He tried to call Zhang Jian's phone, which was no longer turned off, but no one answered. When they arrived at the Guanlin crematorium, Wang Ming hurriedly paid the fare and got off the car, jogging towards the morgue. Li Zhixuan was sitting on a chair outside the morgue, her eyes red and swollen from crying. Seeing Wang Ming coming, she stood up and burst into tears. Wang Ming, what should I do? What should I do? Wang Ming suppressed his grief and said, what happened? Li Zhixuan sobbed and said, the police contacted me at 1 p.m. and said he died suddenly in the hotel. After she said that, she burst into tears again. Dead suddenly in a hotel. Where are the others? Li Zhixuan pointed to the door behind her. Wang Ming calmed himself down, pulled Li Zhixuan into their house, and came to the morgue bed. Pulling aside the white cloth, Zhang Jian was lying quietly, his face pale and lifeless. Wang Ming felt a buzzing in his head, and his legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. Tears welled up in my eyes. This damn guy. He checked into a hotel with someone else and died in the room. Li Zhixuan stared at Li Jian and said with hatred and sadness. Wang Ming was stunned. Checked into a room with someone else. Li Zhixuan cried so hard that her shoulders shook. The police retrieved the hotel's surveillance footage and found that he was with a woman. Suddenly he stopped and started crying again. Trying to control his emotions, he continued, the police found the woman, and after investigation, they found that Zhang Jian died suddenly. The woman was scared and ran away without calling the police. Wang Ming was stunned. After a little analysis, Zhang Jian must have gone to the hotel with one of the women in the bar. Really, dying under the peony flowers. Wang Ming tried hard to calm himself down. Maybe they are just exchanging work. What the hell? The woman confessed everything. She just died while doing it. Weren't you with him yesterday? Don't you know he was fooling around? Wang Ming looked innocent. We were drinking together. Yes, I went home. Can you blame me for not going home? Li Zhixuan was speechless and continued crying. She sobbed and said, how should I tell his parents? The cremation can only be carried out with the presence of family members. This guy, the funeral arrangements right now require a lot of money. How can I have the money? What a bad fate. Wang Ming also looked worried at this time. Zhang Jian's parents only have this one son, and they definitely won't be able to accept the news. If I hadn't gone drinking yesterday, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Thinking of this, he felt a little guilty. Looking at Li Zhixuan's helpless look, he reached out and hugged Li Zhixuan in his arms. Leave it to me wherever you need money from now on. Li Zhixuan just needed support at this moment. She nodded with tears in her eyes and leaned on Wang Ming's shoulder, her body still trembling slightly. Beep, recognize that the other party is a bindable object. Chapter 18 Cutting out the middlemen. The system's prompt sound made Wang Ming tremble. Bindable object, Li Zhixuan. After in-depth communication with the other party, you can bind. The system prompt sound disappeared, and Wang Ming looked down at Li Zhixuan who was leaning in his arms. This is, asking me to take care of my brother's wife. That's right, now that Zhang Jian is gone, Li Zhixuan is left alone in this city, and I can't just ignore her. Although there are only 200,000 yuan left now, the mission with Zhu Shuqing will be completed soon, and there should be money once the reward comes. Zishuan, if you have any difficulties in the future, please tell me and I will try my best to take care of you. Li Zhixuan choked up and said, Zhang Jian said the same thing at the beginning, but in the end, he died on someone else. She gently pushed Wang Ming away and said with difficulty, Can you lend me some money first? I have to pay for the morgue and the freezer first. Wang Ming took out his mobile phone, clicked on Li Zhixuan's profile picture and 50,000 yuan was transferred immediately. Use these first, and tell me if they're not enough. Li Zhixuan took out her mobile phone and was a little surprised when she saw the transfer of 50,000 yuan. She wiped her tears, perhaps because she had cried so much. Okay, that's right, it's 50,000. It won't cost that much. The entire funeral doesn't require this much money. You can use the rest first. Zhang Jian was nagging me yesterday that your rent is about to expire. Don't you pay it every 6 months? Li Zhixuan nodded gratefully. Thank you, I will return it to you as soon as possible. Let's talk about it later. I'm not in a hurry to use the money right now. Li Zhixuan knew that Wang Ming's salary was more than 4,000 yuan, and she was very surprised that he could lend her so much money all of a sudden. However, she didn't have the energy to think too much about Zhang Jian's matter. I'll go pay the fee first. Li Zhixuan turned and walked out of the morgue. Wang Ming looked at the lifeless Zhang Jian twice again, sighed, and gently picked up the white cloth to cover Zhang Jian again. The cell phone rang. It was Zhu Shuqing calling. He picked up the phone. How are things going over there? I'm a little worried about you. Zhu Shuqing's gentle and concerned voice came from the receiver. Wang Ming felt warm in his heart. Don't worry about me, are you home? Well, I'm at home. Let's find some time to meet again today. We just parted in such a hurry. There are 4 minutes left before the appointment, and it must be completed today, otherwise the previous 56 minutes will be reset. Zhu Shuqing was silent for a moment. It's okay before 5 o'clock, but it's definitely not okay at night. If Meng Meng sees us again, I really can't explain it. Okay, I'll try to see you before evening. Well, if you need my help, be sure to tell me, bye dear. Zhu Shuqing hung up the phone. Wang Ming sighed. I am exhausted both physically and mentally. The landlord's task has not yet been completed, and now the binding of Li Zhixuan has been triggered. However, Li Zhixuan is now all alone in Xiguan City, so the triggered task should be easy to complete. It shouldn't be like the landlord's task to meet the mother-in-law and mother. After a while, Li Zhixuan came back after paying the fee, her eyes still red. She looked at Wang Ming and said softly, the fees have been paid. Thank you, Wang Ming. Wang Ming forced a smile, you're welcome. Don't get too excited. We can only face reality. What are your plans next? Li Zhixuan shook her head, looking dejected. I don't know either. Let's first think about how to tell his parents about Zhang Jian. After that, I may leave this city. I have nothing to miss. Wang Ming nodded, understanding her thoughts. Well, maybe changing the environment will make you feel better. Whatever decision you make, if you need help, just ask and I will do my best. Binding successful. Bound to, Li Zhixuan. Age, 22. Appearance, 86. Body size, 88. Purity, 90. Infatuation, 59. The binding task with Li Zhixuan has been updated. Guide the other party to stay in Xiguan City and help them rebuild their confidence in life. When the other party completely lets go of the painful shadow in his heart, the mission is completed. Wang Ming looked at the prompt that popped up on the system and thought to himself, this task does not seem difficult. Her purity level only dropped by 10 points, which means that she has only had one man, Zhang Jian. How come the obsession is so high? Zhu Shuqing only had 5 points at the beginning, and it increased through Fangshan flowers. The landlord has always been coveting me, and his obsession with me was 40 points when I just bound him to me. Li Zhixuan's initial point was 59 points, perhaps because I had just borrowed 50,000 yuan from her? She has a strong liking for me. Since we are bound together, I will try my best to complete it. I don't know what the reward for completing the task will be. Seeing that Wang Ming didn't speak for a long time, Li Zhixuan thought he was still sad. Wang Ming closed the system panel, looked at Li Zhixuan and asked, will you leave Xiguan after Zhang Jian's funeral is settled? Li Zhixuan lowered her head slightly, her eyes full of confusion. If I stay in this city, I will think of every little thing we have experienced. I really can't stay here any longer. Wang Ming patiently advised, I heard from Zhang Jian that your job is very stable and well paid. Xiguan is so developed, you may not be able to find a better job in another city. Li Zhixuan raised her head after thinking about her work. A trace of hesitation flashed across her eyes, but soon faded away. But I really don't know how to start over. We wanted to stay in the city and work hard to buy a house. Now that he's gone, I feel like my life has lost its direction. Wang Ming felt it was a little ridiculous when he heard this. This was just her wishful thinking. Zhang Jian's salary was not enough for him to spend, and he had to spend some of her money. It's time to buy a house. He's gone, but the goal is still there, and you can continue to work hard to buy a house. You have a good job, that's your confidence. Li Zixuan thought about it and said, "You're right, without him, maybe the process of buying a house can be accelerated. I will think about this matter carefully. Thank you for your advice, Wang Ming. I will also pay you back the money you lent me as soon as possible." Wang Ming shook his head. "I'll just consider the 50,000 yuan as my contribution to my deceased brother. Forget it. As long as I am in Xiguan, I will do my best to take care of you." Li Zixuan was somewhat touched and nodded gently, Thank you. Xiguan is indeed a nice city, but I didn't have money to spend during my years in college. Now that I can make money, I am reluctant to travel around the city. There are many places I have not been to." Wang Ming felt more and more indignant for Li Zixuan. Zhang Jian often spent lavishly, and Li Zixuan was reluctant to spend, so all the money was spent by him. Wang Ming said softly, "I will accompany you to those places." Li Zixuan turned her head and asked in surprise, "You'll accompany me?" Wang Ming nodded. Li Zixuan calmed down for a moment, then said, "Hey, don't you have a girlfriend?" "It's that auntie, not that beautiful lady." Wang Ming asked back, "Can't we date just because we're friends?" Li Zixuan hesitated, "But wouldn't that be a bad idea? What if your girlfriend misunderstands you?" Wang Ming smiled and said, "Don't think too much. Zhang Jian used to accompany me and you, but now we can cut out the middleman." Chapter 19: The Woman in the Refrigerated Room. Li Zixuan was amused by Wang Ming's words, and her tense expression relaxed a little. "You mean, you accompany me instead of Zhang Jian, and I accompany you instead of Zhang Jian? Zhang Jinju hasn't touched you for a long time." Before Wang Ming finished speaking, a faint sobbing sound seemed to be heard in the morgue. The two of them were shocked. Wang Ming's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Zhang Jian's spirit in heaven had resurrected from the dead after hearing their conversation? "Did you hear it too?" Li Zixuan asked Wang Ming. Wang Ming nodded woodenly, took 2 steps, stood at the door of the morgue and looked inside. Zhang Jianan lay there quietly. Li Zixuan also came over and said calmly, "You guys all know that you should spend more time with me." Wang Ming quickly covered Li Zixuan's mouth and said, "Stop talking." Li Zixuan struggled to get away and shouted, "What are you afraid of? I will collect his body, and you will pay for his funeral. We have never done anything wrong to him, but he is the one who has done the most wrong to me." Wang Ming nodded, "Okay, you're right, but death is the greatest thing." He returned to the topic, "By the way, when do you plan to inform Zhang Jian's parents?" Li Zixuan's expression darkened again. "I want to tell them when I'm almost ready. I was afraid that they would come all their way here and would be overwhelmed and confused. If that doesn't work, once you've arranged everything, just let the police know." Li Zixuan looked at Wang Ming with gratitude, "Well, that's good too." As they were talking, the sound of sobbing could be heard again, and both of them were instantly shocked. This time it reached their ears with incredible clarity. Wang Ming broke out in cold sweat on his back, and Li Zixuan also felt her scalp tingling, as if there were small bugs crawling around on her head. Although Li Zixuan spoke tough just now, her face turned pale and her lips lost their color. "This what on earth is going on?" Li Zixuan stuttered, her eyes fixed on the body lying quietly in the morgue, fearing that he would sit up the next second. Wang Ming took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Maybe it's the sound of the wind. This place is eerie, so it's normal to have sounds." The lights in the morgue suddenly flickered, and the light was on and off, as if someone was playing with a switch. Li Zixuan was so scared that she clung tightly to Wang Ming. Could it really be Zhang Jian's ghost causing trouble? Li Zixuan's teeth began to chatter. Wang Ming didn't fear ghosts or gods before, but now he has his own system, and nothing is impossible to happen. "But I didn't do anything. I just said I would help him take care of Li Zixuan. I haven't done anything wrong to him at the moment. Even if it's Zhang Jian, he won't hurt us. One is his brother and the other is his girlfriend." As Wang Ming finished speaking, a sound of light footsteps slowly came from the depths of the morgue. 1 step, 2 steps, the footsteps were slow and getting closer. Wang Ming and Li Zixuan widened their eyes and stared at the direction where the sound came from. A white figure slowly leaned out from the corridor and gradually emerged. When Wang Ming saw it was a figure, his heartbeat calmed down a little. Li Zixuan still clung closely to Wang Ming, holding his arm tightly. As the white figure became clearer, I saw that he was holding a broom in one hand and a dustpan in the other. It turns out that walking slowly means sweeping the floor seriously. Li Zixuan let out a long sigh, then realized that she was hugging Wang Ming's arm tightly, and quickly let go. Wang Ming smiled and said teasingly, "You sound strong, but you are really scared inside." Li Zixuan said stubbornly, "I am a staunch atheist." At this time, the crying sounded again, mixed with shouting, let me out." Li Zixuan suddenly pressed herself against Wang Ming again, continued to hold his arm, and screamed, "There really is someone. No, it's a ghost. Could it be Zhang Jian?" Wang Ming frowned and pricked up his ears to listen carefully. "No, it's a woman's voice, coming from next door." Wang Ming walked quickly to the next room, which was a cold storage room. There was a banging sound coming from a refrigerator, and the woman's voice came from this refrigerator. Wang Ming felt a little scared and stood at the door watching. Li Zixuan's eyes were filled with tears, and she cried, "Is there really a ghost? Help! Help!" The woman's shouts and cries became more miserable. Wang Ming shook his head and said firmly, "This is a living person." He walked towards the freezer and pulled open the door with force. After opening the door, a pair of kicking women's legs appeared before his eyes. When the woman saw the light, she cried out anxiously, "Save me! Save me!" Wang Ming quickly reached out and grabbed the woman's ankle and pulled her out of the refrigerator. The woman collapsed to the ground. Although the room was dark, the woman still felt uncomfortable and subconsciously raised her hands to cover her eyes. He was trembling all over, his face full of fear. Her hair was disheveled and her makeup was delicate, but it was obviously the makeup for a dead person. The white clothes were wrinkled, and he looked like a zombie. Wang Ming carefully squatted beside the woman and asked softly, "How come you were locked in the freezer if you weren't dead?" The woman sobbed for a long time before she spoke incoherently, I don't know, it was getting colder and colder inside, I thought I was going to die." Li Zixuan, who was shivering at the door, slowly relaxed. "Is it really not a ghost?" Li Zixuan didn't dare to get too close to the woman. She looked left and right at the corridor, which was eerie. Feeling more secure staying with Wang Ming, she quickly walked behind Wang Ming and said in a tearful voice, "Is this a human or a ghost?" "I am a human." The woman hugged her knees and yelled, her body still shaking uncontrollably. She sobbed and tried hard to recall what happened before. Seeing that the woman was shaking violently, Wang Ming reached out and wanted to pull her out to see the sunlight. When my hand touched her clothes, I felt a chill instantly. It was too dangerous. If Li Zixuan and I hadn't heard the sound, the woman might have frozen to death after staying in the cabinet for a few hours. Wang Ming helped the woman up and said, "Come on, go out and get some sunshine. You're too cold." Li Zixuan was still frightened. She stuck close to Wang Ming, holding onto his clothes, and didn't even dare to open her eyes to look at the woman. The woman's feet were so cold that she could not move them. She walked with a staggering gait and was extremely slow. She was almost carried out by Wang Ming. As they walked out of the gloomy building, the moment the warm sunlight shone on the woman, she suddenly raised her hands to cover her eyes and cried out, "Ar!" Wang Ming quickly reached out his hand to help her block the sunlight. "It seems you have been in there for a long time. You are really lucky." Li Zixuan confirmed that the woman in front of her was a living person, and the fear in her heart gradually dissipated. She walked out from behind Wang Ming and began to look at the woman carefully. The woman's messy hair covered her face tightly, but it was not difficult to tell from her trembling body that she was extremely frightened. He was probably sent to the crematorium because his family members mistakenly thought he was really dead. Wang Ming murmured, and Li Zixuan nodded thoughtfully. "No. I was murdered." Chapter 20. A-list female movie star. A conversation suddenly flashed through her mind. It was the conversation between the director and the male lead before he fainted and his consciousness had not completely disappeared. Li Zixuan curled her lips, frowned, and walked forward to look at the woman carefully. Victim. Wang Ming also felt strange and thought that the woman might have mental problems. The woman was still shaking, and the grief and anger plus the coldness made her shaking more and more violently. "Let's go and warm ourselves up first," Wang Ming said as he supported the woman. Li Zixuan supported her other arm. "Son of a bitch! Son of a bitch. The woman kept repeating it along their way. Wang Ming and Li Zixuan supported the woman and slowly walked to the business hall of the crematorium. When several people in the hall caught a glimpse of the woman's strange funeral attire and hairstyle, they all shuddered with fear on their faces. The three of them ran over. Wang Ming frowned and couldn't help complaining, "You can't tell the difference between the living and the dead. You almost pushed a living person into the crematorium." One of them realized what was happening instantly, his face flushed, and he stammered, I'll go. I'll go find the leader." The other two younger people stood there blankly, stunned by the situation before them. They had never encountered such a thing in their daily lives. Li Zixuan anxiously shouted at the two of them, "Hurry up and find a room for us to go in. Do you have a blanket?" "Oh, I'll go find it right away." One of them responded, turned around and left in a hurry. Another person pointed to a room with an open door not far away and said, "That's the reception room. Come over here." Wang Ming looked at the man and said, "Go get some hot water." Oh, okay." The last man also ran over. Wang Ming and Li Zixuan helped the woman into the reception room. The woman slumped in the chair, covering her face with her hands, sobbing softly, You will not die well, beast." Wang Ming looked at Li Zixuan, their eyes met, and there was confusion on their faces. Wang Ming pulled a chair over, sat down next to the woman, and asked softly, "What's going on?" The woman tried hard to control her emotions and smoothed her messy hair. Li Zixuan quickly took out a tissue from her bag, handed it over, and said gently, "Wipe it." The woman looked at the cheap makeup powder on her hands that was soaked by her tears and fell off, shook her hands in disgust, and then took the paper. She wiped the tears from her face, and then lifted all her messy hair to the side of her forehead. Wang Ming took a closer look and was stunned. Li Zixuan was stunned for 2 seconds, and then she shouted in surprise, "Lin Qi." Wang Ming was afraid that he had seen it wrong, so he looked at her carefully again and asked in surprise, "Are you really Lin Qi?" Lin Qi nodded gently. Li Zixuan covered her mouth with her hands unconsciously, her face full of disbelief. When Wang Ming got a positive answer, his expression froze instantly. Lin Qi is a top movie star in Dashir country and owns several luxury homes in Xiguan City. Even if it is a guest appearance, the pay can be as high as tens of millions. Although he is only 30 years old, he is an artist who does not take any role casually. He is very selective about the scripts he writes, and he has not released any new works for 2 years. Li Zixuan was stunned for a while before she came to her senses and said excitedly, "Can you give me an autograph? Sign our photo. I like you so much. I have watched the drama Empress Li Jiao in which you acted more than 10 times. Wang Ming glanced at Li Zixuan and said, "Are you sure you want to take a photo with her like this? You'll be on the headlines then." Li Zixuan was slightly startled, then nodded vigorously, "Yes, the title is, Listening to the Emotional Redemption of Young Men and Women, the top actress returns to her ultimate spirit. Wang Ming held his forehead helplessly and sighed secretly. Li Zixuan's mood changed too quickly, it was a 180-degree turn. Has she forgotten that her boyfriend died? Lin Qi has stopped sobbing and gradually calmed down. Wang Ming turned his head to look at her, and secretly sighed in his heart, she is indeed a popular first-line actress, even with the dead person makeup, she is still stunningly beautiful. Even the funeral clothes could not hide her graceful figure. Recalling Zhu Shuqing's appearance, Wang Ming felt that the two of them were quite similar. Lin Qi sorted out his thoughts and said slowly, "You saved me, I will definitely repay you." Li Zixuan was so excited that she almost jumped up from her chair. She leaned forward and asked, "Can you take me to act? I'll just be a minor role, as long as you can get me into the industry." Wang Ming couldn't help but glared at Li Zixuan again and said seriously, "Let's talk business first. Ms. Lin Qi, what's going on? You just said someone was trying to hurt you." Lin Qi nodded and gritted her teeth, "That's right, this is not a dream, I really heard it. The story begins 2 years ago. I met a director. We had similar personalities, similar topics, and similar standards for men. In short, we got along very well and soon became best friends. She is just a third-tier producer and has directed many TV series that were not very popular. I had never acted in a TV series before, but as a good sister, I agreed to play the leading female role in a historical drama that she would produce, direct and finance. I only charged a very low fee because I wanted to help her build a name for herself in the film and television industry. We kept it very confidential during the filming, and no one knew anything about the show for 2 whole years. Now that the show has finished filming, at the celebration party, she actually harmed me. I heard what she said. Wang Ming asked seriously, what did she say? Lin Chi became emotional and continued to speak while choking up. She said, thank you. Just die in peace. After saying this, she covered her face with her hands and burst into tears again. The person I thought was my good sister and close friend actually wanted to kill me. Li Zhixuan was shocked. Wow, this is even more exciting than the plot of a TV series. A top actress made a guest appearance, but the director took action to avoid paying her. Wang Ming looked at Li Zhixuan helplessly again, then said seriously, let's call the police. Lin Chi nodded, fortunately, I am lucky. Thank you again. I can never repay you for saving my life. She looked at Li Zhixuan and said, little beauty, if there is a chance, I will take you to make a movie. Li Zhixuan covered her mouth with her hands excitedly, then nodded wildly, great. I'm going to be a star. At this time, the staff member who went to get the blanket walked into the room. Here, I found the blanket. Lin Chi glanced at him and said, no need, I'm much warmer now. The moment the staff saw Lin Chi, they thought they were dazzled. They were stunned for several seconds before suddenly opening their mouths and shouting in surprise, Lin Chi. Wang Ming couldn't help but complain, your crematorium is going to be famous now. He took out his cell phone and called the police. Hello, there is an attempted murder case at the Guanxi crematorium. We are in the reception room. After hanging up the phone, Wang Ming looked at the time and it was already past 3:30 in the afternoon. Thinking that the journey back was still long, he had to rush back before dusk to stay with Zhu Xuqing for a while. Chapter 21, Secret Love. Wang Ming stood up and said, Ms. Lin, I will leave first. Seeing him so anxious, Li Zhixuan frowned slightly and asked in confusion, why are you so anxious? Don't we have to cooperate with the police investigation? Wang Ming waved his hand. Why should we cooperate? The surveillance camera clearly recorded us rescuing her. If there is a real need, it won't be too late to go to the police station to take a statement later. I'm really in a hurry now. It was a rare opportunity to chat with a top female movie star, so Li Zhixuan was a little reluctant, but she still stood up slowly. Lin Chi also stood up suddenly, his face full of gratitude. She nodded slightly and asked softly, you two saved my life, but I don't even know your names. My name is Wang Ming. Li Zhixuan followed up with, Li Zhixuan. Lin Chi nodded gently, with a sincere look in her eyes, I remember, Wang Ming, Li Zhixuan. The blessings you two have accumulated for saving me today will surely allow your children to grow strong and healthy. Hearing Lin Chi's words, Li Zhixuan's face suddenly turned red, and she quickly waved her hands, we are not a couple. Wang Ming smiled gently, I'll give you some good advice. Li Zhixuan was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Wang Ming to answer like this. He took advantage of his brother right after his death. Lin Chi continued, leave me your phone number. I will contact you after this matter is resolved and repay you for saving my life. Wang Ming and Li Zhixuan gave the phone number to Lin Chi, who wrote it down carefully. The staff member who had brought in the blanket earlier asked with a flattering smile on his face, Ms. Lin Chi, can I also write down your contact information? Lin Chi's originally grateful expression suddenly turned cold. She glared at the staff fiercely and said in a cold tone, you crematorium. Just wait for your business to close down. The staff member was frightened by her eyes and words, the smile on his face froze instantly, and he stood there awkwardly. Wang Ming and Li Zhixuan walked out of the crematorium and looked at the few vehicles on the street from the shadow of a willow tree. Li Zhixuan was still complaining, it's rare to chat with a celebrity, why are you so anxious? You just think you're a celebrity. I think you've forgotten everything about Zhang Jian. Li Zhixuan was distracted, as if she had really forgotten the purpose of coming to the crematorium. Wang Ming looked at his phone, but no one took the order. It is in a remote area and there are no taxis. It's almost 4 o'clock. If we can't get to the Jade Court before 5 o'clock, given Zhu Xuqing's temper, she will definitely not come out today. Li Zhixuan saw Wang Ming's anxious expression and asked, what's the matter that's so urgent for you? Date. What? Li Zhixuan was stunned. She slowly opened her mouth and continued shyly, you are too impatient. You don't even ask whether I agree or not. Wang Ming turned his head suddenly. It was obvious that Li Zhixuan had misunderstood. Looking at her shy appearance, the system task she triggered seemed to be the easiest to complete. Li Zixuan continued to talk to herself. You have a girlfriend? I'm afraid of misunderstanding. Besides, she's so pretty, her figure is better than Lin Chi's. Wang Ming couldn't help laughing when he saw how serious she was. Har har, are you feeling inferior? Li Zixuan pinched her waist and said, why should I feel inferior? I don't need your appreciation. I just think your girlfriend is beautiful. At this time, a driver applied to increase the price to accept the order. The distance from the Guanxi crematorium to the destination is more than 30 kilometers, but the driver actually asked for a fare increase of 100 yuan. Total price is 350. It's really dark. Forget it, I don't need these 3 or 200 anymore, but I just think it's really abominable to take advantage of someone's misfortune. Wang Ming clicked to agree. Li Zixuan thought of the beautiful mature woman and became more curious. She thought of Wang Ming's sudden financial difficulties. Could it be that? Wang Ming, you're being kept, right? Wang Ming was suddenly stunned. What? Li Zixuan glanced at Wang Ming's biceps. He looked handsome and was 5 or 6 centimeters taller than Zhang Jian. He must be at least 1.79 meters tall, if not 1.80 meters. It seems that everything is explained. Hey, Zhu Mengmeng broke up with you because you had no money, and now you can't escape the rules of society. But she is so beautiful, you didn't lose anything, you even felt like you made a small profit. Wang Ming smiled and said, oh? You mean, I'm not worthy of her? Li Zixuan pouted and said thoughtfully, well, I think, a little, after all, she is beautiful and rich. How do you know she has money? You lent me 50,000 yuan at once. So, she must have given you at least several 100,000 yuan. Hundreds of thousands, hee hee. Wang Ming smiled disdainfully. Li Zixuan could tell from his expression that it seemed to be more than just a few 100,000. She looked at Wang Ming's indifferent expression, frowned and said jokingly, hey, it's good to be good-looking. Who can support me? I. Li Zixuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, then I really won't return the 50,000 yuan to you. Wang Ming nodded, I didn't expect you to pay it back. Seeing Wang Ming's serious expression, Li Zixuan quickly said, don't do that. I'm just kidding, I won't argue with you. Wang Ming checked the taxi app and saw that the car was only 1 kilometer away. After returning to the city, he sent Li Zixuan to the gate of the community. Li Zixuan got out of the car and waved to Wang Ming, goodbye, I'll call you. Wang Ming waved in response, watched Li Zixuan enter the community, closed the car window, and asked the driver to continue driving towards Huating. He took out his cell phone and called Zhu Shuqing. Shuqing, I'll be downstairs soon. Zhu Shuqing on the other end of the phone looked at the time, hesitated for a moment and said, forget about it today. Zhu Mengmeng will be back at any time. Wang Ming said hurriedly, I will only stay for 5 minutes. I promise I will leave after 5 minutes. Zhu Shuqing hesitated for a while, but finally gave in, okay. When we arrived at Huating, Zhu Shuqing was already waiting at the gate of the community. Seeing Wang Ming getting out of a car, she hurriedly approached and pulled him into the courtyard of the community, saying as she walked, I won't take you upstairs. It's safer in the community yard. Wang Ming smiled helplessly, it's just like doing it secretly in a spy movie. Let's just make our relationship public. Zhu Shuqing looked very embarrassed, give me a little more time. Didn't she say she agreed for us to be together? Zhu Shuqing bit her lip, slowly reached out her hand, and gently took Wang Ming's hand, but she doesn't know that my partner is you. Chapter 22 Mission completed. What happened? I noticed you looked strange when you left. Wang Ming recalled what happened to Zhang Jian and a sad look appeared on his face. My buddy is dead. R. Zhu Shuqing frowned and placed her other hand on the back of his hand. My condolences. She lowered her head and muttered in confusion, your buddy should be young, how could he? Wang Ming sighed, alas, I died under the pomegranate skirt. Under the pomegranate skirt. He died suddenly while doing his job. Zhu Shuqing was stunned for a moment, looking puzzled, but when Wang Ming raised his eyebrows, she immediately understood. Really, but how could such a young man? Wang Ming shook his head helplessly, obviously his kidneys are not good, but this is his hobby. Zhu Shuqing blushed a little, it seems that you need to exercise some restraint. This is a warning to you. Don't overdraw your body just because you are young. Wang Ming leaned closer and smiled evilly. Then you will be responsible for supervising me in the future. If I lose self-control, you must punish me. Zhu Shuqing's cheeks turned even redder. She gently patted Wang Ming's hand and said angrily, "Who wants to supervise you? Just take care of yourself." Wang Ming was not willing to give in, and he leaned closer. "I just want to listen to you. You told me to do it every few days, and I will do it every few days." "No, that's not right. It should be several times a day." Zhu Shuqing's breathing quickened. "You don't behave. I'm just worried about you. After all, you were a bit lax in this regard before." Wang Ming looked puzzled. "How do you know?" Zhu Shuqing didn't even dare to raise her head, let alone look into Wang Ming's eyes, and muttered softly. Meng, I always sleep for 12 hours every Sunday and feel exhausted when I wake up the next day." "Sunday?" "Yes. You used to date on Fridays, and she was away from home for 3 days and only came back on Sunday night. I had many arguments with her about this." Wang Ming let go of Zhu Shuqing's hand and tried hard to absorb this information. "But I just can't figure it out. When I was dating Zhu Meng, we would meet on Friday nights, and she would leave the next day, saying that she had dance classes on the weekend." "She told you she was dating her boyfriend. Didn't Zhu Meng have classes on weekends when she was in college?" "She has been taking dance classes since graduation." Zhu Shuqing was also confused. No, she stopped taking dance classes in her sophomore year. Only then did Wang Ming realize that he had been acting like a cuckold. "Every Saturday I separate from myself and never go home. Where have you been these 2 days?" "I dare not think too deeply, because if I think about it, all I see is the green grassland." Seeing Wang Ming gritting his teeth, Zhu Shuqing asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Wang Ming calmed down. Anyway, Zhu Meng had nothing to do with him anymore. Now he felt no guilt at all for being in a relationship with Zhu Shuqing. He took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and forced a natural smile towards Zhu Shuqing. "When will you supervise me? What if Meng is not at home one day and I come over?" Zhu Shuqing slapped Wang Ming's hand that was grabbing her shoulder away. "Too much. You are not allowed to touch me before we're married." Beep. Mission accomplished. The gift pack has been automatically distributed. A new task has been triggered. Wang Ming heard the system prompt sound and opened the system interface. An extremely bright yellow exclamation mark appeared in the lower right corner of my eyes. When I clicked on it, I saw the reward package for completing the task. The avatar of the bound object Zhu Shuqing also kept flashing. After clicking, a new task pops up. Watching movies all night at Zhu Shuqing's house. 22:00 o'clock the next day. New mission. All night. At home. Wang Ming stared at the task panel. It seemed simple, but it was actually difficult. Zhu Shuqing is so conservative that she only allows me to touch hands and not even hug. Would you allow yourself to stay up all night watching movies at her house? What's more, there is Zhu Meng at home, and Zhu Shuqing will definitely not allow it. However, Zhu Shuqing's obsession level has reached 92. If we do more ideological work, maybe it will work. Let's talk about it later. Anyway, we have the reward now. Hurry up and click on the gift package. What is the reward for completing the system task? Open. Congratulations on winning 1 million Dashir coins. The money will be automatically transferred to your account after you enter your card number. Get a bunch of flowers. Obtain the property rights of an office in Xiguan Building, CBD, Baiyun District. 1 million. It's not even as much as what I spent on Zhu Shuqing. However, Xiguan Building is the hottest CBD building in Xiguan. An office of 100 square meters can easily cost 18 million. It's a pity that the heart flower cannot be given to someone with an infatuation level of 60 or above. Otherwise, you can withdraw the system coins immediately. Zhu Shuqing saw Wang Ming stunned for a long time and thought he was hurt by her words. She spoke softly and gently, "Dear, let's take it slow. I will definitely make sure you get what you want in the future." As he said this, he gently took Wang Ming's hand again. Wang Ming's consciousness was out of the system at this time, and he asked hurriedly, "What did you just say?" Zhu Shuqing lowered her head shyly. "I said, I will let you touch me in the future." She glanced at the place and her body shook violently. It was Zhu Meng who walked into the community. He quickly pulled Wang Ming to hide behind a bush. It's Meng Meng. Wang Ming poked his head out slightly and watched her wave to the man outside the community, and then walked deeper into the community. Go back quickly, I'm going upstairs. Give me a kiss before you go. Do it with your own hands. Zhu Shuqing stretched out her delicate, white, wrinkle-free hand. Wang Ming lifted her hand and gave it a smack. Bye, dear, don't be too sad. Zhu Shuqing waved at Wang Ming, not forgetting to look in the direction of Zhu Mengmeng. I have to go to work tomorrow. Let's make an appointment again at another time. Wang Ming said and turned to leave. When Zhu Shuqing saw Wang Ming walking out of the community yard, she hurried towards home. After returning home, Zhu Mengmeng just took off her high heels and walked out of the bedroom. Mom, where have you been? You met your boyfriend, right? Hee, Mom, please let me meet you at your house someday. They helped us pay off our mortgage and gave you a car and cosmetics. You should treat them to a meal at your home. Zhu Shuqing felt uneasy in front of Zhu Mengmeng and stammered, I know. I'll see to it. Wang Ming took a taxi after walking out of the community. He really shouldn't have let Zhu Shuqing pick him up at noon. It is so difficult to get a taxi every time. During the evening rush hour, there are no drivers to accept orders on normal days. I just clicked on the phone screen to increase the price by 10 yuan, and then my phone rang. The screen displayed an unfamiliar phone number. Hello? Who are you? Chapter 23, Becoming a Maintenance Worker. A woman's soft voice came to my ears, and she murmured softly. Mr. Wang, I'm the business receptionist of Hanyu Automobile. We've met before. Do you still remember me? Wang Ming immediately remembered who this person was. In his opinion, this woman called him for two reasons. Either they use beauty to seduce themselves and seek wealth. It's either to use sales tactics or to make money, the purpose is very clear. He spoke softly to test. Oh, I remember now, what do you want from me? Well, is it convenient for me to have dinner with you? I think you have a great temperament and I really want to make friends with you. Wang Ming raised his lips and said with a half smile, Okay, what a coincidence, I haven't eaten yet. The woman hurriedly said, I'll invite you. I've added you on WeChat. Please approve it and I'll send you the address. Okay. Wang Ming hung up the phone, and the image of the succubus Zhu Shuqing appeared in his mind. Whenever he saw her, his heart would beat uncontrollably. But she still refused to let him touch her. Now there is someone who has offered himself to me. After the price increase, someone else had already accepted the order. Wang Ming got on the online car and said to the driver, I'll change the address. The destination has changed. Okay, the driver responded politely. On their way, Wang Ming entered his card number into the system, and 1 million was successfully transferred into his account. There is also an expensive office and the reward is really good. It is not a loss to spend so much money on Zhu Shuqing before. In fact, even if the reward was not so generous, I would be willing to spend money on Zhu Shuqing. What makes me angry is that Zhu Shuqing is doing well and Zhu Mengmeng is also benefiting from it. I have to think of a way to prevent Zhu Mengmeng from relying on Zhu Shuqing's fame anymore. When they arrived at the meeting place, it was a Korean barbecue restaurant. Wang Ming saw the sign and immediately spat, bar. What's so good about Korean food? When he walked into the store, Wang Ming could no longer remember what the woman looked like. He dialed the phone and looked around. At this time, a woman raised her cell phone and waved at Wang Ming. Wang Ming walked over and sat down. It's a bit sudden to ask you out, but I don't have many opportunities to ask you out. Wang Ming frowned, what do you mean? The woman chuckled, my guy isn't coming home tonight, or I'd have to cook for him. Wang Ming looked at the woman. She was still wearing her business suit and black stockings. She had obviously come here directly after get off work. You must have been busy all day. So, I've been wanting to date you for many days, and today I just couldn't help wanting you. Wang Ming felt that this woman was even more coquettish than the landlord. He smiled and said, so, what do you mean? The Hanyu salesperson said, my husband didn't come home yesterday, and the faucet at home has been leaking. Can you fix it? Wang Ming raised his eyebrows, I am the best at this. I am a master at clearing sores, repairing faucets, and repairing car chassis. The woman giggled again. What's your name? Wang Ming asked. My name is Zhang Ailing. Are you married, sir? No. Zhang Ailing pursed her lips and smiled shyly. That's great, I don't need to report it when I repair the faucet. The dishes were served one after another. Wang Ming couldn't get used to the kimchi and soybean paste soup that tasted like shit, so he ordered a plate of egg fried rice. After they finished eating, they walked out of the restaurant. Wang Ming asked Zhang Ailing, "Do you have a car?" Zhang Ailing nodded. "I have a family car, don't you drive?" "I was picked up at noon today, so it's not open." Zhang Ailing smiled flatteringly. "You can tell at a glance that you are a boss, and there is always someone to pick you up when you go out." "I'll drive, but don't be lazy when it's your turn to drive." She also threw a wink. When we arrived at Zhang Ailing's neighborhood, it was an old residential area with houses that were 20 to 30 years old. The building is old and the walls are mottled. The two walked into the residential complex. Eileen Chang parked the car with ease and took Wang Ming upstairs. When I opened the door, I saw that the house was about 60 to 70 square meters. Although the interior was not luxurious, it was tidy and warm. There is a wedding photo hanging above the sofa in the living room. In the photo, the two people are hugging each other intimately with sweet smiles. It can be seen that the two were very much in love when they got married. Maybe she still loves him deeply now, but social rules forced Zhang Ailing to find more effective ways to make money. Zhang Ailing put on her slippers and said coquettishly, "I'm going to take a shower first. It's too hot today and I'm all sweaty." She twisted her waist and walked towards the bathroom. Wang Ming stood in the living room, his eyes following her figure unconsciously. Black stockings wrapped around her well-proportioned legs, and she had dimples when she smiled. Her husband must be very happy, with a beautiful wife, who must make a lot of money working in the luxury car for S shop. The sound of running water coming from the bathroom constantly aroused Wang Ming's heart. After a while, the bathroom door opened and Eileen Chang came out wrapped in a bath towel, her hair sticking to her white shoulders, the collar of the bath towel slightly open. She walked up to Wang Ming and deliberately got very close to him. "You should take a shower too. It's so hot." The tone was full of temptation and the eyes were full of charm. "This is definitely not the first time I've brought someone home as a guest." Wang Ming understood what he meant, and his throat rolled unconsciously. "Okay, I'll help you fix the faucet after you wash." He stood up and walked into the bathroom. This night was destined to be restless. I had just turned on the faucet to adjust the water temperature when the phone rang. Wang Ming quickly wiped his hands, opened the glass door and picked up the phone on the washing machine. "Hello. We are the Guanxi police station. You called the police today, right? We have checked the surveillance footage and recorded the statements of the parties involved. You do not need to go to the police station for assistance at this time, but please keep your phone open. We will contact you at any time." It turned out to be Lin Chi's case. Wang Ming replied, "Okay. Well, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye." After hanging up the phone, Wang Ming went into the shower. Crash. After cleaning, I started to help Eileen Chang fix the faucet. The faucet was difficult to repair. I didn't know what was going on. It kept leaking water and it took me until late at night to fix it. It was too late, so Wang Ming simply slept at Zhang Ailing's house. At 8 o'clock the next day, Eileen Chang was still sleeping soundly because she was too tired from the night before. The faucet took 5 repairs before it was fixed. I have never experienced such a frustrating repair. Wang Ming clicked on Zhang Ailing's profile picture and transferred 10,000 yuan. "Really, you do things for others and then you have to pay them for their hard work. How does that make sense?" I saw the missed call from the female boss Jiang Yao, so I called back. "Boss. Wang Ming, there's a new person here today, and I want you to take care of him. Can you come to work today? If not, I'll give you a 500 yuan raise. I'll go now. I overslept, otherwise I would have been there." Chapter 24 System Fuck you hash hash. A little strange. The landlady triggered the binding just by teasing me with her words. I did it with Eileen Chang, but the system didn't respond at all. It seems that not everyone can trigger the binding. Are there any requirements for appearance or purity? This system is quite picky. He did not return to the rental house to pick up the car that Zhu Shuqing gave him. I still took a taxi to the company. I am still very busy today. I have to help the boss train new employees and go to the real estate hall to verify the authenticity of the property rights. Zhu Shuqing's task, the landlady's task, and Li Zhishuan's task are so busy all of a sudden. I'm still thinking about using the money I have to start a business, and I don't have time to plan. When they arrived at the office, the female boss saw Wang Ming through the transparent glass. She walked out of her office and waved to Wang Ming. Wang Ming, come here. Then he turned around and went back into their house. Wang Ming walked into the boss's office and closed the glass door casually. Jiang Yao pressed the remote control of the blinds, and the transparent glass curtains on all four sides fell, separating the boss office from the large office for the employees. Wang Ming looked at the curtains falling around him and asked in confusion, "What's going on? Why is it so secretive?" Jiang Yao bowed her head and said, "Come and sit down." Wang Ming walked to the chair opposite the boss's desk and sat down. Jiang Yao sighed, I think you're great and I really don't want you to leave." Wang Ming frowned, "But you promised me that I would help you for another month." Jiang Yao rested her elbows on the table and leaned forward slightly. "Can't you think about it again? Do you think the salary is too low? You just graduated not long ago. Among my peers, I am not the most stingy boss, am I?" As she spoke, her eyes moved over Wang Ming with a sincere look that wanted him to stay. Wang Ming felt a little uncomfortable with her look. They had clearly agreed on it, so why did she go back on her word? "Boss, I've already made up my mind. It's not about the money. I don't need that few $1,000s in salary right now." Jiang Yao stood up, walked slowly to Wang Ming, and put a hand on his shoulder. "Hey, why call me boss? Call me Jiang Yao. I just started my business, and you are the most capable of the few people I recruited. If you work for me for a few more years, you will be considered my veteran employee. When the company's performance gets better and better, can't I give you some dividends? How about 10 points? 10 points? In the past, I would have been absolutely delighted. The company has been on an upward trend over the past 6 months. Jiang Yao's abilities are indeed outstanding, as she has done so well in an oversaturated industry. But my contribution is also not small. In the 6 months since I joined the company, I roughly estimate that my revenue is over 2 million, excluding rent and some travel expenses, entertainment expenses, and employee expenses. The boss made at least $100. If you give yourself 10% of the annual dividend, it would be more than 200,000 yuan, and it will definitely increase in the future." Seeing Wang Ming thinking, Jiang Yao continued to output. "Are you willing to leave me here alone?" Her voice was a little soft. Wang Ming's neck was itchy from the breath, and his heartbeat inexplicably quickened. He took a deep breath and said, "Boss, I have my own plans. I really am not short of money." Jiang Yao sat on the handle of Wang Ming's chair, leaning against him, holding his arm gently with one hand, shaking him and saying, "Wang Ming, please just feel sorry for me. If you leave, I will dream that you won't help me at night." Her eyes were pitiful. The boss is divorced and has a child. Judging from his condition, he must not have opened the floodgates for many years. "But I really can't keep wasting time here. Completing a task will earn me more than 1 million plus an office worth several million. I am destined to be very successful in the future. Why don't I become a boss and stay in this small company? But I feel like my heart is about to be softened by her. Hey, don't shake me, I'm dizzy." Jiang Yao poked Wang Ming's chest with her finger and said with a pout, "Look how good I am to you. I always take care of you. Forgot? You caught a cold, your girlfriend didn't even visit you, I drove to bring you medicine on a rainy night, and my son loved playing with you when he came to the company. If you leave, my son will definitely cry when he comes and finds you are not here. We have such a hard life. We are always abandoned by men." Wang Ming was confused. What the hell is this? Isn't this clearly a sad drama with temptation added to it? Do. Discover a new bindable object. Jiang Yao. After in-depth communication, the binding can be completed. The system prompt sounded again. Faced with its prompt, Wang Ming was very upset. How could he have a deep communication? This little succubus is almost kissing me. Huh? Why don't you say anything? Wang Ming hurriedly looked at Jiang Yao, who had a seductive look on her face, and put his arms around her waist. Jiang Yao's body trembled, and she instantly jumped up from the chair handle and moved 2 steps forward. "What are you doing?" She blushed a little. Wang Ming frowned, "I just want to comfort you." Jiang Yao coughed lightly to ease the awkward atmosphere. I just wanted to keep you. Why did you suddenly? Wang Ming was helpless. It was clearly he who took the initiative to seduce, and he even became reserved. Let me think about it. I don't want to change something that has already been agreed upon. Seeing Wang Ming relax, Jiang Yao's eyes flashed with surprise, and she quickly struck while the iron was hot. Wang Ming, think about it again, the company really can't do without you. My son can't bear to leave you either. A new person will be coming today, and he will need your guidance. Later I will expand the company, hire more people and get more business. If you leave, I really don't know what to do. As long as you don't leave, I'll keep my promise of 10% of the dividends, and Jiang Yao began to stutter as she finished speaking, her face getting redder and redder. Well, just give it some thought anyway. Wang Ming rubbed his temples and felt a headache. I don't know if it was because of Jiang Yao's bombardment or because I was too tired from repairing the water pipes yesterday. Doo-doo. Binding object successfully. Bound to, Jiang Yao. Age, 32. Appearance, 90. Body, 91. Purity, 80. Infatuation, 80. Infatuation level 80. The boss really likes me. Jiang Yao has always claimed that the age on her ID card is 31, but her actual age is 28. It turns out that the real age is 32. Purity level is 80, so she must have had a boyfriend before getting married. Trigger the mission. When Jiang Yao's son calls out, Dad, 100 times, the mission is completed. Who should be held responsible for the dog's behavior? Let the boss's son call you Dad. Happy to be a father. Fuck you %%. Wang Ming cursed the system in his heart. Chapter 25 Fury. Boss, how old is your son? 4 years old, what's wrong? You can't. How can you think so ahead of time? I hate it. Wang Ming's mouth twitched. What's the new employee's name? Liu Guohuo. Boy. Yes. Wang Ming's mouth continued to twitch. There are 7 employees in the company, 6 of them are men, only the HR is a woman, and the newcomer is also a man. Even the hourly cleaner is an old man. Jiang Yao curled her lips. What are you thinking? You are the only one who is pleasing to the eye and capable. If I wasn't really short of people, I would have fired them all long ago. It's really helpless. This boss must be very hungry. If I really get involved with her, I will be eaten alive. Wang Ming stood up and said goodbye to Jiang Yao. I'm going back to my workstation. Jiang Yao nodded slightly, and responded with a gentle look in her eyes. He will be here soon. I have already told him your workstation and name, and he will take the initiative to find you. Arrange him to work at the station next to you so that it will be easier for you to guide him. Wang Ming nodded and said, Okay, I understand. I returned to my workstation. I hadn't been to work for a few days and saw a mountain of documents on my desk. I have no motivation to work now that I have money. He sighed softly and started to organize the documents. I opened the work queue, which contained several new orders sent by my boss and a bunch of complicated requirements from customers. Sort them out one by one. After finishing my work, I picked up my phone and saw that Zhu Shuqing had sent me a good morning emoticon. Repaying sent a short message, see you at 6 o'clock in the evening. I just remembered that I have to go to Repaying's house tonight. The system task she triggered made Wang Ming scratch his head. While he was thinking, a man in a blue shirt and black trousers walked towards his workstation. The man smiled politely and said, Hello. I'm Liu Guohuo, a new employee. Wang Ming turned his head, and the moment his eyes fell on the man's face, he felt a sense of familiarity in his heart, as if he had seen him somewhere. The man also frowned slightly and tried hard to recall. It's you? They both blurted out almost at the same time, with surprise in their voices. The man was slightly stunned, then he said, You are not. Yes, that's right, your girlfriend's ex-boyfriend, you. Liu Guo stuttered, still unsure of his surprise. Wang Ming patted the table beside him and said, Come, sit down, and have a good chat. It seems that there are many things I can teach you besides work. Seeing Wang Ming's unfriendly tone, Liu Guo pursed his lips, looked fierce, and pulled out a chair and collapsed on it. Then he crossed his legs and put them on the table. Ha, ex? You're just a jerk. Wang Ming glared at Liu Guo fiercely, one-on-one. Let's go to the stairwell? Whoever calls the police is a bastard. Liu Guohua looked at Wang Ming carefully. His heart was beating fast when he saw his biceps faintly visible under his short sleeves. He controlled his voice so that it would not tremble. Har har, uncivilized primitive animals only know how to use violence to solve problems. Wang Ming smiled sinisterly. Yeah, Zhu Mengmeng also thinks I'm violent. Liu Guohua glared at Wang Ming instantly, and Wang Ming immediately rolled up his arm to show off his biceps. Look, it's bigger than yours. Liu Guohua swallowed his saliva. It was really big. If he was hit by such a muscular arm, he would definitely get a black eye and a swollen face. I don't want to waste time talking to you. I'm here to work. Liu Guohua shook his legs on the table, appearing to be very natural and fearless. At this time, Jiang Yao walked out of the office and shouted in the direction of the two people, Liu Guohua. How can you have such an attitude on your first day at work? Take your legs off. This is a company, not your home. Liu Guohua looked at Jiang Yao, who was glaring at him with her shoulders crossed, and immediately lowered her legs from the table. Jiang Yao patted the documents in her hand and shouted to the people in the office, Stop for a moment. I have something to announce. 7 or 8 people in the office put down their mice and keyboards and looked at Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao gave Wang Ming a meaningful look, then glanced at everyone. From today on, Wang Ming is our company's deputy general manager and office director. I will give him all the customer orders that I will distribute to you in the future. If you have any small problems at work, please consult him first. If he can't solve them, then come to me. Wang Ming was stunned for a moment. The other 7 people were also puzzled as to why they were promoted just after entering the room and pulling the curtain and coming out. Seeing that no one said anything, Jiang Yao raised her voice and said, That's it. No objections, right? Several people said in unison, Got it, boss, okay, boss. Jiang Yao gave Wang Ming a bright smile, then turned and walked back to the boss's office. Wang Ming looked at Liu Guohua and said, Oh, you are my lucky star. I got a promotion as soon as you came. At the moment, I don't care about promotion at all. I said this just to stimulate Liu Guohua. Liu Guohua smiled disdainfully. Har, do you think I'm here to work and make money? I just want to experience a more colorful life. My family owns a supermarket. It's at several hundred square meters. The daily turnover is tens of thousands of yuan. Wang Ming clapped his hands and cheered, Newbie, what a wealthy family. Then he changed his tone and said disdainfully, Sales. No rent. No purchase costs. No employee expenses? 100,000 or 80,000 a month is enough for your family to earn, right? Humph, you can't even earn 100,000 or 80,000 in a year. Don't you have any idea why you were dumped? Being a small manager of a small company is the most glorious moment of your life. Liu Guohua looked down on Wang Ming. He continued with a smile, Oh, by the way, we knew each other before Zhu Mengmeng broke up with you, and we were together every Sunday. Wang Ming said nonchalantly, I know that. By the way, he always looks listless every time he sees you. I'm sorry, she is just too tired to stay with me. Liu Guohua gritted his teeth in anger, You? He wanted to curse but didn't dare to open his mouth. His biceps intimidated him. Wang Ming continued, Remember, she takes a half-hour break every time. You don't have to worry about it. It will probably only take 2 minutes. Also, she will have severe stomach pain when her period comes, you need to help her massage it. She didn't want her hair to blow up when she ate a lollipop. By the way, she also likes guanine very much. Stop fucking talking. Liu Guohua couldn't control himself and almost roared. I hate it so much. I want to tear Wang Ming, who keeps talking, to pieces. He loved Zhu Mengmeng deeply and wanted to marry her. The visual was so vivid at this moment that I almost vomited blood. Hearing the roar, everyone looked towards the two of them. Jiang Yao came out of the boss office again and asked Liu Guohua, What are you shouting about? Chapter 26 Cousin. Wang Ming, come here. Jiang Yao called Wang Ming into the office. She asked in a concerned tone, What's going on? Are you guys arguing? Wang Ming nodded. Why are you arguing? Is he too stupid? Be patient. You were also a rookie at first. I will teach you how to be patient step by step. Wang Ming said helplessly, We know each other for some private matters. Jiang Yao nodded thoughtfully, then said decisively, Then I'll fire him. How can I keep someone who makes you unhappy? Wang Ming quickly waved his hands. No, that would make me look petty, let someone else take him. Okay, I'll ask him to go to another workstation. Wang Ming walked out of the boss's office, but did not return to his workstation. Instead, he went out into the corridor. I spent a lot of the money the system gave me last time to increase Zhu Shuqing's favorability. Now that the system reward has arrived, I'm thinking about giving some money to my uncle. He called his uncle. Uncle, I transferred some money to your bank card. My uncle's tone on the phone was honest. Don't need children, do you have enough money? Now it's not a question of whether I have enough to spend, but how to spend it. My uncle advised earnestly, although you can make money from your job now, you have to save it. In the future, marrying a wife, buying a car and a house, and giving a dowry are all expensive, so you have to be frugal. Wang Ming didn't take it seriously. Uncle, you should have received the text message. I received it. $500,000 was deposited into my account. It must be a scam text message. Wang Ming hurriedly explained, yes, it is 500,000 yuan, which I transferred to you. The uncle on the other end of the phone was in disbelief and frowned. You transferred it. Try withdrawing the money to WeChat. My uncle was shocked. Did you really transfer it? You didn't do anything illegal, did you? I am now a senior executive of the company. Although the company is small, the dividends are good, and the company will grow stronger in the future. You don't have to suffer anymore. Go buy an apartment in the county town. You should save it for yourself and leave me alone. Your sister will go to college next year, and I will be free if I can hold on for a few more years. She is going to take the college entrance exam in 11, and you can take care of her in 11 when she graduates. Wang Ming smiled and said, of course. By the way, how is my cousin doing recently? I haven't contacted her for a long time. Your cousin seems to be resigning and didn't tell me much. Let's do this for now. Feel free to spend the money. If you need money, tell me. I'll go back to see you during the Chinese New Year. My uncle had no choice but to admonish me, take care, kid, and be a law-abiding citizen of Daxia. Don't worry. Wang Ming hung up the phone and dialed his cousin's number again. After a while, the call was connected. Sister, are you doing well in Nanju City? My cousin scolded me, you little brat, you still care about me. You haven't called me for almost a month. Wang Ming explained, there have been too many things going on recently. I heard from my uncle that you want to resign. My cousin sighed on the other end of the phone, Nanju is too competitive. The boss treats us like slaves. I've already resigned. I'll take a month off and relax first. How are you doing in Xiguan? I'm fine now. Why don't you come to me and I'll take care of you? You'll be lonely in Nanju. My cousin laughed and joked, you can't even take care of yourself, and you're taking care of me. But I really want to go to Xiguan. Xiguan has developed much better than Nanju in the past 2 years. Come on, you'll have company with me. My cousin said in a serious tone, I'll think about it. Cousin, I won't talk to you anymore. I have a lot of work to do. Well, bye. After the two hung up the phone, Wang Ming clicked on his cousin's profile picture and transferred 100,000 yuan. Wang Ming's cousin is Zhu Shiman, 25 years old. I have been working for several years and live paycheck to paycheck, but I am self-reliant and have never asked Uncle Wang Ming for money. During the Chinese New Year, I would use my savings to buy some New Year's goods to bring home. Wang Ming grew up in his uncle's house and has a good relationship with his sisters. Zhu Shiman opened the message and was shocked to see that her cousin had transferred 100,000 yuan to her. There was also a message attached below. Since you want to relax, go travel. Use the money. Don't be too tight on money. I've also given a lot of money to my uncle. Don't worry about him. Zhu Shiman looked at the transfer and replied, did you win the lottery? Wang Ming replied, promoted, the second in command of the company. It took Zhu Shiman a long time to calm down, thinking that her younger brother had really made great progress. Wang Ming urged her to collect the money. Zhu Shiman clicked on the payment button and a real 100,000 yuan was deposited into her account. You are really good, kid. Wang Ming felt a sense of accomplishment when he saw his cousin's praise. Back at my workstation, I looked at the work queue where Jiang Yao sent all the company's customer orders. I groaned in my heart, the workload was simply outrageous. Without consulting me, He made me the second in command and had me review all the business. Until noon, Wang Ming didn't even have time to eat a bite of lunch. Time passed by unknowingly, and it was almost time to punch in the afternoon. I was so tired that I felt dizzy and rubbed my sore eyes and stretched my stiff neck. Jiang Yao appeared beside his workstation with a meal in her hand, with a gentle smile on her face. Eat something, you've worked hard today. After all, you have become my second in command. I plan to raise your salary to 8K next month, and then as agreed, we will give you a 10% bonus at the end of the year. Work hard. Wang Ming was slightly startled, then showed gratitude. Thank you, boss, but I still need to think about it. Jiang Yao nodded gently. Don't worry, you are in the company anyway, just think about it slowly. She was also worried. In the past, Wang Ming would take the initiative to apply for a salary increase, and he would be happy even if it was only a 500 yuan increase. But now that she offered such generous conditions, he seemed unmoved. Wang Ming also thought to himself that if it were in the past, he would have been so moved that he would have burst into tears and might even have hugged this single mother. But it's different now. My own office can be sold for millions. Well, why not invest in Jiang Yao's company? Jiang Yao has always wanted to expand the company, but she has no experience as a boss, so it's a good opportunity for her to start with a small company and practice. After completing more system tasks and having enough money, I will slowly expand my business. Oh, if I had the ability and the opportunity, I would definitely acquire Liu Guo's supermarket. Wang Ming looked at Jiang Yao and said, Boss, I have learned about everyone's customer orders and progress. Can I go out for a while this afternoon? Jiang Yao said nonchalantly, Whatever, you are the second in command. If there is no problem at work, you can do whatever you want. You don't need to ask me for permission. I'll be back as soon as possible. Wang Ming said goodbye to Jiang Yao and drove to the real estate hall in the small shell given to him by Zhu Xuqing. Chapter 27 Investment Plan. After confirmation by the service window of the real estate hall, the property rights are genuine. Baiyun District CBD. Office in Jingqian Building. 150 square meters. Every inch of land is worth a lot of money. The rewards for completing the missions are outrageous. Wang Ming's heart began to get excited again. He didn't have enough money to run the office yet, so he might as well sell it and invest in Jiang Yao. If Jiang Yao doesn't agree, you can use the money to do something else. He then drove to the agency to sell his property. After evaluation by the intermediary, the listing price of 6 million is more appropriate. Help me get 5.5 million. The sales manager of the agency widened his eyes when he heard Wang Ming's words. Are you sure? Sure, I need money urgently. The sales manager held his eyes, rolled his eyes, and smiled flatteringly. That. If you offer a lower price, we can buy it directly. Wang Ming frowned. This guy just wanted to take advantage of him. Looking at the middle-aged man's potbelly, he must have earned a lot of money from his clients. But I am not afraid of being hacked. Right now I need to quickly cash in the system rewards. Only what I get will count as money, so I will just put it up for sale slowly and get out of here. How much lower? Wang Ming asked seriously. The middle-aged man's brain was working secretly, and he suddenly said, 5 million. Make a deal. Okay. We'll prepare the full payment tomorrow and go directly to the real estate hall to transfer the ownership. No problem. Wang Ming drove back to the company. I had endless fantasies along the way. I made 5 million easily. If I continued like this, becoming a millionaire or even a billionaire would not be a dream. Looking at the system interface, Zhu Xuqing's obsession level is 92. When will it reach 100 to exchange for system coins? The houses and cars in the system mall are really tempting. Zhu Xuqing sent many greetings on this day, asking about Wang Ming's condition. What a gentle woman. If I open a company for Zhu Xuqing in the future, will she be so moved that she will come to me on her own initiative? Just as Wang Ming was thinking while driving, Zhu Mengmeng called. Hey, didn't you block me? What? Did you miss me? What did you say to my boyfriend, you bastard? I said you were very white before, but now you are black. I at %. Zhu Mengmeng suddenly got anxious and started swearing. You poor bastard. You became a small leader, right? But that doesn't change the fact that you are a loser. My boyfriend's family can earn 1.8 million a year. I want to buy a bag and you give me 40,000 yuan. Do you know the difference between you two? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will tear your mouth apart. Wang Ming gritted his teeth in hatred. Doesn't his family make 1.8 million yuan a year? Just wait, Zhu Mengmeng. After hanging up the phone, he stepped on the accelerator angrily. After returning to the company, Wang Ming walked straight to their boss's office and knocked on the glass door. Enter. Boss. I figured it out. Stay and help me, right? I told you, our future is so bright, you are destined to buy a car and a house in 11 and in the future. Maybe in the future, my house will be your home. Jiang Yao said this and lowered her head shyly. Wang Ming didn't want to waste time talking about this and went straight to the point. I want to buy shares. You mean? Oh. What are you talking about? We have to talk about feelings first before. Wang Ming's face was twitching. The boss was really, what was he thinking about? I mean, I want to invest. I want more shares in the company. Investment. Jiang Yao looked puzzled. Do you have money? Of course, otherwise how can we invest in it? Jiang Yao smiled lightly. How much money can you have? Even if you have it, you know that the company is getting better and better. Why would I care about your hundreds or tens of thousands of dollars? Wang Ming does not have any at the moment. He gave the Daxia coins rewarded by the system to his uncle and cousin, and now he only has 500,000 left. But 5 million will be deposited into the account tomorrow. Wang Ming organized his thoughts and said seriously, according to the current status of the company, it will take you 5 years to earn 5 million. Excluding the expenses for improving your life, you may have 2 to 3 million left in 5 years. Even if you save this money, you will consider whether to invest it all in the company. I will invest 5 million, and I only want 49% of your shares. Is that okay? 5 million. Jiang Yao tried hard to absorb Wang Ming's information, but couldn't digest it for a while, and her eyes were a little dazed. Wang Ming nodded. Jiang Yao shook her head. You are such a joker. If you really want to leave, I can't stop you. How can you say such irrelevant things? I look like I'm kidding. Jiang Yao's laughter became more and more unbridled. 5 million, it's hard for you to come up with 50,000, right? It's not like I haven't been to your rental house before. When I brought you medicine, I saw your takeout bag was full of pork trotter rice, pancakes, and cold noodles. Do you have 5 million? Wang Ming was too lazy to explain. She would only believe what he said if money was slapped in front of her. Just tell me, if I really have 5 million, would you agree? If you can come up with 5 million, I will certainly agree. Wouldn't it be good for the company to become bigger and stronger? It's a deal. Jiang Yao felt that Wang Ming must have become mentally disturbed by the personal affairs in his life. She then comforted him, if you really want to become the boss of a company, there are other easy ways. Wang Ming put his hands on the table and said with a smile, I'll talk to you about this tomorrow. After he said that, he turned and walked out of Jiang Yao's office. Jiang Yao looked at Wang Ming's back, sighed and shook his head. Is he really crazy? The afternoon passed without any rush or boredom, during which Liu Guo turned back from time to time and cast hateful glances at Wang Ming. After get off work, I returned to the apartment building and looked at the smoke rising from the second floor opposite. Jiafang is preparing for dinner. When Wang Ming got home, he opened the refrigerator and saw the Red Bull and Jinzhou that Jiafang had put in. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. His eyes then fell on a belt hanging on the wall, and he wondered to himself whether Jiafang would like it. He took off his belt and whipped it hard twice in the air. Their par sound of the airflow was harsh. Do you want to buy 2 more candles? Jiafang deliberately looked in the direction of the apartment building from time to time, and finally saw Wang Ming's car. She immediately called Wang Ming. As soon as the call was connected, Jiafang's shy voice came over. When you come later, come in from the back of the yard. It won't do if someone sees you enter my house and don't leave again. Wang Ming smiled and responded, I'm just here to have a meal, and I'll leave after I'm done. Jiafang's tone was filled with a hint of resentment. Are you just here to eat? Wang Ming pretended to be confused. What else? Jiafang snorted, you bad guy, you clearly know the answer in your heart, but you still force me to make it clear. I'm afraid you'll record it and blackmail me for money. Wang Ming continued to tease, if you don't explain clearly, I won't go. Jiafang stood at the gate of the yard, looking at the apartment building helplessly. She looked around and muttered softly, "Help me wash the steel wool." "Okay, are you satisfied now?" Wang Ming couldn't help laughing. "I really don't understand. If the steel wool is old, just replace it with a new one. Why wash it?" Jiafang urged anxiously, "Stop talking nonsense, come quickly, the meal is ready." Chapter 28. The plan begins. Following Jiafang's instructions, Wang Ming gently pushed open the small door to the backyard from the path behind the yard. I quickly walked across the backyard and tried to open the back door of the second floor, but it was still unlocked. The aroma of food filled the air instantly. Jiafang had been leaning against the cabinet at the back door waiting for a long time, watching Wang Ming, who came in with a smile on her face. She was wearing a black lace short-sleeve top with shorts, and her face was heavily made up, with dark eyeshadow and rosy lips. "Here I am. It seems I am destined to try the back door today." Jiafang raised her eyebrows slightly, her voice carrying a hint of coquettishness. Wang Ming immediately understood Jiafang's hidden meaning. "Okay, after dinner, I'll continue to go through the back door." He raised one eyebrow slightly, then sniffed. Smells good, I can't wait." "Are you talking about the delicious food, or me? What do you think?" Jiafang giggled, grabbed Wang Ming's hand and walked towards the dining table. Wang Ming put down the Jinju and Red Bull in his hands. Jiafang's mouth was increasingly filled with smiles that could not be concealed. "It looks like there will be an earthquake today." Wang Ming looked at the food on the table: kidney slices, sea cucumbers, leeks, and wolfberries soaked in the wine. I couldn't help but gasp. Older women are just exaggerating. How incompetent is her husband? However, as a woman of the same age, Zhu Shuqing was shy. It must be because she has never experienced it. If she gets a taste of the sweetness, she will definitely be unable to stop. "Is this mutton?" "Venison." Wang Ming was shocked when he heard Jiafang's answer. She was really well prepared in all aspects. "Did you do this for your husband before?" Whatever he eats is nonsense." Wang Ming raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, "Oh, it seems that this venison is a special benefit prepared for me." Jiafang giggled, "Of course not, I'm just looking forward to you taking good care of yourself." Wang Ming picked up a piece of venison and put it in his mouth, chewing it slowly, his eyes always on Jiafang. "This venison is awesome, feel the pulse." Jiafang's cheeks flushed. "Eat more quickly, don't just talk and don't practice." Wang Ming picked up the wine glass and gently shook the wine with wolfberries in it. "Come on, let's drink a glass. You will know what a warrior is in a moment." Jiafang also picked up her glass and clinked it with Wang Ming's. She opened her red lips and said, "Then I'll wait and see how you perform." The two drank some wine. Jiafang wiped the corner of her mouth with a tissue, and looked at Wang Ming with charming eyes. "If you perform well, not only will the rent be waived, but I will also give you a reward." Wang Ming looked Jiafang up and down and deliberately clicked his tongue twice. "If you behave well, I will pay your rent for 5 years. Jiafang was stunned. Wang Ming looked around the big house and asked, "How many square meters is your house?" "The usable area is over 400 square meters. How much is this house?" Jiafang thought for a moment and said, "I built it myself, so I didn't spend much money, but the land cost more than 2 million yuan at the time, and that was 10 years ago." Wang Ming nodded. "According to the current market conditions, this house would cost at least 10 million yuan. There are quite a few rooms in this house." Listening to Wang Ming's sigh, Jiafang smiled even more wickedly. "Then try every room. Don't be listless at work tomorrow." Jiafang's eyes were full of anticipation. She picked up the chopsticks and picked up a sea cucumber for Wang Ming. "It's been a long time since I felt this much anticipation." Wang Ming picked up the sea cucumber and put it in his mouth. After chewing and swallowing, he put down his chopsticks and said, "I don't want to eat it anymore." Jiafang frowned. "What's the matter?" "Not to your liking. I want to eat something else." Wang Ming stood up and walked to Jiafang, and Jiafang also stood up. Both of them began to breathe rapidly. From 6:30 in the evening until a little after 1 o'clock. The lights on the second floor finally went out. Every half hour, the lights in a room would come on. Until 12 o'clock, the lights on the entire second floor were on. Wang Ming learned from Jiafang where her mother-in-law lived. "I also got my daughter's name and the university she attended. Zhu Shuqing and Jiang Yao's system tasks are somewhat difficult, so now we have to pay more attention to Jiafang and Li Zhishuan's tasks." At 7:40, Wang Ming was awakened by the alarm clock. He pressed the alarm button, but Jiafang was still sleeping soundly and showed no sign of waking up. Looking at the multiple strawberries on Jiafang's collarbone, how should she explain it? I can't care about that anymore. Let her handle it herself. Drive straight to the real estate lobby. Excited in my heart. 5 million, get it immediately. Walking into the real estate lobby, Wang Ming immediately saw the big-bellied sales manager from the agency from yesterday. The sales manager also saw him, and immediately a smile appeared on his face, and he quickly walked towards him. Mr. Wang, it's our turn soon. Wang Ming nodded. Is the money ready? We are ready. Don't worry, Mr. Wang. Our company is always reliable. The sales manager said, taking out a document from his bag. Give us your card number and sign it. Then take the property certificate to the window and sign it again. Wang Ming took out his mobile phone, clicked on the card number and held it out to the man. The man quickly took out his phone and dialed. Listen to me while I read out the card number, XXXX. Mr. Wang, we have already arranged the financial transfer and will transfer 5 million to your account soon. It's a pleasure to work with you. If the money comes quickly, there will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. The man's eyes widened when he heard this. This was the god of wealth. He asked tentatively, do you have a lot of real estate? There will be someday. After Wang Ming finished speaking, his cell phone rang. It was a text message alert from the bank. He opened his phone and saw that he had received a transfer message for 5 million. Well, the money has been received. Oh. It's our turn now. Let's go. The man ran towards the window and Wang Ming followed him with the property certificate. The two came to the transfer window, and Wang Ming cooperated with the staff to handle various procedures. The staff carefully checked the network access information and property rights documents, and after confirming that they were correct, they began the transfer procedures. The whole process didn't take long and Wang Ming had nothing to do with it. Left the real estate hall. He drove to the company. Now you can find Jiang Yao. All you have to do next is put the money in front of her. You can enjoy the endless benefits. Wang Ming thought of Zhu Mengmeng and Liu Guohuo, and swore secretly. After the system rewards increase or the system coins are withdrawn, you must venture into the supermarket field. Open a store right across from his house. Not for profit. Just to suppress him. Your ribs sell for 20 yuan, so sell them for 10 yuan. Things that you sell for $1 or $2 are given away for free. You won't have any customers and can't even pay the rent. Zhu Mengmeng, just wait for your boyfriend's family to sell all their belongings. Chapter 29. Since it's useless, let us see you later. Wang Ming rushed to the company and hurried into Jiang Yao's office. Jiang Yao was sitting at her desk, looking at the documents intently. Hearing the noise, she looked up and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Oh, I don't even knock on the door when I become a manager, she joked. Wang Ming strode up to Jiang Yao and handed the phone to her. Boss Jiang, take a look at this. Jiang Yao took the phone and her eyes fell on the balance of 5.5 million in the bank account on the screen. Her eyes widened instantly, with a look of disbelief. Where did this money come from? Don't worry about it. It's clean money anyway. Jiang Yao frowned. Don't be ridiculous, where do you get so much money? This is fake, are you kidding me? Wang Ming smiled confidently. I'll transfer it to you now. Tell me the company account number. Jiang Yao hesitated for a moment, but still told Wang Ming the company account. Wang Ming quickly operated his mobile phone. After a while, Jiang Yao's mobile phone rang one after another with message alerts. Jiang Yao opened the messages and jumped up from his boss chair. His eyes were fixed on the phone, his lips slightly parted, and his voice changed tone. Really, 5 million has really arrived. She raised her head and looked at Wang Ming in shock. Where did you get so much money? Wang Ming put his hands in his pockets and thought for a moment. I haven't figured out how to tell Jiang Yao where the money came from. I can't just say I picked it up. Mr. Jiang, my house has been demolished. Do you want to cash out the 49 shares you promised me? Demolition? 5 million. Where is your hometown? We'll talk about it later, let's talk business now. Jiang Yao took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Okay, I agree. I'll give you 49 points of dividends. Wang Ming nodded and said, Boss Jiang, I'll leave the company's expansion to you. Also, I won't be able to come to the company for a while because I have some important things to do. Jiang Yao walked to Wang Ming and put her hand on his shoulder. You can take as much rest as you want. The company is your second home. You are my shareholder now, just wait to receive dividends. She paused, then blushed and muttered in a lower voice. It's just, when my son misses you, can you play with him? Only then did she realize that the blinds were not drawn, and she quickly took her hands away from Wang Ming. Wang Ming smiled meaningfully. Before binding Jiang Yao, he definitely had no intention of chatting with her little son. Now the system task is exactly his son. Although it is difficult, he still has to try it for the reward. Okay, as long as I'm free. Jiang Yao raised her eyebrows and pouted. Well, in this case, I have to be tired again. Not only do I have to review the company's work myself, but I also have to expand the company. You really have no part in expanding the company. Wang Ming shook his head. You decide for yourself. I trust you. The binding object information column of the system interface shows that Jiang Yao's obsession level has reached 85. Seeing Wang Ming staring at her seriously, Jiang Yao blushed and coughed twice. You really spent a lot of money on me. You spent all the money for the demolition on me. Wang Ming came back to his senses. I'm not giving it to you for free, I'm taking dividends from the company. Well, I will definitely do a good job in expanding the company. Wang Ming smiled and said, You are so capable, I am naturally 100% confident. When I finish my work outside, I will come back and count the money with you. Jiang Yao rolled her eyes at him, but couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth. You're the only one who talks nonsense. By the way, how long will it take you to do this? I can make a plan for it. Wang Ming scratched his head. I can't say for sure. I will keep in touch with you at any time. Jiang Yao nodded, walked to the window, looked at the CBD street view, and murmured, If the company can expand smoothly, the future development prospects will definitely be bright. Wang Ming walked behind her and hugged her. The company has done a good job, I will reward you. Jiang Yao turned around abruptly, her eyes panicking, and pushed Wang Ming away with both hands, her voice shy and anxious. I haven't lowered the blinds yet. The employees should see it. Wang Ming was stunned, and then he suddenly remembered Liu Guohuo, and thought to himself that something was wrong. If Zhu Mengmeng heard about this, and if she told Zhu Shuqing, there would be a big mess. He quickly let go and stood there awkwardly. Jiang Yao raised her hand and smoothed her hair in panic, and said angrily, You said the investment department was for me, you dead ghost. But I have to make it clear that if you don't give me an identity, I won't do it with you. I want to find a father for my child. Wang Ming smiled and said, Let us talk about it after you expand the company. Then I'm leaving. Well, keep in touch, I'll start working on expanding the company soon. Wang Ming turned and walked out of the office. He carefully observed his surroundings. No one seemed to notice the little action he and Jiang Yao had just taken, so he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After looking around, I still couldn't see Liu Guohuo. Wang Ming walked to an employee's workstation. When the employee looked up and saw that it was Wang Ming, he immediately stood up and said respectfully, Manager. Where's Liu Guohuo? He has resigned. Wang Ming smiled, this guy must be unable to bear being his subordinate, har 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 har. He walked out of the company, and the news exploded in Wei's heart. Li Zhixuan, Zhang Jian's parents have already taken care of his funeral. His body has been cremated and his ashes have been taken back to their hometown. Zhu Shuqing, dear, I miss you so much when I don't see you for just one day. You must be very busy these days. Zhang Ailing, are you free today? The water pipe is broken again, Omega. Wang Ming replied to Li Zhixuan, Well, don't be too sad. Let us go to the amusement park together when we have time. Reply to Zhu Shuqing, the company is very busy, I will find time to visit you. After replying to Zhu Shuqing and Li Zhixuan, then he blocked Zhang Ailing and her phone number. Since the binding cannot be triggered, I don't want to waste any more time on her. You can't spend too much time with women like this, something bad will happen sooner or later. He went to the mall, bought some nutritional supplements, and drove to the small lake area. Jiafang's mother-in-law lives in Xiaohu district. As long as I ask her to cook a dish for me and eat it, the first part of the task will be completed. Chapter 30 Landlord's Daughter. We drove to Longwenbaudi, a small lake area. This area has a quiet environment, and Jiafang's mother-in-law lives in one of the detached houses that looks quite elegant. He parked the car, straightened his clothes, and walked towards the house with his things. After ringing the doorbell, the door opened soon. Jiafang's mother-in-law looked at him with a puzzled look. "Who are you?" Wang Ming immediately showed a bright smile. "Auntie, no, grandma. I am an employee of the Elderly Care Foundation, and I distribute nutritional supplements to every elderly person over 60 years old." He handed over the nutritional supplement in his hand. The doubts on Jiafang's mother-in-law's face faded a little, and she smiled. "Oh, thank you, but I don't need it. My son has money, give it to those in need." Wang Ming was a little overwhelmed and forgot this. Jiafang's family is well off and her husband is rich, so how could her mother-in-law care about these things? There is no other way at the moment. If you want to eat her food, you have to mention Jiafang. Wang Ming calmed himself down and said, "Grandma, Jiafang is a public welfare ambassador who manages many of us. She asked me to bring it to you specially. She has something to do today and doesn't have time to come in person, so she asked someone from our foundation to deliver this gift to you." A hint of surprise flashed in Jiafang's mother-in-law's eyes, and the smile on her face became more genuine. "So it's Jiafang's intention, then I have to accept it. Come in and sit down. You must have come all this way to come here." Wang Ming followed Grandma Jiafang into the house. Every corner of the house revealed the quality of life. The old lady asked him to sit down on the sofa and went to pour tea. Wang Ming was thinking about how to naturally bring up the matter of staying for dinner later. The mother-in-law came over with tea and said with a smile, "How come this child suddenly thought of me?" Wang Ming was surprised. From the old lady's words, he could tell that Jiafang didn't care much about her mother-in-law. "I was too impatient. I should have done my homework properly. If something went wrong, would it cause Jiafang to get divorced? Jiafang has always been thinking about you, but I've been too busy with work recently." This time, when she knew that our foundation was organizing an activity to send nutritional supplements to the elderly, she immediately thought of you. Jiafang's mother-in-law put the tea on the coffee table, sat opposite Wang Ming, and sighed. Alas, she finally does something serious. She plays mahjong every day and dresses up extravagantly. It's so annoying. She even led my granddaughter astray. Wang Ming picked up the teacup and took a sip, while thinking about how to bring the topic back to eating. "Grandma, Jiafang said that the food you cooked was delicious and she kept saying how much she missed your cooking skills." Jiafang's mother-in-law was stunned for a moment. "I have never cooked for her, is that what Jiafang said?" Wang Ming's face flashed with embarrassment for a moment, and he laughed dryly and said, She. Is the Jiafang you are talking about my daughter-in-law?" Wang Ming nodded quickly. "Yes, that's right, she likes to wear black stockings, and there is a mole on the lower back of her waist." As soon as I said this, my mother-in-law's eyes widened and she exclaimed, "Below the waist? Where is that?" Wang Ming quickly stopped talking, looked around in panic, and continued. "Hey, it's almost noon." He quietly pressed the button on his phone, and immediately the audio of his stomach growling came out of the phone. When Jiafang's mother-in-law heard this, she immediately stopped thinking about lower back. Looking at Wang Ming, he asked, "Are you hungry? Can I heat up some food for you? We have leftovers." I thought Wang Ming would politely refuse, but he immediately agreed. It's hard to refuse such a kind offer. The corners of my mother-in-law's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and she forced a smile. "Okay, I'll heat it up for you." After saying that, she stood up and walked into the kitchen. Wang Ming sat on the sofa, watching the old lady walk into the kitchen, and sighed inwardly. Grandma Jiafang looks to be around 70 years old. Although her hair is a little grey, she walks without any trembling and appears to be in very good health. I was getting more and more panicked the more I talked. How could I have revealed Jiafang's mole? Fortunately, her mother-in-law is old and her reaction is slow. After a while, Wang Ming ate his meal symbolically. At the dinner table, the old lady kept complaining about Jiafang. They said she didn't dress like a good daughter-in-law, and her granddaughter is the same now. She dresses like a beggar every day, as if she can't afford to buy pants. She has to wear such long stockings, which are torn and have holes in them. In her eyes, he looked like a beggar, but in Wang Ming's eyes, this was the right outfit. Doo-doo. The first part of the Jiafang triggered mission is completed. Wang Ming looked at the system interface. 1. Dinner at Jiafang's mother-in-law's house. Completed. 2. Climbing a mountain with Jiafang's daughter. 01. Okay, we shouldn't stay here for long. If we stay any longer, we'll be exposed. Grandma, I'm leaving now, so I won't help you clear the table. It's okay, it's okay. The nanny will clean it up when she comes back. Watching Wang Ming leave, Jiafang's mother-in-law frowned as she sat on the sofa. Xiaofang, where is the mole? The kid just said, below the waist, below the waist. She gradually fell into deep thought again. Leaving Longwen Baodi, we drove to Xiguan Normal University. Wang Ming asked around the school about Jiafang's daughter's name. As he walked among the students and asked them questions, he couldn't help but sigh that just a year ago, he was also a vibrant college student. Now everything is drifting away from me, and my heart is full of nostalgia. Fuck you, I miss you so much. When I think of college, I think of Zhu Mingming's shadow. Wang Ming came up and slapped him in the face. The left brain is fighting with the right brain. He asked one person after another in the square in front of the foreign languages building and captured key information from the conversations of several students. 2 students said, Jing Shuxuan didn't come to class. It seems that she went to the internet cafe with her boyfriend. She often doesn't come to class. After the 2 students left, Wang Ming began to mutter to himself. Jing Shuxuan has a boyfriend, and she only has 500,000 yuan in savings. Besides, her family is well off. Even if I spend the 500,000 yuan on her, it seems difficult to have further development with her. It feels like I can't find a way to get close to her at all. Even so, you still have to try your best. Just climb the mountain together once, and you can get the system reward again. Came to the largest internet cafe opposite the school. Yesterday, Wang Ming had carefully looked at photos of Jing Shuxuan at Jiafang's house and was deeply impressed by her appearance. He walked into the internet cafe and searched carefully in every corner of the first floor, his eyes constantly scanning every seat. Finally, in the 20 yuan high-end area of the internet cafe, I saw a girl who looked quite similar to the photo. Looking closely, yes, it's her. Wearing a JK skirt, ripped black stockings, black leather shoes, and blowing bubble gum in her mouth. However, there was no one else around Jing Shuxuan. Didn't they say she was with her boyfriend? Wang Ming slowly walked behind Jing Shuxuan. Jing Shuxuan had headphones on her head and was staring at the computer screen intently. On the computer screen, a female character holding an AK was squatting in a room on the 2nd floor, with the muzzle of the gun pointing out the window. Shut down the smoke. Shut down the smoke. There's no one in the final circle. If we hold this position, we'll have the chicken. Chapter 31 Climbing. Mark the spot. 3 people. Blow up their car. Zheng Shuxuan gave some instructions. Wang Ming was right behind her, leaning on her sofa chair and watching. Zheng Shuxuan successfully won the chicken. Wang Ming had already figured out how to fool her. Patted her shoulder. Classmate. Zheng Shuxuan turned his head and looked, but didn't recognize Wang Ming, but it seemed like he had seen him somewhere. She never set foot in the apartment building on her commute home, but she did pass by Wang Ming by chance. But I still remember it. Who are you? He asked in a dissatisfied tone. Wang Ming sorted out his thoughts, coughed twice awkwardly and said, You're really good at eating chicken. Zheng Shuxuan raised his eyebrows playfully, that's it. He glanced at Wang Ming. He was good-looking, muscular and quite tall. His tone gradually softened, strike up a conversation with me. I have a boyfriend. So what if you have a husband? He's just a boyfriend. Zheng Shuxuan chuckled and continued to look at Wang Ming. It's hard to pursue me. I'm not short of money. But you look pretty. If you have any advantages, I might give you a chance to get in touch with me. This laughter, this silky look, she is undoubtedly his biological daughter. It has successfully aroused her interest. Wang Ming smiled and said, I'll give you 100,000 yuan to accompany me to climb Baiyun Mountain. Zheng Shuxuan was stunned, 100,000 yuan. Seeing Wang Ming's serious expression, Zheng Shuxuan stood up, crossed his arms over his chest and continued to look. You're not really going to chase me, are you? Wang Ming shook his head. I just want to spend more time with the beauty and climb a mountain. It's worth 100,000 yuan. Zheng Shuxuan twisted his eyebrows together, thought about it in his heart, and then smiled. If you can really come up with $100,000, I'll even go on a roller coaster with you, but if you try to fool me, I'll have my boyfriend teach you a lesson. Although Jing Shushuan's family is wealthy, her living expenses are only 10,000 yuan per month. Who wouldn't want to get 100,000 yuan just to climb a mountain? Wang Ming didn't expect that he would ask her to accompany him hiking for 100,000 yuan, so he immediately took out his cell phone. Give me the code and I'll scan it for you now. Jing Shushuan took out his cell phone with doubt in his heart. Wang Ming picked up his phone without hesitation and scanned the code to transfer the money. Jing Shushuan's phone received a notification sound. Jing Shushuan's eyes lit up instantly, and the suspicion on her face turned into surprise. This rich man transferred 100,000 yuan in one go. How wealthy must his family be? Am I so beautiful? Jing Shushuan muttered to herself. Okay, you're so straightforward. Since you're so generous, I'll accompany you to climb Baiyun Mountain. Tell me, when are we going? Jing Shushuan put his hands on his hips, with a hint of pride in his tone. Wang Ming said without hesitation, right now. Jing Shushuan shrugged. Okay, I'll listen to you, but I have to say this first. Don't hold me back when we climb the mountain. I'm very strong. Don't make me wait for you. Wang Ming smiled thoughtfully. If it was really hereditary, he must have good physical strength. Jing Shushuan was not arrogant. What are you laughing at? Jing Shushuan asked in confusion with a pout. Wang Ming immediately dismissed Jia Fang from his mind. Well, if your boyfriend knew you were dating someone else, he wouldn't dump you, would he? Jing Shushuan rolled his eyes. Don't worry about it, I wanted to kick him out a long time ago. Useless guy, he gets tired after playing a few games, he can't keep up with the physical strength. Wang Ming teased. Oh, it seems that your requirements are quite high. Jing Shushuan snorted. Of course. To be honest, my family is not short of money. I am so outstanding. If my boyfriend doesn't have some skills to show off, how can he be worthy of me? The two walked out of the internet cafe. Wang Ming brought Jing Shushuan to the beetle car. Jing Shushuan looked at the car with a puzzled look on his face, wrinkled his nose and asked, why are you driving such an old car? She couldn't understand it. If he spent 100,000 yuan, he should at least be able to drive a sports car, or at least a Maserati. Wang Ming smiled as he opened the car door and said slowly, I like nostalgia, and I like old cars like this. That being said, who doesn't love a sports car? It's an investment, right? Jing Shushuan got into the car half-believingly, muttering. I really don't understand your strange preference. Why is the interior decoration so girly? The car started slowly, and along the way, Wang Ming and Jing Shushuan chatted a lot. Wang Ming discovered that Jing Shushuan's personality was indeed very similar to her mother's. Both were extroverted and confident, and a little seductive. Jing Shushuan spoke with great excitement, and gradually felt less strange towards Wang Ming. The two arrived at the foot of Baiyun Mountain. The sunlight shines through the mountains and forests, giving the lush trees a layer of golden edges. Jing Shushuan turned to Wang Ming and said, Hey, you go in front, I'm wearing a short skirt. Wang Ming's mouth curled up. She had seen her hometown herself. Beep. Found the bindable object, Jing Shushuan. The mechanical sound of the system popped up in my mind. Bind again. I have 4 tasks to complete and now there is a binding object. It's really tiring. Tired but happy. The more objects you bind, the more tasks you will have, so you will naturally earn more money. Wang Ming has been walking in front. After climbing for a while, Jing Shushuan's pace began to slow down, but she didn't expect Wang Ming's endurance to be so strong that he didn't even want to rest in the middle. But how could I show weakness after having just boasted so much? I had to grit my teeth and persevere. Wang Ming noticed her difficulty and asked, how about we take a break before continuing to climb? Jing Shushuan shook his head stubbornly, no, I can still do it. Wang Ming saw beads of sweat on Jing Shushuan's forehead and his breathing became rapid. Jia Fang also tried to be strong in this way, but in the end, he was half dead and probably wouldn't wake up until dinner. After climbing for a distance, Wang Ming not only did not rest, but continued to speed up his pace. Jing Shushuan really couldn't hold on any longer, so he sat down on a rock, gasping for breath. No, I'm so tired. Wang Ming turned back, walked to her side, took out a bottle of water from his bag and handed it to her. Drink some water first, don't rush. Jing Shushuan took the water, gulped down a few sips, calmed down and said, I didn't expect that this mountain looks not high, but it is quite hard to climb. Wang Ming smiled and said, I think my physical strength is okay. Zheng Shuxuan frowned and said, it's really great. The cell phone rang. Zheng Shuxuan took out his cell phone and said, I'll take a call. She put the phone to her ear and listened to their voice in the microphone. His rapid breathing suddenly stopped. What? Liar. You're lying. No way. No way. Zheng Shuxuan's words became more and more intense and she was very emotional. Wang Ming frowned. Judging from her condition, something big had happened. Could it be that Zheng Shuxuan's boyfriend saw her get into his car? Zheng Shuxuan began to break down and cry. The phone slipped from her hand and fell some distance down the hillside. She didn't care at all and was almost insane. Mom. Mom. How so? Hearing Zheng Shuxuan's crying, Wang Ming's body shook violently. Jiafang. Chapter 32 Emergency. Seeing Zheng Shuxuan crying harder and harder, something must have happened. Could it be the same as Zhang Jian? Oh my god. I dare not even think about it. If this is true, then I would be responsible. However, in the morning, Jiafang was still snoring lightly. Wang Ming also became anxious. He suddenly stepped in front of Zheng Shuxuan, grabbed her shoulders and shook her. What's wrong with your mother? Zheng Shuxuan's tears covered her face. She completely ignored Wang Ming's words and cried louder and louder. Crying and shouting, Mom. Dad. Wang Ming shook harder and harder. Calm down. What happened to your mother? His heart was in his throat and an ominous premonition came over him. Zheng Shuxuan was distracted for a moment. She looked at Wang Ming with tearful eyes, clutching the hem of her JK skirt tightly with both hands, her voice trembling violently. My mom, she. He died despite failed rescue efforts. Wang Ming's head buzzed. Like thunderbolt. Zheng Shuxuan calmed down a little. She looked at Wang Ming helplessly and said, drive me to the hospital. Wang Ming shook his head violently to calm himself, then reached out and pulled her up and walked down the mountain. Along their way, both of them seemed to have lost their souls. I almost fell down several times. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Wang Ming hurriedly opened the car door, let Zheng Shuxuan sit in the passenger seat, and he quickly got into the driver's seat and started the car. Zheng Shuxuan's eyes were dull, tears kept flowing, and she kept mumbling, Mom, Dad. Beep. Bound object disappears. System tasks automatically released. Wang Ming's head buzzed again. Consciously control and click on the bound object in the system interface. There were only Zhu Shuqing, Li Zhixuan and Jiang Yao inside. Jiafang's system tasks and avatar disappeared. She is really dead. Just now, Zheng Shuxuan and I were about to reach the top of the mountain, and we were just a little bit away from completing the mission. Compared to the mission, Jiafang's death is more difficult to accept. He was clearly breathing well in the morning. Absolutely impossible. What happened to your mother? Wang Ming asked anxiously while driving. My mom, Wu. Zheng Shuxuan was so emotional that she had no intention of explaining. When they arrived at the hospital, Zheng Shuxuan got out of the car quickly. Wang Ming wanted to follow, but after thinking for a while, he decided that he must not show up. He shouted to Zheng Shuxuan who was running away, I'm waiting for you here. Zheng Shuxuan didn't answer, but just kept running towards the hospital door. Zheng Shuxuan was crying inconsolably when she entered the hospital and was unable to speak. The nurse took her to the morgue. When the white cloth was slowly lifted and Zheng Shuxuan saw Jiafang's pale face, he collapsed to the ground and cried heart-wrenchingly again. Her grandmother's eyes were also filled with tears. She had sent someone to bring her nutritional supplements at noon, but now she was lying here coldly. Wang Ming in the parking lot felt like sitting on pins and needles, and every second seemed like torture. Time was like a slowly crawling snail, and every minute and every second made his heart tighten. He gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands and stared at the hospital gate. The cell phone suddenly rang, and the screen showed that it was a call from Zhu Shuqing. Wang Ming's already restless heart was made even more flustered by the ringing, and Zhu Shuqing's concerned words came from the receiver. He had no mood to communicate, so he just said a few perfunctory words and hung up in a hurry. After hanging up the phone, he couldn't help but sigh to himself. Yesterday I went too far. Oh, what should I do? My wonderful life has just begun. We are about to go in. After a long time, Zheng Shuxuan finally returned to the car. She was no longer crying loudly like before, but just sobbing. Her tears seemed to have dried up, and her eyes were empty and desperate. Seeing her coming back, Wang Ming couldn't wait to ask anxiously, "What happened?" "Your mother." Zheng Shushuang did not answer, but stared straight at the windshield, muttering to himself viciously. "I must find out who you are. You destroyed my family. I will make you pay with blood." Wang Ming felt dizzy and had a strong sense of foreboding. Was Jiafang really just like Zhang Jian? Did he die suddenly? Zheng Shushuang turned his head sharply and stared at Wang Ming. "You care about me?" Wang Ming was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Yeah, of course." Zheng Shushuang smiled bitterly. "You fell in love with me at first sight, right? That's why you care about me so much." Wang Ming hesitated for a moment, but nodded and continued to ask, "Can you tell me what's going on?" I was full of doubts. If it was really a sudden death, the police would have investigated me, but they haven't contacted me at all. He was in extreme torment at this moment. Zheng Shushuang wiped his nose with a tissue, took a deep breath, and said slowly, "I like you too. You've been with so many boyfriends. You have the physical strength, money, and good looks. However, I am not in the mood for romance right now. I must find the culprit." Wang Ming became more and more anxious and shouted, "Maybe I can help you." "What happened?" Zheng Shushuang's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said word by word, "My mother was killed by my father." "What?" Wang Ming blurted out. His eyes widened, he couldn't believe his ears. Are you sure?" Wang Ming asked stutteringly. "I admit that my mother is a bit amorous, but it's not a sin. People have emotions and desires." Zheng Shushuang choked up and looked at Wang Ming. "Today, I will tell you about my family's shame. I really don't know who to reveal this to." Wang Ming nodded slightly, unable to control his inquiring eyes. "My dad came home this afternoon and saw that several rooms were in a mess. My mother slept in the bedroom, and the scene was huge. My dad saw a bunch of strawberries on her neck and blue skin, and knew something was wrong, so he checked the surveillance footage. He was the one who secretly set up surveillance cameras everywhere in the house, and my mother didn't know about it. Turn out, my mother brought a man." Wang Ming swallowed and broke out in a cold sweat. Zheng Shushuang continued, "My mom was woken up by my dad and questioned, but she refused to admit it. My dad took out the surveillance memory card, and my mom broke it into pieces." Wang Ming's heart skipped a beat and he swallowed hard. "My dad was so angry that he started fighting with my mom, and my mom hit the back of her head on the corner of the table. Rescue efforts were ineffective." Wang Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was the cause of the fight, but the cause of death had nothing to do with him. Zheng Shushuang had never seen the surveillance footage and had no idea who the man was. He calmed down and slowly opened his mouth. "Where's your father?" "He has been detained. I must find this man and chop him into pieces." "Zheng Shushuang roared. Chapter 33 Annoying. Wang Ming's heart was beating steadily and violently, back and forth. If Zheng Shushuang knew that she was his enemy, she would definitely tear herself to pieces. "I'm only embarrassed to talk about this with someone I just met. Will you still pursue me?" Zheng Shushuang asked while wiping his nose. Wang Ming's lips twitched. He had no intention of pursuing her at all, but in order to appease her, he had to nod reluctantly. Doo-doo. Successfully bound object. Bound to Zheng Shushuang. Age 19. Appearance 90. Body size 88. Purity 100. Infatuation 30. Bind object Zheng Shushuang to trigger the task. Living under the same roof with the other person for a month. Wang Ming sighed loudly. This system task was becoming more and more crazy and difficult. "I am in love with Zhu Shuqing. Living with Zheng Shushuang. It's okay for 1 or 2 days, but it's bound to be exposed in a month." Jiafang passed away so suddenly that his system tasks also disappeared. The reward is about to be obtained. Now let us look at the current tasks. Spending the night at Zhu Shuqing's house is the easiest, and Zhu Shuqing's infatuation level has reached 93. The system coins will soon arrive, so it seems I need to spend more time on my girlfriend. "Hey, what are you thinking about? Why don't you say anything?" Zheng Shushuang gently nudged Wang Ming with his elbow. Wang Ming came back to his senses and forced a smile. "Nothing." Seeing the loss in Wang Ming's eyes, Zheng Shushuang thought he was sad for her. We just met, and you're so concerned about me. The system interface shows that Jing Shuxuan's obsession level has increased by 10 points. Wang Ming smiled bitterly in his heart, he was just concerned about himself. But it's a bit strange that Jing Shuxuan said that she has had several boyfriends, and their styles are exactly the same as her mother's. How can the purity be full? According to the system, even if they just kissed, 2 points of purity would be deducted. Wang Ming couldn't help but ask, haven't you dated several boyfriends? Yes, this is my 5th term since my freshman year. Jing Shuxuan recalled it, then stared at Wang Ming, are you jealous? Wang Ming's face was full of black lines. He was crying and shouting about Jiefan's affairs just now, but now he started to make trouble again. But her purity aroused Wang Ming's favor. I felt a little guilty about Jiefan's matter. Do you really want to investigate that man? From a certain perspective, your mother's death has nothing to do with him. Jing Shuxuan suddenly glared and said viciously, humph. It doesn't matter. Why not? You have to come to my house. I will make him become a eunuch. Wang Ming's body shook violently. Realizing that Jing Shuxuan's hatred for this man has penetrated deep into her bones, it is probably impossible to dissuade her. If I let her investigate, I can't even imagine. Or leave Xiguan. But my cousin is coming to school next year, and several of her potential partners are all in 11. Moreover, the investment has just been made. With Jiang Yao's ability, it is inevitable that the company will become stronger and bigger. Jing Shuxuan, impulse is the devil. Wang Ming tried to persuade in a gentle tone. Jing Shuxuan said stubbornly, I don't care, I must make him pay the price. My mother just passed away like this, I can't just let it go. I must hire the best detective in Daxia. As she spoke, her eyes became red again. Wang Ming sighed, it seemed that he couldn't persuade her for the time being. At this moment, the system interface suddenly flashed, and a new prompt popped up. Binding object Jing Shuxuan triggers hidden tasks. When attending someone's mother's funeral, ask her why her mother didn't come. What? The system treats itself as RBR. How sad they are. It is an inhumane task to rub salt into other people's wounds. The task is simple, just say a few words. Wang Ming secretly glanced at Jing Shuxuan, her eyes were full of hatred. Jing Shuxuan, actually Wang Ming just started to speak, but Jing Shuxuan interrupted him, don't persuade me, you don't understand my feelings. I can't let him go. Wang Ming nodded helplessly, can I go to your mother's funeral? Jing Shuxuan gently wiped away the tears on her face, and said with a hint of gratitude in her voice, of course, thank you so much. I will definitely break up with my boyfriend, so you won't have any pressure to pursue me. Wang Ming's expression twisted and he responded awkwardly, Recalling the last time I completed the task of 3 dates with Zhu Shuqing, the system rewarded me with a flower of love. I originally planned to give it to Li Zixuan to quickly improve her impression of me and speed up the completion of the task. Now it seems that giving the flowers to Jing Shuxuan might be a better choice. At this moment, Jing Shuxuan's infatuation level is 40, and it will rise to 70 after accepting her heart. Once it exceeds 60, the favorability will not decrease. If she says what the system requires at the funeral, she won't blame herself, right? Wang Ming took out the fragrant flowers from the items already in the system. Jing Shuxuan was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing and jokingly said, is this a magic trick? You are really good at fooling people. Before Wang Ming reached out to hand over the flowers, Jing Shuxuan took them directly. In an instant, Jing Shuxuan's avatar on Wang Ming's system interface flashed, and Jing Shuxuan's favorability soared from 40 to 70. Jing Shuxuan brought the flower close to her nose and smelled it. She looked at Wang Ming with blurry eyes for a second, then said seriously, thank you. I feel like you are the one I've been looking for. Wang Ming let out a long sigh and wanted to make his next plan right away. He said, do you want to go back to school or go somewhere else? I'll take you there. I'm going to go with Grandma today to deal with my father's case. After all, he committed manslaughter. Let's see if we can find someone to smooth things over. Wang Ming nodded, okay. Remember to tell me the date of your mother's funeral. Of course, thank you for your comfort. I'm leaving now. Wang Ming waved his hand and said, bye. Watching Jing Shuxuan get out of the car, Wang Ming fell into a brief contemplation. We were about to reach the top of the mountain and start opening a supermarket as soon as we received the mission rewards. Now the plan has to be postponed. Jiafang died because of herself, but her daughter still insisted on investigating. The introduction of the system once said that when the infatuation level reaches 90%, one will have a special love for it. When the infatuation reaches the full amount of 100, one will be completely devoted and loyal until death. If Jing Shuxuan's obsession with me reaches 100, will she still take revenge on me even if she finds out that I am that man? Wang Ming calmed down, turned the mechanical key, and drove out of the hospital. Call Zhu Shuqing. I'm coming to you, honey. Chapter 30 for Overnight Plans. Zhu Shuqing on the other end of the phone responded gently, okay, I'll wait for you at the gate of the community. Not long after, Wang Ming drove to the gate of the community. He saw Zhu Shuqing standing there gracefully, holding a bag in both hands, with her long wavy hair fluttering gently in the breeze. She still wore light makeup, with a gentle look between her eyebrows and eyes, and a charming curve at the corners of her mouth. She exuded an irresistible mature beauty. Wang Ming got out of the car slowly. Before he could stand still, Zhu Shuqing quickly stepped forward, held his hand, and asked softly with concern on her face. Have you been busy these past 2 days? Wang Ming looked at her and said, something happened at the company, and a friend of mine got into trouble. I was so busy that I was dizzy. I'm sorry I couldn't make an appointment with you. Zhu Shuqing shook her head gently, her eyes full of heartache. We have plenty of time, don't tire yourself out. Wang Ming raised his lips slightly and said jokingly, are you afraid that I will die of exhaustion before I can enjoy it? Then why don't you hurry up? Zhu Shuqing shook Wang Ming's hand in a scolding manner, her cheeks flushed, and she pretended to be angry. I think you are anxious. Every time you see me, your eyes are full of lust. Wang Ming laughed and asked, why aren't you afraid that Zhu Mengmeng will come back and see us today? Zhu Shuqing pursed her lips and smiled, Zhu Mengmeng won't be back tonight. She's at her boyfriend's place. Wang Ming nodded and secretly rejoiced in his heart, isn't this a good opportunity? The task triggered by Zhu Shuqing was to spend the night at her house. If not take action now, when? He took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to ask, since she's not coming back, can I stay at your place overnight? When Zhu Shuqing heard this, she quickly let go of Wang Ming's hand and widened her eyes, you are really asking for more. I asked you to hold my hand, but you just thought about spending the night with me. Wang Ming quickly explained, you misunderstood, I just want to watch a movie with you all night. Zhu Shuqing crossed her arms over her chest and said in an even more dissatisfied tone, what kind of movie are you watching? Is it a porn movie? Wang Ming spread his hands helplessly, with a bitter smile on his face, of course not, you can watch whatever you want, just let me stay up all night, she won't be back anyway. Zhu Shuqing frowned and asked questioningly, all night? Aren't you going to work tomorrow? Wang Ming raised his chin confidently, now I am the leader of the company, and I have the final say on my schedule. Zhu Shuqing nodded. I heard from Mengmeng about your promotion. Her boyfriend also went to work in your company. You two had a quarrel and you said a lot of bad things about Mengmeng. Wang Ming raised his eyebrows instantly, with an unhappy look on his face. What do you mean by saying bad things? I just stated some facts and he couldn't stand it. Seeing that Wang Ming was a little angry, Zhu Shuqing quickly took his hand again and said gently. It's all in the past. Don't be angry about their affairs. You have me now. Seeing Zhu Shuqing's deep affection, Wang Ming took the opportunity to lean forward. Zhu Shuqing quickly retreated, with a hint of shyness on her face, and waved her hand and said. No, and I can't let you stay at home overnight. What if Mengmeng comes back? Wang Ming became more and more eager to speed up the process of opening the mall, not for making money, but for happiness. He pretended to be lost, with his head down and a look of desolation in his eyes. I've been so busy these past few days, I thought I could spend more time with you today and relax. I didn't expect you to have this attitude. Never mind. I'll go home. We may not see each other for a few days, it's okay, you don't care anyway, bye. After saying that, he sighed slightly, turned around and prepared to leave. When Zhu Shuqing saw Wang Ming turning away disappointedly, her originally hesitant expression was instantly changed. She opened her mouth to say something, but was speechless for a moment. After a moment's pause, she finally called out, hey, honey. There was a hint of urgency in her voice. Wang Ming turned around slowly, the sadness between his brows becoming even more pronounced. Zhu Shuqing bit her lip, feeling conflicted. Looking at the man who was lost for himself. Then I thought about how my daughter Zhu Mengmeng was in her early 20s and was having a great time outside, while I, an old hand, had never had such a romantic experience. I am so hesitant even to spend more time with the person I like. She felt that she was really funny, so she might as well let him stay overnight. It was just to watch a movie after all. She took a deep breath, mustered up the courage and said, "So, you'll stay tonight?" Zhu Shuqing's voice trembled slightly when she spoke, and her cheeks flushed. Wang Ming's originally dim eyes suddenly brightened up and a smile appeared on his face. He walked forward, took Zhu Shuqing's hand and kissed it. "Then let's prepare dinner and eat at home, okay?" Zhu Shuqing nodded shyly, "Okay." The two walked towards Wang Ming's car. Zhu Shuqing sat in the passenger seat, her face becoming increasingly rosy, and her hands nervously folded on her legs. She had never let a man stay overnight at her house, and she felt that things were going faster and faster between her and Wang Ming. She muttered silently in her heart, "Hey, Meng Meng, mommy has to be a little selfish. Since she is the one you don't want, you won't blame me, right?" Wang Ming sat in the driver's seat with a slight smile on his face. "As long as tonight is over, the reward will be in my hands. Then find out where Liu Guo's supermarket is located, and open one next to it." Har 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 har. The two arrived at the vegetable market. It was already evening and the market was bustling with people coming and going. Wang Ming held Zhu Shuqing's hand and asked as they walked, "What would you like to eat?" Zhu Shuqing tilted her head and thought for a while, with a happy smile on her face, "Well, I'll make you braised pork and stir-fried seasonal vegetables." Wang Ming smiled and nodded, "Okay." They were selecting ingredients in the market. Wang Ming picked up some vegetables from time to time and asked Zhu Shuqing for her opinion. While choosing meat, Wang Ming specially picked a piece of fat and lean pork belly to make braised pork. "Boss, weigh this piece of meat for me." Wang Ming pointed at the pork belly and said to the boss, "Are there any ribs left?" "Prime ribs." A familiar voice came from beside Wang Ming. He turned his head instantly and saw Li Zixuan standing next to him with her bag on her back, staring at the meat stall. Li Zixuan also immediately turned her head and looked at Wang Ming. "Wang Ming. Zixuan. Why are you buying vegetables here?" Li Zixuan asked in surprise. Wang Ming also frowned. "I was just wondering, don't you live in the Little Lake District?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "My rent is due, so I moved. I live above the market now." Wang Ming was even more puzzled. "Isn't your workplace in Xiaohu District? Why did you move here?" Li Zixuan sighed, "I really don't have the heart to work. I just resigned today. I know Baiyun District too well. It's all Zhang Jian's shadow. I don't want to change my living environment." Wang Ming nodded, "That's fine." Only then did Li Zixuan notice Zhu Shuqing on the other side of Wang Ming. Zhu Shu saw Li Zixuan's eyes shifted to him and smiled gently, "Hello, we have met before." Li Zixuan nodded politely in response, "Yes, auntie, or no. Sister-in-law." Zhu Shuqing's face flushed red, and she waved her hand quickly, "Don't call me that, we are just boyfriend and girlfriend." Li Zixuan said to Wang Ming, "Since it's such a coincidence, why don't you come to my house? Just to get to know me. I haven't thanked you properly for the money yet." Wang Ming thought about it for a moment and decided that any day would be fine except today, as he didn't have many opportunities to spend the night at Zhu Shuqing's house. "We both have something to do today, how about some other day?" Li Zixuan raised her lips and teased Wang Ming, "I understand. I wish you a happy time. Let's meet again someday." After Li Zixuan finished speaking, she shouted to the butcher, "Do you have any spare ribs?" Yes. There's a big one that hasn't been chopped yet. I'll cut it for you right away. How much do you want?" £2. After buying the meat, Li Zixuan said goodbye to Wang Ming, "Bye." As she left, she waved to Zhu Shuqing, "Goodbye, sister-in-law." Chapter 35, One Step Further. "Goodbye." Zhu Shuqing smiled and waved at her. After Li Zixuan walked away, Zhu Shuqing's smiling eyes turned to alertness and asked Wang Ming, "Why did she look so disappointed when she heard you say it was inconvenient to go to her house?" Wang Ming looked at the direction where Li Zixuan disappeared in confusion, frowned and responded, "Really? Why didn't I feel it?" He checked the system and clicked on Li Zixuan's profile picture, and the level of infatuation had risen to 76. "I haven't been paying attention to Li Zixuan's panel status. It turns out that it has been gradually rising in the past few days. But we haven't seen each other since we separated at the crematorium. Is she always thinking about herself? Zhu Shuqing's eyebrows tightened, and she felt jealous. She doesn't like you, does she? Wang Ming was shocked and deliberately showed an incredible expression. She is my brother's girlfriend, the brother who passed away. Zhu Shuqing pursed her lips, looked at the distance with her beautiful eyes drooping instantly, and murmured softly, "Oh, widow." After buying the ingredients, Wang Ming returned to Zhu Shuqing's house and went into the kitchen with her. Zhu Shuqing tied on an apron and began to prepare cooking. Wang Ming helped out on the side, passing seasonings and assisting with the work. While cooking, Wang Ming joked from time to time. When we get married, Zhu Mengmeng will also get married. This is our future life, right? You're really thinking too far ahead. When Zhu Shuqing heard Wang Ming say this, she also began to look forward to it. There is no mortgage, no financial pressure, the vampire's daughter is married, and the two of them enjoy a warm world. When their eyes met, they smiled at each other. Soon, the meal was ready. Wang Ming brought the braised pork and stir-fried vegetables to the table and served 2 bowls of rice. Zhu Shuqing looked at the food on the table and said, "It should be good. Come and try it." Wang Ming picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth, with an intoxicated expression on his face. So delicious, melts in your mouth, what a great craftsmanship. He became more and more fascinated by Zhu Shuqing. She was beautiful, kind, gentle, and a great cook. Her innate ability as a housewife had been wasted until now. Zhu Shuqing felt very happy when she saw Wang Ming's satisfied look. She also started eating in small bites, looking at Wang Ming while eating. Compared to when he was dating Zhu Mengmeng, he has changed a lot now. At that time, there were no decent gifts when people came to visit. Now he has more than 1 million yuan to spend, and he is well dressed, all wearing branded clothes. While Wang Ming was eating, he occasionally looked up and noticed that Zhu Shuqing looked a little strange. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Zhu Shuqing looked straight at Wang Ming and asked. Tell me where your money comes from. If you just want to play with me, you don't have to tell me. If you are sincere to me, tell me the truth and don't lie. Wang Ming saw that Zhu Shuqing had a serious look on her face, as if she would part ways with him if he didn't make things clear today. But now they are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, so it is understandable that Zhu Shuqing is concerned about why there was a sudden change in her relationship. He put down his chopsticks and his expression became serious. Now, the company will give me dividends. Zhu Shuqing asked in surprise, what? Dividends? Wang Ming nodded, yes, I already own more than 40% of the company's shares. Zhu Shuqing's face was full of suspicion and she didn't believe it at all. When you broke up with Meng Meng, your monthly salary was 4K. It's only been over a month and you got more than 1 million? And judging from the things you bought for me and your daily expenses, it should be more than 1 million. I've already told you, don't lie to me. After hearing this, Wang Ming quickly sorted out his thoughts. This was indeed a bit hard to understand. How can such a small company distribute so much dividend in a month? Suddenly remembering the words he used to lie to Jiang Yao, he quickly spoke again. My house was demolished, and I used part of the money to invest in the company, and the rest was spent on you. Zhu Shuqing was slightly startled, her eyebrows knitted unconsciously, and after thinking for a moment, she asked. Didn't you grow up in your uncle's house? Will the money from his house demolition be shared with you? Wang Ming explained calmly. My uncle only has 2 daughters. He has always treated me like his own son and gave me some money so that I could settle down in Lebanon. Zhu Shuqing became more and more confused and asked, so part of the investment, and the rest is all spent on me? Wang Ming nodded solemnly, when you meet someone you love deeply, of course you have to give your all. Zhu Shuqing was stunned, her lips trembling slightly. You love me so much? Her eyes were red, and she felt more and more at a loss as she looked at Wang Ming's serious expression. Zhu Shuqing bit her lip and said, you spent the demolition money on me so easily. Wang Ming smiled and said confidently, you don't have to worry about this. I also have shares in the company now, and I will have a lot of income in the future. Besides, I have some other investment plans, and our lives will get better and better. Zhu Shuqing wiped away the tears that she couldn't hold back, nodded, and a smile appeared on her face. Well, if you have financial difficulties, I will definitely sell the house and return the money to you. I've already told you, don't worry about my financial problems. Wang Ming found that Zhu Shuqing's obsession level had risen to 96. It's only 4 points away from full quota. The cell phone suddenly rang. It was Jing Shuxuan calling. I swiped across the line and answered, "Hello. The funeral will be at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, and the ceremony will be at 9 a.m. It will be in Baiyun district. I'll add you on WeChat and send you the location." "Oh, okay. Goodbye." Jing Shuxuan hung up the phone, and her voice clearly sounded like she had just cried. Zhu Shuqing noticed that Wang Ming's expression had changed a little, and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Wang Ming hesitated for a moment, then said, "It's a friend. Her mother will be buried tomorrow. Please remind me of the time and location of the ceremony. I will attend the funeral tomorrow." Zhu Shuqing nodded. "Oh, do you want me to accompany you?" Wang Ming shook his head fiercely. "Forget it. It's not a good thing. I'll take you with me when I have a chance to attend the wedding." The two chatted for a long time at the dining table. After dinner, Wang Ming took the initiative to clean up the dishes and clean the kitchen. Zhu Shuqing sat on the sofa, turned on the TV, and prepared to choose a movie to watch. After washing his hands, Wang Ming walked to the sofa and sat down, leaning closely against Zhu Shuqing. Zhu Shuqing chose a romantic movie and put the remote control aside. Wang Ming was very close to her. Before, Zhu Shuqing would definitely have deliberately avoided him. But when I think about how much he cares for me, if I resist, I will definitely hurt his feelings. Thinking of this, Zhu Shuqing also moved closer to Wang Ming. Wang Ming noticed Zhu Shuqing's actions and reached out to hug her. Zhu Shuqing's body shook violently, but she did not resist. She just bit her lip and accepted his embrace. When the plot of the movie reached its climax, Zhu Shuqing suddenly raised her head and looked at Wang Ming. Wang Ming also turned his head, and their eyes met. "Honey, let's kiss." Zhu Shuqing took the initiative to speak shyly, and the little deer began to bump into each other. Wang Ming looked at Zhu Shuqing, who was so close to him, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. This was the first time she took the initiative to ask for intimacy. He slowly approached Zhu Shuqing and kissed her gently. Zhu Shuqing closed her eyes and responded to Wang Ming's kiss. Her heart was numb and almost melted. This is a passionate kiss. It turned out to be so wonderful. The kiss between the two lasted for a long time, and the hero and heroine in the movie started to move on to further scenes while kissing. As Zhu Shuqing listened to the sound on TV, her face became more and more red. She pushed Wang Ming away and lowered her head. She was so shy that she didn't dare to look at him at all. Wang Ming sternly glanced at Zhu Shuqing's face and said, "I love you." Zhu Shuqing raised her head and looked at Wang Ming with love in her eyes. "I love you too." Chapter 36. Zhu Shuqing's love grows deeper. The system panel shows that Zhu Shuqing's obsession level has reached 97. Wang Ming's gaze slowly moved down and landed on Zhu Shuqing's beautiful legs wearing flesh-colored stockings. The delicate flesh-colored stockings fit tightly to her leg curves, outlining smooth lines. Their fair skin is faintly visible through the thin stockings, revealing the sexy temptation that only mature women can have. His eyes slowly moved upwards along the beautiful legs, and Wang Ming's Adam's apple rolled slightly. When his eyes moved to her, they lit up instantly. Zhu Shuqing noticed Wang Ming's fiery gaze, and her face flushed like she was drunk. She unconsciously clenched her thighs with her hands, lowered her head slightly, and her long eyelashes trembled. She leaned slightly to the side, trying to avoid Wang Ming's overly direct gaze. "You, don't look at me like that." Zhu Shuqing's gentle voice trembled. Wang Ming looked at Zhu Shuqing's flushed face, his eyes filled with desire. He swallowed again, his eyes still unconsciously looking towards Zhu Shuqing, and his hand slowly raised. Zhu Shuqing noticed Wang Ming's intention, and the shyness on her face instantly turned into nervousness. He quickly covered his chest with both hands and shrank back. "Don't do that, Wang Ming." Zhu Shuqing's voice was shaking, and her face was full of anxiety. "We haven't reached this stage yet." Wang Ming was slightly stunned, his hand stopped in mid-air, a little at a loss. But the desire in his eyes had not completely subsided. He pursed his lips, trying to calm himself down. "Honey, did you put something in the food? I couldn't control myself just now." There was a hint of pleading in Wang Ming's eyes. "I want to be closer to you, even more than my desire to get rich." Zhu Shuqing bit her lip and looked at Wang Ming with both love and hesitation in her eyes. Wang Ming's feelings for her real, but he is not ready yet. How can he fully develop his feelings after just a few days of dating? It's really shameful. I know you love me, and I have already expressed my greatest love to you. This step is absolutely not okay. Wait a little longer. Zhu Shuqing took a deep breath and tried to keep her tone calm. I hope our relationship can develop step by step, without being so hasty. I want to give myself completely to you at a more appropriate time. The desire in Wang Ming's heart gradually subsided. At this time, Zhu Mengmeng must have gone to get a room with Liu Guowo. Damn it, she couldn't even eat her own food. Given Zhu Shuqing's temper, you must not be too tough with her. Normally speaking, judging from the current system rewards, I would be so rich in the future that my hands would get numb from counting the money. Faced with a woman's attitude towards him, he would definitely slap her in the face and then throw 100,000 yuan in her face. But when facing Zhu Shuqing, his love for her grew stronger and stronger, and he really couldn't bear to use violence. What the hell, I was just doing this for the mission at first, but now I'm almost putting my heart into it. Seeing that Wang Ming didn't speak for a long time, Zhu Shuqing leaned her head gently on Wang Ming's shoulder with a smile on her face. I hope you can understand me. I have already decided that you are the man of my future half-life. But I really can't give myself to you right now. I see. Wang Ming nodded and gently stroked Zhu Shuqing's hair. The two of them leaned against each other quietly. The movie on TV was still playing, but their attention was no longer on the movie. After a while, Zhu Shuqing raised her head and looked at Wang Ming. Let's watch something more relaxing. Zhu Shuqing said with a shy smile. The scale of the movie just now was, a little. Wang Ming picked up the remote control and started to switch. He checked the time and it was just past 7 o'clock. The system task indicates that the overnight time is from 10 o'clock to 6 o'clock in the morning. The two of them stayed up until 9 o'clock in the evening. Zhu Shuqing covered her mouth with one hand and yawned. She slowly moved her head away from Wang Ming's shoulder. I don't have the habit of staying up late. What can I do? I can't stay with you for too long. What time do you usually go to bed? Zhu Shuqing lowered her eyes slightly and said softly, before the night you held me to sleep, I went to bed on time at 10 o'clock every day, but since then, I started to suffer from insomnia. But my sleep has improved in the past few days. Wang Ming thought that the system only required him to stay at Zhu Shuqing's house all night, and did not stipulate that she had to accompany him. He said gently, if you want to rest, go ahead, don't worry about me. Zhu Shuqing stood up and said, I'm going to take a shower first. After she finished speaking, she walked into the bathroom. Wang Ming sat on the sofa, listening to the sound of running water in the bathroom. His mind had already drifted away. I couldn't concentrate on watching TV at all, and my eyes kept falling on the bathroom door. After a while, Zhu Shuqing came over gracefully in her pajamas, with all her light makeup off and her hair tied up. She looked particularly fresh and did not look like she was 37 years old at all. Seeing Wang Ming staring at her, she blushed again and said shyly, don't go into the wrong room on purpose again tonight. Wang Ming came to his senses and hurriedly explained, I was really drunk that day, why didn't you believe me? Zhu Shuqing smiled and said, I'm just teasing you. I'm going to work for a while and then go to bed. If Meng Meng doesn't come back, you can sleep in her room. Zhu Shuqing's house is a 2-bedroom apartment. Wang Ming glanced at Zhu Mengmeng's room and felt disgusted. I'll just sleep on the sofa. Zhu Shuqing nodded gently, walked into her bedroom, took out a set of quilts and pillows, and placed them on the sofa. Then he walked to the desk, sat down, and started operating the digital tablet. Wang Ming felt distressed when he saw Zhu Shuqing working so late at night. How could his woman be so tired? He must make sure she has enough money. After being busy for half an hour, Zhu Shuqing walked to the sofa and sat down next to Wang Ming. Her beautiful eyes were full of love, and she gently opened her lips and said softly, since you are so good, I will kiss you before going to bed. Wang Ming was slightly stunned. Before he could react, Zhu Shuqing took the initiative to move closer, gently closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Wang Ming felt sweet in his heart. This woman has gradually become more proactive. He slowly stretched out his hands, gently held her cheeks, and moved forward. Zhu Shuqing's breathing became rapid, her nostrils flared slightly, and the 5 fingers of both hands unconsciously clasped Wang Ming's arms tightly. She moaned and fell limply into Wang Ming's arms. She wrapped her arms around Wang Ming and hugged him tightly. Her hair was a little messy between their movements, exuding a faint scent of shampoo. Zhu Shuqing's body became softer and softer, like a pool of spring water, completely immersed in the kiss. It was not until 10 minutes later that the two slowly separated. Zhu Shuqing's shy eyes were blurred. She panted lightly and said in a tender voice, "Good night." Then he stood up and walked towards his bedroom with unsteady steps. "Good night." Wang Ming picked up the remote control and turned down the volume. In order to prevent Zhu Shuqing from noticing anything, he turned his phone to silent mode after receiving Jing Shuxuan's call. He turned on his phone and saw several missed calls from unfamiliar people. Chapter 37 Mission accomplished. These missed calls were made 2 hours ago. He looked at the time and decided not to call back now and would wait until tomorrow morning. Wang Ming stared at the TV, but his mind was not on the show at all. "I have been thinking about the system tasks in my mind. Tomorrow morning, the reward for completing the tasks will be credited to my account. The last reward was 1 million Dashir coins, an office, and a bunch of fragrant flowers that increased the infatuation value." While chatting with Zhu Shuqing at the table during dinner, "I have already found out the approximate location of the supermarket in Liu Guo's home. As soon as I get the money, I will immediately put this matter into practice." Time passed little by little, the pointer pointed to 12 o'clock, and Wang Ming began to yawn one after another. Zhu Shuqing's door was tightly closed. He felt itchy and really wanted to go in. Think about the fierce salesman who took the initiative to pull himself into the bedroom. Zhu Mengmeng had checked into a hotel with me as early as her freshman year. Alas, why is the gap between people so big? Wang Ming was bored and changing TV channels, but none of the programs interested him. He tossed and turned on the sofa, it was really unbearable. What should he do for the rest of the night? I stood up and walked to the refrigerator, intending to get a bottle of iced drink to refresh myself. The system task requires you to work all night and you must not sleep. Just hold on for another 6 hours and it will be okay. Wang Ming returned to the living room with the iced juice and was about to lie back on the sofa when his eyes fell on Zhu Mingming's bedroom door. The things that were once given to her will not be taken back, but must be destroyed. He gently pushed open Zhu Mingming's bedroom door, turned on the light and walked in. The cosmetics on the dressing table were in a mess, and there were a lot of socks and skirts piled on the bed. It was extremely unkempt. The trash can was also full, and it seemed that Zhu Shuqing was too lazy to take care of it. Wang Ming's eyes wandered around the room and suddenly caught sight of a pink package on top of the trash can. He was familiar with this packaging. He had bought it for Zhu Mengmeng when he was dating her. It was a pregnancy test stick. He quickly walked to the trash can, squatted down, picked up the box with 2 fingers, and found a used pregnancy test stick underneath. Wang Ming stood up and took out a cotton swab from the cotton swab box on Zhu Mingming's dressing table. Then he squatted down again, picked up the pregnancy test stick in the trash can and turned it over. When Wang Ming saw the bars above, his eyes widened. Although the color has faded a lot, there are still 2 stripes. Zhu Mengmeng is pregnant. This bitch. Wang Ming cursed in his heart. She has been with me for more than 3 years, and she has never been careless in taking measures. She spent more money on the small umbrella than on treating her to a meal. It has been long since you broke up with me, and you're already pregnant. Wang Ming thought again, so, Zhu Shuqing is going to be a grandmother, so doesn't that mean I have to be a grandfather? During the Chinese New Year, do I have to sit on the sofa with Zhu Shuqing and give New Year red envelopes to Zhu Mengmeng and Liu Guo who are kneeling on the ground? Har 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 har. Wang Ming threw the cotton swab in his hand into the trash can with disgust, and his plan became more determined. We must make Liu Guohua's supermarket go into debt. Even if they can't continue to operate, we will pursue them relentlessly. If you switch to selling chickens, I will never sell ducks. You sell watermelons and I will rent the land to grow them. Zhu Shuqing also looked down upon this adopted daughter more and more. When his relationship with Zhu Shuqing became more serious, he would ask her to break off her relationship with Zhu Mengmeng. Zhu Mengmeng couldn't even afford diapers when her child was born. When Wang Ming thought of this, the corners of his mouth curled up and he was no longer sleepy. He showed a sneer on his face, walked out of Zhu Mengmeng's room, closed the door gently, and returned to the living room. He sat back on the sofa, turned on his phone, and started searching for information about Liu Guohua's supermarket. According to data from the food delivery platform, there are tens of thousands of online orders per month alone. Fresh food and daily necessities, a typical fresh food supermarket for ordinary people. I didn't expect it to be so profitable. Wang Ming searched online and found that there was only one storefront for rent on the same street. The street-facing shop on the first floor with an area of 400 square meters charges a monthly rent of 60,000 yuan, payable annually. The rent is 700,000. The store decoration and initial stocking would cost about 100 or even close to 200. Taking into account the employees' salaries and minor expenses, it would cost at least 3 million. Time passed little by little, and sleepiness attacked again, but Wang Ming forced himself to hold it back. I didn't have much money to stay up all night surfing the internet when I was in college, so I never got through that. Close the eyelids tightly and then pry them open with force. It was finally 6 o'clock in the morning. Congratulations on completing the task triggered by the bound object Zhu Shuqing. Rewards have been issued. When the system sound popped up, Wang Ming's eyelids drooped immediately and he fell asleep, unable to hold on for even a second. At 7 o'clock, Zhu Shuqing walked out of the bedroom leisurely and saw Wang Ming snoring. The corners of her mouth rose unconsciously, and she tiptoed to Wang Ming and pecked him lightly on the face. She turned around to wash up, then went into the kitchen and started preparing breakfast. Wang Ming slept until 9 o'clock and showed no signs of waking up. Zhu Shuqing sat at her desk, listening to the snoring that was getting louder and louder. She looked at the time, then glanced towards the dining table, and saw that her breakfast had long gone cold. She stood up and slowly walked to the sofa. She patted Wang Ming's body tentatively and called softly, "Dear." After patting him several times, Wang Ming was still sleeping soundly, and his snoring was still as cheerful as ever. Zhu Shuqing frowned slightly, looked at her watch again, gritted her teeth, and shook Wang Ming vigorously. "Wake up, dear." Wang Ming was shaken awake. Zhu Shuqing looked at his dazed look and couldn't help laughing. "Did you really not sleep all night? You look like a giant panda." Wang Ming stared with his eyes wide open, mumbling, "Anyway, Zhu Mengmeng isn't coming back, I'll sleep a little longer." Zhu Shuqing quickly reminded him, "Hurry up, Mengmeng might be back soon, and don't you have to attend the funeral today?" Wang Ming, who had closed his eyes and was about to continue sleeping, suddenly jumped up and sat up straight when he heard the word funeral. He rubbed his eye bags, which were swollen like walnuts, trying to wake himself up, then picked up his cell phone to check the time. It's already past 9 o'clock. There were still several missed calls shown on the phone, some of which were still from unfamiliar numbers from last night, and 2 were from Jing Shushuang. Wang Ming said thankfully, "It's a good thing you woke me up, otherwise I almost missed the event." Zhu Shuqing said gently, "Get up, wash your face, and eat breakfast." Wang Ming got off the sofa, put on his slippers, and walked towards the bathroom. There's no time. The funeral ceremony has already begun. He hurriedly washed his face several times. At this time, Zhu Shuqing knocked on the bathroom door. There are new toothbrushes in the mirror cabinet. Wang Ming walked out of the bathroom and said nonchalantly, "No need to brush it. After I brush it, the smell of your kiss yesterday will disappear." Zhu Shuqing was stunned for a moment, then blushed and said coquettishly, "You are really good at flirting, stop messing around with other girls outside and be honest." Okay, just relax." Wang Ming walked towards the entrance, quickly put on his shoes, opened the door, and said, "Bye," in one go. Zhu Shuqing originally wanted to ask Wang Ming to take an egg, but when she turned around, Wang Ming had already closed the door. Chapter 38 Muscle Strengthening. Wang Ming drove the beetle out of the community, just as Zhu Mengmeng walked into the community gate. She noticed the familiar car at a glance, turned her head and looked closely at the license plate number on the rear of the car, confirming that it was her mother's car. "Hey, didn't Mom change the car? Where is she driving to?" Zhu Mengmeng went upstairs, opened the door, and found her mother at home, folding the quilt on the sofa. She put on her slippers and walked into their house, frowning and asking, "Mom, were there any guests at home last night?" Zhu Shuqing's tone was a little flustered, and her hands became unnatural as she folded the quilt. No, I wanted to lie down and watch a movie yesterday, so I fell asleep on the sofa." Zhu Mengmeng thought of the car that had just driven out of the community, and suddenly realized. "That's not right. If you were at home, then who drove your car out just now?" She glanced at the breakfast on the table. Although only one portion was left untouched, there were 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Zhu Mengmeng crossed her arms and teased with a smile, "Hey, just tell the truth. When I changed cars, he refused to let me drive his old car. It turned out that he was using it for someone else. My future father stayed here last night, right? Strange, he is so rich, why does he want your old car? Zhu Shuqing became increasingly flustered and began to stutter, he. Zhu Mengmeng walked to Zhu Shuqing, bent down and looked at her with raised eyebrows. They have already stayed here, but you let them sleep on the sofa. You can sleep in the bedroom with him. Mom, seriously, don't be so conservative, one day people will really get fed up and run away. Zhu Shuqing was furious. Thinking of the past 3 years between Zhu Mengmeng and Wang Ming, she felt jealous. Is it like you? You stayed out all night in your freshman year. Go clean up your room. Also, didn't you say you would pay me back this month? Zhu Mengmeng pouted and snorted. You are still my mother, do you really want me to pay you back? Liu Guowo gave me 40,000 yuan to buy a bag without any regrets, and even promised to buy me a 200,000 yuan car when we get married. Zhu Shuqing's expression suddenly became serious. Marriage. Zhu Mengmeng nodded. Guowo and I have discussed this recently. Once the plan is finalized, I will arrange a meeting between you and his parents. That's fine. Although his family isn't very wealthy, you won't have to worry about money if you marry him. An average family really can't afford to support you. Zhu Mengmeng smiled and said, I am blessed with good fortune. You adopted me when I was 5 years old, and now Guowo has taken over your job. Bye, I need to catch up on some sleep. Zhu Shuqing looked at Zhu Mengmeng, who walked into the bedroom and shook her head helplessly, praying in her heart that her in-laws would be able to tolerate her willfulness. Wang Ming was driving quickly towards the funeral site. When Zhu Shuqing finished her task yesterday, she fell asleep. He didn't pay any attention to Zhu Shuqing's new task. Zhu Shuqing took the initiative to give herself 3 gifts. 03. Considering Zhu Shuqing's current feelings towards him, 3 gifts didn't seem too difficult. Wang Ming looked at the system panel and saw the reward for completing the task in the morning, which was 2 million dashir coins. It's much worse than last time. It seems that the rewards for completing tasks are random and will not necessarily get better. Adding the previous balance, there is still a shortfall of 600,000. I hope Xing Shuxuang's hidden mission can solve this gap of hundreds of thousands. Wang Ming rushed to the funeral. The funeral was already halfway through. He hurriedly found a place to stand and looked at the portrait in the mourning hall with a solemn expression. Jiafang, Jiafang, I'm the one who hurt you. It's not entirely my fault that you had to make such a big scene at home. The ceremony was almost over. Zheng Shuxuan saw Wang Ming in the crowd and walked over. I called you this morning and you didn't answer. What happened? The phone is on silent. Zheng Shuxuan looked at his eye bags that were swollen like walnuts. Are you sad about my affairs? Wang Ming was stunned for a moment, then nodded immediately, yes. Thank you for coming. Zheng Shuxuan's eyes were red and swollen. She cried almost every 2 hours from last night to today. Wang Ming looked at the tasks under Zheng Shuxuan's avatar on the system panel. Living under the same roof with the other person for a month. Hidden task, when attending the other person's mother's funeral, ask her why her mother didn't come. This hidden mission is inhumane and is definitely a prank. Damn it, why hasn't the system's consciousness appeared yet? I will definitely give its parents a good greeting. What should I do? How can I say this? There is still a gap of 600,000. There is only one funeral. If you miss it, the hidden mission will be wasted. I'm sorry, Jiafang. Considering that we once spent a night together, please forgive me for any offense. Wang Ming has left brain stem and right brain, and the right brain wins slightly. He asked timidly, why is your mother here? What? Zheng Shuxuan's eyes widened instantly and he stared at Wang Ming with a shocked expression. Wang Ming waved his hands quickly. I mean, damn, why didn't you come? I invited the crying group. I think inviting them here makes the atmosphere seem sad, but luckily they didn't pay a deposit. Zheng Shuxuan's eyes widened and relaxed, and she nodded slightly, oh. It's okay if you didn't come. I want my mother to pass away peacefully. Complete the hidden task, the reward has been issued. Wang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he did not anger Zheng Shuxuan. He noticed that the old lady in front of Jiafang's portrait was Zheng Shuxuan's grandmother. She had seen him, so Wang Ming said goodbye to Zheng Shuxuan to avoid being discovered and causing unnecessary trouble. I have to go now. Zheng Shushuang held Wang Ming's hand and sobbed. I've broken up with my boyfriend. I'm going to sell off some of my belongings. I'll contact you later. Wang Ming broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that Zheng Shushuang was interested in him now. The idea of tracing the source is not a spur-of-the-moment thought. We have to sell all our property. It's becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. Jiafang, our Jiafang, I hope that your spirit in heaven can resolve your daughter's hatred. Wang Ming said goodbye to Zheng Shushuang and returned to the car, clicking on the reward gift package to open it. Congratulations on getting 300 system coins. System coin. Things in the mall are finally available for purchase. Last time, the system's consciousness developed some enhanced products. Kidney function enhancement, 100 system coins. Muscle strengthening, 100 system coins. Bone strengthening, 100 system coins. Enhancements to various attributes, but can only be purchased once a week. As for my kidneys, I have enough of them now. It is better to buy a muscle enhancer, which can not only make you bigger, but also increase your strength in that aspect. Click buy. Congratulations to their host for achieving 10% muscle enhancement. Wang Ming clearly felt the changes in his muscles, and he had gained some size visibly. Strengthen it 10 times. Can't Liu Guo will be knocked away with one punch. There are still 200 system coins left. I glanced at other products in the system mall and the urge to spend came to my mind. A high-end customized A6 costs exactly 200 system coins. This car is worth 600,000 Dashier coins. Chapter 39 Li Zhishuan's response. System coins cannot be directly exchanged for Dashier coins. You can only buy items and then resell them. If I buy an A6 and sell it at a discount, plus the 2 million reward from the system, I will still have some money in my hand, which will just make up 3 million. Wang Ming couldn't help laughing. Ah ha ha ha, Zhu Mengmeng, Liu Guowo, your good life is coming to an end. I laughed so excitedly that tears came out. After I calmed down, I noticed the strange phone call I hadn't received last night and this morning. It must be something important to call so many times. Call back. A sweet voice came from the microphone, Wang Ming. I couldn't tell who their voice was. Who is this? It's me, Lin Qi. Wang Ming reacted immediately. It's you. I was wondering why your voice is so familiar yet strange at the same time. I'm looking for you to express my sincere gratitude. Can we meet and discuss it? Do you have time in the evening? Wang Ming thought for a moment. Nothing. Okay then, I'll add you to Weixin, see you tonight. Lin Qi hung up the phone. Wang Ming opened Weixin, and clicked to approve Lin Qi's friend request. I never thought that I would become the personal friend of a top movie star. Just as Wang Ming was savoring Lin Qi's sweet and numb voice, Li Zhishuan called. What's wrong with Zishuan? Did Lin Qi call you? Well, she asked you out too. Yeah, let's meet tonight. I'm so excited to have dinner with a movie star. It must be a super fancy restaurant. Wang Ming thought about the task triggered by Li Zhishuan. Since he had nothing to do in the afternoon, he might as well put some effort into her. He asked. Where are you? I'm at home. That's upstairs in the vegetable market, right? I'll come find you. Send me their house number. Wang Ming hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Li Zhishuan on the other side put down her phone and frowned. Aren't you going to work? Come find me when you have time. Wang Ming came to the building where Li Zhishuan lived. I knocked on the door according to their house number she gave me. Here I come. Li Zhishuan's voice came from inside the house. The door opened and Li Zhishuan was standing at the door. She was wearing shorts and short-sleeved pajamas, her hair tied into a ponytail, and there was a hint of surprise on her face. You really came. Wang Ming smiled and said, come over to talk to you. The two walked into the room. Li Zhishuan poured a glass of water for Wang Ming, then sat down opposite him and asked curiously. You don't have to go to work. And you said you're not being kept. What? Are you envious? Otherwise, I'll really keep you. Li Zhishuan immediately pinched her waist and said angrily, okay, Zhang Jian has only been dead for a few days and you are already planning to take advantage of me. She noticed that Wang Ming's biceps were a little bigger than the last time they met. He swallowed involuntarily. Wang Ming knew that Li Zhishuan was pretending to be angry. The system showed that her infatuation level was 76, and her love was getting stronger and stronger, hee hee. Since you rent a house here, does that mean you won't leave Xiguan for a while? Li Zixuan nodded. Well, I plan to take a break for a while and then look for a job. I will transfer 30,000 to you first, and I will get the rest as soon as possible. Don't talk about the money anymore. I already told you that you don't have to pay it back. How can that be possible? You got all this by using your muscles and looks. Wang Ming didn't want to tease Li Zixuan anymore, so he said seriously. My girlfriend makes a lot of money, but she's not rich. She's just better off than a working class woman. So she's so generous to you. You'll understand our story later. Li Zixuan and Zhu Mengmeng are very familiar with each other. The two couples often played together in college. Wang Ming thought about it and realized that if she knew that her girlfriend was Zhu Mengmeng's mother, she would be stunned. It's better not to talk about Zhu Shuqing. He changed the subject and said, since you are planning to change jobs, why don't you help me? Help you? Help you with what? I am planning to open a supermarket. I am now the boss of my previous company, and I have many other things to do. I want to find a general manager to help me look after the supermarket. It would definitely not be appropriate for Liu Guohua to open a store near his parents' supermarket in person to disrupt the market. Their mission triggered by Li Zixuan was to stay in Lebanon and get rid of the shadow of her boyfriend's death. It would be just right for her to be the manager and manage the business for me. Li Zixuan asked in surprise, are you the boss? You mean, you want to open a small supermarket? I'll help you with the cash register. Wang Ming shook his head. It's not a small supermarket, it's a large fresh food supermarket with several hundred square meters, similar to the Jiali downstairs from your house. Li Zixuan was stunned for a moment, and felt that Wang Ming's words were becoming more and more outrageous. Becoming a company boss and opening such a big supermarket is something that this guy wouldn't do even if he won the lottery. Seeing Li Zixuan open her mouth and not utter a word for a long time, Wang Ming continued. I'll give you 10,000 yuan salary every month. Please think about it carefully, I will start to implement it immediately, and you should give me a reply as soon as possible. Li Zixuan tried to calm down and murmured, 10,000. This is just the current salary, I will definitely give you a raise in the future. As long as I have money, I will never treat you unfairly. Li Zixuan still couldn't believe it, and looked suspicious. Where did you get so much money? You didn't make this up just to fool me. If you really want me to stay in Lebanon, just say it directly. Why talk about these nonsense? 2 months ago, your salary was less than half of mine. Now you are boss. You own a supermarket. And you pay me 10,000 yuan. Seeing that Li Zixuan refused to believe him, Wang Ming took out his cell phone, swiped the screen, clicked on the savings page and handed it to her. Li Zixuan leaned over and looked at the balance displayed on the mobile phone screen, 2,400,000. Her eyes suddenly became dull and her lips trembled. 400,000. I also have a car. If I sell it, I can get about 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. This money is enough to open a medium-sized supermarket. Li Zixuan pursed her lips, still looking dazed. It seems that you are really rich. No wonder such a beautiful girl is with you. As she spoke, she still looked shocked. Wang Ming looked at the system panel and saw that Li Zixuan's obsession level had increased to 80. Now you believe it, how about helping me? Let me think about it. Then think about it. I'll stay with you this afternoon, so we can go to Lin Chi's place together in the evening. Wang Ming glanced around the room. 1 bedroom, 1 living room and 1 bathroom. The living room for 2 people is extremely small, with an area of only about 30 to 40 square meters. I lent you money, and you rent such a small house. The place you and Zhang Jinzu lived in before was much bigger than this one. Li Zixuan also looked around the room and smiled bitterly. Why would I live in such a big room by myself? I think I won't have a boyfriend for a long time, this is enough space. Wang Ming sighed, oh, there's no place for guests to stay. I only know you and Zhu Mengmeng in Xiguan. Who would live here? Huh? What do you mean? Chapter 40 Lin Chi repays her gratitude. Wang Ming raised his lips into a wicked smile. He approached Li Zixuan and said, I mean, if I come to live in your house, where should I live? I can't even stretch my legs on this small sofa, am I going to squeeze into the same bed with you? Li Zixuan pretended to be angry, don't go too far, be careful that Zhang Jian will come back to teach you a lesson at night. Don't you want to know whether you are included in my future plans? Li Zixuan froze and glared at Wang Ming. I don't want to know. If you tease me again, forget about being your manager. Wang Ming laughed. Why don't you do it for 10,000 yuan a month? Don't regret it. Li Zixuan curled her lips. TSK, who would regret it? Wang Ming thought to himself. It is really inconvenient to go back to the apartment building that I rented for the time being. If Jing Shushuang meets me and finds out that I live there, he will definitely know that Jiafang and I know each other. Since this matter has not been said out loud, let's just keep it hidden. Thinking of this, Wang Ming asked, how much is your house per month? 2K, 1 month deposit and monthly payment is enough. So you still have a lot of money left from the loan you made to me before, do you really not want it? Wang Ming shook his head affirmatively. Really, I said, as long as I have it, I will not treat you unfairly. Li Zixuan was moved. Why are you so nice to me? Zhang Jian is my best brother, and his widow is my wife. No, I mean. Of course I will take good care of you. And even if you don't consider Zhang Jian's sake, we are still good friends. Li Zixuan looked at Wang Ming with suspicion, always feeling that he was plotting against her. She quickly changed the subject. Why are you asking me how much this house costs? Wang Ming sighed helplessly. I don't want to live in that house anymore. I want to move out. Li Zixuan raised her eyebrows. Why don't you live at your girlfriend's house? She's not young anymore, she should agree to live with you. Wang Ming sighed again. She is even more shy than a little girl. There are only 3 buildings in my neighborhood, and it seems that there are no more for rent. Wang Ming waved his hand. Forget it, there are plenty of houses. He thought of Jing Shushuang's subsidiary task, which required him to live in the same house with her for a month. But how can I ask this question since we have just met? I guess I should rent a house first. Wang Ming and Li Zixuan talked for a long time. Although Li Zixuan did not formally agree to be the manager of Wang Ming's supermarket, judging from her attitude, she had been shaken a lot. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Ming drove Li Zixuan to the restaurant whose location Lin Qi sent. It is a 3-star Michelin restaurant with a view of the river. Lin Qi had already sat at a perfect table by the window. When Li Zixuan and Wang Ming walked up to Lin Qi, they were both stunned for a moment. Compared with her ghost-like appearance last time, Lin Qi today looked like a fairy descending from the fairyland. Eyes like stars, eyebrows like spring ink. She has a high nose bridge, slightly upturned petal-like lips, and long, shiny black hair. She was wearing a black jumpsuit, with a very thin waist and extremely white calves and ankles. Her whole body exudes an innate nobility, showing the temperament of a beautiful queen. When Lin Qi saw them, she curled her lips and said softly, hurry up and sit down. Li Zixuan was mesmerized. Compared to what they see on TV, real people are more beautiful. Oh my god, stars are stars. Wang Ming quickly pursed his lips, fearing that he might look out of control. He looked at Li Zixuan and joked, he's not dead on TV. Lin Qi's smile became more and more charming when she heard this. The two sat next to each other opposite Lin Qi. Lin Qi said seriously, thank you, especially you, Wang Ming. I saw the police surveillance. It was you who pulled me out of the cold cabinet. Of course we can't just sit back and do nothing when we encounter this. Lin Qi smiled and turned to Li Zixuan and said, thank you too, your boyfriend is really great. Li Zixuan shyly explained, I've already told you, I'm not his girlfriend. Lin Qi blinked her eyes. Why are you looking at him with such affection? Look how shy you are. Li Zixuan's face turned even redder, and she argued even louder, no, he treats me better, I'm just grateful to him. Lin Qi took out 2 cards from her bag and handed one to Wang Ming, saying sincerely, this is 10 million, which is not much for my life, but my money is now in the stock market and real estate. I haven't taken any roles in 2 years, so I don't have much cash on hand, so take these for now. I'll definitely repay you when I have more money in the future. Wang Ming took the card and looked a little surprised. 10 million. Lin Qi nodded. Well, without you, I'm already a corpse, so keep it. Wang Ming didn't think much about it and agreed directly. Okay, I won't be polite with you. 10 million is insignificant to you, and I can't refuse your sincere reward. Lin Qi looked at Li Zixuan again and said with a smile, everyone who sees you gets a share. You are my lucky star that day. This is 1 million. I promise to take you to act. Once you have dealt with the incident that hurt me, I will take you to film. Li Zixuan was very excited. 1 million. And a big star like Lin Chi took her to film. I wouldn't dare to do this even in my dreams. That's great, thank you Sister Lin. Wang Ming asked Lin Chi with concern, how is your matter going? Lin Chi's face darkened. There was no surveillance at the celebration party that day, and no drugs were detected in my body. I don't know how she knocked me out. I will get to the bottom of this matter, and I will not let her off even if I have to sell all my property. After hearing this, Wang Ming couldn't help but shudder. These words were exactly the same as what Jing Shushuan said. The waiter brought the dishes to the table one by one. Li Zhishuan had never eaten food from a 3-star Michelin restaurant, and she choked every time the food was served. Wang Ming has been rich for a long time, so his desire for high-end food is not so strong at this time. The three of them ate and chatted. Lin Chi treated Wang Ming and Li Zhishuan without any star airs. They talked and laughed, and even talked about their interests and hobbies. After chatting for a while, Lin Chi stood up and said goodbye with a smile, I'm leaving. If you have any difficulties with money or in Xiguan, just call me directly. In Xiguan, if I can't solve the problem, you have no chance either. You can also come and play with me when you have nothing to do. Wang Ming stood up and nodded politely, okay, let's keep in touch. Li Zhishuan also stood up with Wang Ming, by Sister Lin. Wang Ming and Li Zhishuan waved to Lin Chi and watched her leave the restaurant. Li Zhishuan slumped down in the chair, still staring at the direction where Lin Chi left. Am I dreaming or not, Wang Ming, please pinch me. Where are you pinching?